Hello everyone. Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à toutes. Can you hear me? Bonjour à tous. Bonjour, bonjour Andia. Ton micro est fermé. Andia, ton micro.
Voilà. Bonjour. Bonjour, Kofi.
Bonjour, content de te revoir ce matin.
Moi aussi.
Après déjà une longue nuit.
Wow. C'est pour ça que c'est GIYSCC.
Ouais, c'est ça,
C'est ça, GIYSCC.
c'est ça. Ça fait plaisir. On peut, on peut,
Ben,
on peut,
bravo.
ouais, on peut commencer maintenant ou
C'est toi le maître. On te suit.
d'accord. Donc on va commencer. Hello, hello everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. My name is Kofi Giroje Yobwe, and I am lecturer and researcher at Université Alassane Ouattara in Côte d'Ivoire. I am geographer. I will be speaking primarily in French. I would appreciate it if you could use Google Translate to follow me more easily. Google Translate. I noted that are more English speaker online, but linguistic diversity and inclusion are among the core value of the GIs. Okay, okay. Are you ready in Google Translate? Ok, on va commencer. Alors, comme je disais, mesdames et messieurs, chers responsables du Global Engineers Youth in Climate, chers représentants des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales, chers jeunes, chers chercheurs partenaires et participants. Bonjour, bon après-midi, bonsoir, selon le lieu. Cela dépend du lieu depuis lequel vous nous suivez, vous nous rejoignez. C'est avec un immense honneur et un réel plaisir que je vous souhaite la bienvenue à cette session consacrée à la région 2, Afrique, Europe et Arctique, dans le cadre de l'édition 2026 du GIYS. En ma qualité de responsable régional, je voudrais, au nom de toute l'équipe de la région 2, remercier chaleureusement chacune et chacun d'entre vous pour sa présence et son engagement. Le thème de cette édition, Gardiens autochtones, terre, droit et savoir pour la justice climatique, nous rappelle une réalité fondamentale. Les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales ne sont pas seulement parmi les populations les plus exposées aux effets du changement climatique. Ils sont également les dépositaires de savoir, de pratiques et de systèmes de gouvernance indispensables à la protection de la biodiversité et à la construction d'un avenir durable. De l'Afrique à l'Europe, jusqu'au territoire arctique, nos communautés font face à des défis multiples. On peut citer la dégradation des terres, perte de biodiversité, insécurité alimentaire, pression sur les ressources naturelles, fragilisation des moyens d'existence et marginalisation des savoirs traditionnels. Mais ces territoires sont aussi des espaces de créativité, de résistance et d'innovation. Les jeunes, les femmes, les détenteurs de savoirs traditionnels, les chercheurs et les organisations communautaires y développent quotidiennement des réponses concrètes fondées sur l'expérience, la solidarité et le respect de la nature. La session qui s'ouvre nous permettra de découvrir cette diversité d'expériences. Elle donnera la parole à des intervenants issus de plusieurs pays qui partageront leurs réflexions et leurs initiatives autour de la terre, des droits, des savoirs autochtones, de la résilience communautaire et de la justice climatique. Je vous invite donc à faire de cette session un véritable espace de dialogue, un espace où chaque voix est respectée, où les générations se rencontrent et où les connaissances scientifiques dialoguent avec les savoirs locaux et autochtones. Au-delà des présentations, notre ambition doit être de créer des liens durables et de faire émerger des collaborations capables de transformer les idées partagées aujourd'hui en actions concrètes au service des différentes communautés. Je voudrais adresser mes sincères remerciements à Future Earth, à l'équipe mondiale avec à sa tête Julia et bien entendu notre mentor à tous pour ce pôle. Aussi aux anciens et actuels responsables du sommet, je pense particulièrement à Ondia, Divina, Topé et autres. Aussi à vous, aux membres de l'équipe de la région 2, aux modérateurs, aux intervenants, aux partenaires, ainsi qu'à toutes les personnes qui ont contribué à l'organisation de cette rencontre. Alors, je voudrais à présent remercier tout particulièrement les jeunes participants. Votre engagement, votre créativité et votre détermination constituent une source d'espoir. Vous n'êtes pas seulement les dirigeants de demain, vous êtes déjà les acteurs essentiels de l'action climatique aujourd'hui. Chers participants, chères participantes, je vous souhaite des échanges riches, constructifs et inspirants. Bienvenue à la session de la région 2 du GIYSCC 2026. Ensemble, faisons entendre les voix des communautés, valorisons leurs savoirs et agissons pour une justice climatique inclusive. Je vous remercie. Alors, sur ce, nous allons à présent entrer dans le vif du sujet. Et la première personnalité qui va intervenir, c'est Dr. Ondia, qui est une ancienne et responsable du GIYSCC, qui va à présent, à ma suite, prendre la parole afin de livrer déjà sa part d'intervention pour cette activité qui démarre maintenant pour la région 2. Ondia, je te laisse la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Kofi, pour m'avoir donné la parole. Et c'est un grand honneur pour moi d'être invité et d'être donné cette introduction, remarque. And at the same time, I will switch in English and also in French. Thank you so much for this hard work, Kofi and Julia, for making this GIYSCC 2026 happen. And I will share these introduction remarks with Julia. So I will begin for mine first. So what is GIYSCC for me? So, sorry, hello, do you hear me?
Oui, oui, on t'entend parfaitement.
Allô?
Oui, oui, on t'entend parfaitement. C'est bon.
Ok. Allô?
Oui, on t'entend parfaitement, c'est bon.
My connection is not good, maybe. I'm sorry. So, hello, do you hear me?
Oui, oui, on t'entend parfaitement,
Okay.
Ondia. Continue, oui.
Okay, merci. So, I will switch my intervention in French. Mesdames et messieurs, merci beaucoup pour cette opportunité et aussi de m'avoir donné la parole. Avant même de commencer, je voudrais quand même féliciter les équipes de la région 2, Julia et Kofi et aussi les autres regional leads d'avoir pu arriver à cette séance aujourd'hui, à cet sommet mondial. Je voudrais aussi remercier professeur Paul Berkman d'avoir nous soutenir pendant 3 ans maintenant dans cette initiative. Et en même temps aussi de remercier Topé. C'est elle qui a initié ce programme pendant son programme de mentorat avec INGSA, International Network for Government Science Advice. Il y avait un programme SASTP qui nous a permis de connecter directement avec un des renommés sciences diplomates de renommée internationale, professeur Berkman. Pour moi, GIYSCC, je vais le faire, c'est avec beaucoup d'émotion que je prends la parole aujourd'hui, en fait. Et avant de commencer, je voudrais partager quelque chose qui est très important pour moi. Euh, je vais faire cette intervention en français et également dans ma langue, le malgache. Pourquoi? Parce que pour moi, cela fait partie de l'essence même du GIYSCC. Nous sommes ici dans un sommet mondial. Pourtant, pour être global, nous ne devons pas tous devenir identiques, mais nous ne devons pas tous parler de la même manière, ni penser de la même langue. Donc, le GIYSCC est mondial, justement, parce qu'il permet à nos différences de se rencontrer. Donc, nos langues ne sont pas des obstacles à la conversation mondiale. Elles sont une richesse de cette conversation. Une langue porte une histoire, une manière de voir la terre, une manière de nommer les plantes, les animaux, les saisons et les relations entre les personnes et leur environnement. Donc, les langues, parfois, nous pouvons dire dans notre langue, ne peuvent pas être traduites exactement dans une autre. Alors aujourd'hui, en choisissant de parler français et aussi à la langue malgache, je veux simplement vivre ce que GIYSCC représente pour moi. Avoir le droit d'entrer à une conversation mondiale sans devoir laisser son identité derrière. Donc, quand on me demande qu'est-ce que le Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, je pourrais donner une définition. Je pourrais parler de changement climatique, de jeunesse, de peuples autochtones, de régions du monde, de scission et d'intervenants. Mais aujourd'hui, comme past global lead, je préfère vous dire ce que j'ai compris du GISC en le vivant. Pour moi, GISC n'est pas simplement un sommet, c'est un espace où nous pouvons arriver avec notre science, mais aussi avec notre histoire, avec nos recherches, mais également avec notre culture, avec des données, mais aussi avec des récits, avec une présentation PowerPoint si nous le souhaitons, mais aussi avec une chanson, une danse, une histoire, un témoignage, une cérémonie, une œuvre artistique, une expérience communautaire ou une connaissance transmise par nos parents et nos grands-parents. Je viens moi-même du monde scientifique. Nous connaissons très bien le fonctionnement des symposiums classiques, un programme, une succession de présentations, des titres, des horaires, des résultats scientifiques, des questions et des réponses. Cette forme est importante, mais GIYSCC a choisi quelque chose de différent. Et c'est précisément cela qui lui donne, à mes yeux, sa forme unique. Et aussi, il existe une autre particularité de GIYSCC qui me touche énormément. Lorsque nous parlons de youth, de jeunesse, nous essayons souvent de définir avec un chiffre d'allant de 18 ans à 35 ans. Mais GIYSCC nous rappelle que cette définition n'est pas aussi solide ni aussi simple. Dans notre communauté, nous avons accueilli des participants très jeunes, autour de 7 ans et d'autres beaucoup plus âgés jusqu'à 70 ans. Et pour moi, cela a du sens. Quand nous parlons de peuples autochtones, de savoir, de climat et de transmission, les générations ne devraient pas être séparées par des murs. Nous avons besoin des enfants, des jeunes, des scientifiques, des aînés, de ceux qui portent la mémoire et de ceux qui portent les questions nouvelles. Par exemple, l'année dernière, un moment m'a particulièrement marqué. Une jeune fille d'environ 12 ans a pu entrer en dialogue directement avec un scientifique de renommée mondiale. Dans beaucoup de conférences, cet enfant pourrait être assise au fond de la salle. Elle aurait écouté et entendu. Elle aurait été considérée comme quelqu'un qui doit encore apprendre avant de parler. Au GIYSCC, elle pouvait poser une question. Elle pouvait réfléchir. Elle pouvait dialoguer et le scientifique pouvait l'écouter. Et pour moi, cette image résume énormément de choses. À cet instant, le savoir n'était plus organisé verticalement. Il n'avait pas d'un côté celui qui sait et de l'autre côté celui qui doit simplement recevoir. Il y avait deux êtres humains dans une conversation. Un grand scientifique avec son expérience, en l'occurrence, si je peux le dire, professeur Paul Berkman, et une jeune fille avec sa curiosité, son regard et ses propres questions. Et parfois, c'est peut-être cette jeune fille qui posera la question que nous, même moi, en tant qu'adulte, avons oublié de poser. La jeunesse n'est pas uniquement un âge administratif, donc c'est aussi une capacité à apprendre, à questionner, à transmettre et à imaginer un avenir différent. GIYSCC aussi est au-delà de l'idée académique. C'est aussi pour cela que, en fait, GIYSCC n'est pas un agenda qui doit... c'est pas un agenda tout fait. Donc, bien sûr, nous devons organiser. Nous devons avoir des régions, des horaires et des responsabilités, mais l'âme de GIYSCC ne réside pas dans un agenda rigide, entièrement décidé à l'avance. L'idée est aussi de laisser le dialogue naître, laisser une question soulevée quelque part, trouver une réponse ailleurs, laisser une expérience racontée dans une région, résonner dans une autre. Pendant 24 heures, symboliquement, la conversation voyage autour du monde. Une région commence, puis elle transmet, une autre continue, puis une autre, le soleil avance, et avec lui avance le dialogue. Let the dialogue go around the world. Et puisque je viens de défendre le droit de chacun à parler dans sa langue, je voudrais même vivre ce principe pendant quelques secondes. Ua ny GIYSCC dia tsy fionambe fotsiny. Toerana iray izy ahafahantsika miteny amin'ny feontsika, amin'ny fitenitsika, mitondra ny kolontsaintsika, ny fahalalantsika ary ny taranantsika. Tsy voatery hitovy isika vao afaka miara-miasa. Ny mahasamy hafa antsika mihitsy no mampanankarena ity fionantsika ity, ary ny faniriako dia ny ahatonga ny tanora sy ny vahoaka teratany rehetra ahatsapa fa manana toerana izy ireo eto, manana feo izy ireo ary misy olona miaino azy ireo. En français peut-être, je viens simplement de dire que pour moi, GIYSCC n'est pas simplement une conférence, c'est un espace où nous pouvons parler avec notre propre voix, à notre langue et apporter notre culture, nos connaissances et notre histoire. Sur ce, je passe la parole à Julia et merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné cette opportunité de parler de ce qui a été mes expériences et mes ressentis pendant le GIYSCC, les 3 ans de GIYSCC. Donc, pour terminer, let the dialogue continue, let the dialogue travel, and let every voice find its place in the world. Msojendinji. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, docteur Andia. Merci. Merci pour l'émotion que tu nous as communiquée. Merci pour cette allocution combien de fois poignante et intéressante. À ta suite, j'aimerais dire que nye omo nye okloa afi ndengamo akenle otisu otikplama otikpa oti nandoliende et eyomo ifa nyame ifa lo oase. Alors, ce que je viens de dire, c'est dans ma langue maternelle pour répondre un peu à Ondia, c'est en baoulé. Et j'étais en train de remercier Dr. Ondia pour son intervention intéressante. Pour nos amis anglophones, the language I just spoke is baoulé, which is my mother's tongue, which constitute my identity and which form the basis of what I can offer of the world. Voilà un peu, voilà, donc on s'amuse un peu aussi au GIYS à valoriser nos savoirs traditionnels et empiriques. Alors, sans plus tarder et tergiverser à présent, nous allons suivre notre chronogramme et nous allons à présent laisser la parole à Dr. Erika Case pour faire l'allocution d'ouverture du PDG, qui est le PDG fondateur de Future Off, dont l'apport au GIYS est vraiment remarquable. Docteur Erika Case, êtes-vous présent? Vous m'entendez? Pouvez-vous prendre la parole maintenant, s'il vous plaît?
Thank you, Kofi. Bon matin, bonjour, bonsoir, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whenever, wherever on the earth these words are reaching you. Right now, the sun is rising over some of us and setting over others. It's still many hours away from rising where I am. So I apologize for not being on camera. It is exactly the point of this gathering that for 24 hours today, on the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, this dialogue is circling the planet with the sun, carried from one region to the next in the daylight and each community's own voice. To Kofi, who has just welcomed us into Region 2, thank you, merci. And to Anza Razanamaro, thank you for your introduction and for everything you carried as a global lead of this summit. My name is Erica Key. I am from Future Earth, and it is a real honor to help open these next 8 hours across Africa, Europe, and the Arctic. So let me begin by saying this and what this is and what it is not. This is not a traditional conference. There is no head table. There's no keynote that speaks over everyone else. GIYSCC is described in its own words as a dialogue by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion. Those small words carry enormous weight. By, it's designed and led by young Indigenous people. For, it exists to serve their priorities. And among, it is a conversation between peers across oceans and language families rather than a lecture handed down. Over the next hours, people will speak, sing, dance, lead a workshop, screen a film, tell a story, or just listen. Presentations happen in whatever language feels like home, with interpretation spanning hundreds of tongues. That's not just logistics, that's a whole design, a summit built so that no one has to leave their language, their knowledge, or their community at the door in order to take part. It's worth remembering how something this global began because it began small and it began with young people. The seed was planted in 2022 when Indigenous youth gathered in a circle at the U-Arctic Assembly in Portland, Maine, in collaboration with the Science Advice Mentorship Program run by INGSA Africa. From that circle came an idea with real conviction behind it, that Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy, not consulted at the end, but leading from the front. In August of 2023, that conviction reached the pages of Nature in a comment authored by 9 young leaders, among them Dr. Temitope Sagbanmu, who would become this summit's first global lead. And that same month, the inaugural GIYSCC went live, hosted by the United Nations Institute for Training and Research. In a single day, it welcomed more than 1,300 registrants from over 112 nations in more than 88 languages. What started as a circle of young people had become a circle around the world. What has kept it turning year after year is leadership, and I want to name it because these are the people who built this. In 2023, Dr. Temitope Sagbanmu of Nigeria led the very first summit. In 2024, Dr. Davina Lobine of Mauritius carried it forward. In 2025, Dr. Anza Razanamaro of Madagascar co-led alongside Arnab Chowdhury, a Tharo Indigenous rights leader from Nepal. And this year, in 2026, Dr. Julia Kweko of Ghana leads us. So let's look at that line for a moment. Nigeria, Mauritius, Madagascar, Ghana. A model where leadership doesn't stay in one place. It rotates, it mentors, and it hands the torch forward every single year. And here's something I hope you will hold on to, that later today in this very region, those global leads from 2023 through 2026 will share a stage together. 4 outstanding African women who turned an idea into a movement. If you do nothing else in the next 8 hours, please stay for that. Let me give you a sense of the scale of what these leaders have built. In just 3 years, GIYSCC has grown to reach close to 3,000 registrants from roughly 140 nations, representing hundreds of languages. It has been hosted by UNITAR, then by Future Earth, and in 2025, it added in-person hubs in Finland, in Chicago, in Cape Town. And the virtual dialogue continued to circle the globe. The exact totals shift a little bit depending how you count, but the shape of the story never changes. Every year, more nations. Every year, more languages. And every year, more young people deciding that their knowledge belongs in the global conversation about the future of this planet. And it is those languages that I find the most moving of all. At Future Earth, we look carefully at who makes up this community, and among the registrants, we counted 40 language families and 358 distinct languages. Think about the number of what that actually means. The Niger-Congo family line alone, so present here in Region 2, accounts for more than 120 distinct languages in this community. Each of those languages carries its own way of naming a river, a season, and a responsibility to the land. This is not a statistic. It is a living map of Indigenous knowledge, and it lands in the middle of the UN's International Decade of Indigenous Languages, a decade meant to make sure that the map is never erased. GIYSCC is that decade made audible for 24 hours, once a year. This year, that knowledge gathers around a single theme: Indigenous guardians, land, rights, and knowledge for climate justice. It places Indigenous youth as active guardians of the earth, resting on 3 pillars. The first is land, the stewardship of ecosystems, pastoralist and rangeland knowledge, water and forest guardianship. The second is rights, the self-determination and free, prior, and informed consent, the leadership of Indigenous women, and sovereignty over data and territory. And the third is knowledge, traditional knowledge as innovation, Indigenous languages and storytelling, and the co-design of open participatory mapping tools. So over the next 8 hours, you'll hear all 3 pillars spoken in dozens of accents from dozens of homelands. Now, it'd be easy to think of a summit as a single day that comes and goes. GIYSCC is not that. It is science diplomacy in motion. It takes the knowledge shared here and carries it out into the world. That nature comment I mentioned was only the beginning. Indigenous youth in this network have gone on to author nearly 50 book chapters and are co-editing forthcoming volumes in a Springer series on informed decision-making for sustainability. This community is engaging with global efforts on land degradation and earth observation, and with youth mappers, bringing traditional knowledge with open participatory mapping. And it is carrying Indigenous youth voices into the wider sustainability science and science diplomacy communities. The message is simple and I think radical in the best way. Indigenous knowledge belongs at the table as knowledge in journals and books, in the tools we build, and in the rooms where decisions get made. So let me hand you into the next 8 hours. Region 2 runs until 1600 GMT, and it is rich. You'll hear voices from the land, from the Senegal River Valley to the Masai Mara, on pastoral knowledge, water guardianship, and food sovereignty. You'll hear from INGSA Africa. You'll hear about maps as power and Indigenous women's data sovereignty and customary land rights. And as I promised, you'll hear the global leads themselves all together. I just wanted to say a brief word about why Future Earth stands with this summit, and then I will get out of the way. We support GIYSCC because a movement this important deserves more than a single day. It deserves durable, year-round infrastructure. We believe sustainability science is simply better, truer, and more useful when Indigenous knowledge sits at the table as an equal. And we understand our role clearly. It is to open doors, to share the platform, and then to step back, to amplify, but never to speak over. Which brings me to the young leaders on this call. There's a phrase I keep returning to as I look at this program. The future has ancient roots. So often we're told that that you are the leaders of tomorrow. I want to say something different this morning. On this call and this dialogue, in these 24 hours, you are the leaders today. You already are. Future Earth is honored simply to hold the door. What comes through it, the songs, the stories, the science, the maps, the 358 languages, all of that belongs to you. The next hours are yours. Thank you so much. And I look forward to the next 8 hours with you. So let's begin. Thank you.
Merci, merci docteur, merci infiniment de votre intervention ô combien de fois enrichissante et qui nous ouvre les perspectives de ce sommet et qui nous permet bien entendu de nous inscrire et d'avancer très bien dans notre ordre du jour de ce jour. J'aimerais infiniment vous remercier de votre appui, de l'appui de votre institution à l'organisation et au soutien continuel de ce sommet. Nous allons continuer avec notre programme de ce jour et à présent laisser la parole à Dr. Gerald, qui nous vient du Ghana, qui va nous donner la conférence principale de ce matin, on va dire la conférence inaugurale de ce matin. Il est un expert sur les questions de changement climatique. Il est chercheur en sciences sociales, il est chercheur de renom. Et donc, nous allons maintenant lui laisser la parole pour nous faire la conférence inaugurale. Dr. Gérald, vous m'entendez? Dr. Gérald, are you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, okay.
Okay, because I'm asking because Julia cannot find me. Julia, can you see me now?
Yes, please, I can see you. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Even though I'm in Mali, my French is very limited. So bonsoir, bonjour, and ça va. That's all I can say for now. Yeah, I'm happy to be here, and I think Erica made my life very easy. What I had tabled to talk about, she spoke about everything, but maybe I'll still go on and link it to climate change, climate justice, and so on and so forth. So if you would allow me, Kofi, can I share my screen? Hello?
Please turn on your video. I think you should be able to
Oui.
see your screen.
On vous entend bien. Seulement qu'on ne vous voit pas, votre vidéo.
Oh, this is okay. I hope everybody can see my screen.
Oui, yes.
Great. Makes life very easy. Yeah. So let me put it on the slide mode. Yeah.
Yes.
So great. So thank you for having me. It is deeply fitting that we gather today, the 9th of August, on the UN International Day of the world's indigenous peoples, to talk about socially just climate and mitigation in developing South. That is what I would like to discuss today. For the next 50 minutes, I want to make an argument that should not be controversial, but too often it is, that the people who have protected the lands for generations are not bystanders to the climate crisis. They are not passive agents to the climate crisis. They are its answer. They are the answer to the climate crisis. For the sake of time, I would skip this slide, but this is how the conversation would move. I want to open with a question I have carried through 2 decades of field work on land degradation and climate governance. If the world is finally serious about saving the climate, why does every serious solution seem to come at the expense of the people who have protected the land all this while, all this long? That has been my question. I have sat in village councils in the Sahel, in West Africa, in Central Africa, and rigorous ecological knowledge get waved away as anecdotes, while the same knowledge launched through a university department or a research institution becomes evidence. Today belongs to indigenous people, not as a symbolic gesture, but as a statement of fact. They have existed. They have existed. Yeah, I just got, let me see if I can put on my video. I am in somewhere in Mali, and the internet connection is not very strong. That's why I have not put on my video, but let me try to put the video on. Please, can you see me?
Yes.
Hello?
Wait.
You can see me?
Yes, yes, yes.
You can see me now? Me as Gerald in person. Hello, Coffee, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
We,
Oh, all
yes,
right, then let
yes.
me proceed. Let me proceed.
Yeah.
Let me proceed. So as I said, today belongs to indigenous people, not as symbolic gestures, but as statement of facts. They have existed, resisted, and endured. They are still here, still speaking, still protecting what the rest of us are only now learning we cannot live without. Let me give you 4 numbers, because in my field of work, we live and die by data as a researcher. And this data should enrage you, should encourage you. Now, 80% of the Earth's remaining biodiversity lives on indigenous managed lands, and yet indigenous communities are responsible for only about 5% of global emissions, the smallest contribution to a crisis they did not create. Despite that, communities across the developing South face 3 to 4 times the climate vulnerability of wealthier regions or areas. And of the trillions mobilized in climate finance, less than 2% actually reaches the frontline communities during protecting. Sit with the gap. The people safeguarding 4/5 of the planet's biodiversity receive less than a 50th of the money meant to protect it. The developing South is not a footnote in this story. It is the center of it. And what is owed here is not charity. It is a debt of justice long overdue. Now, so where is the disconnect? It is structural. In my context, in my perspective, it is structural. When the world gathers to negotiate the climate, let's say at the COP summits, the World Bank, and so on and so forth, the people who have actually protected the land are more often than not left outside the room. Frontline communities end up negotiating their own survival from the margins when they are invited at all. Climate finance gets designed in corridors far from the communities it claims to serve, and indigenous land keeps becoming the site of so-called green solutions. Nobody living there was ever asked to consent to it. Hold 2 questions in your mind for the rest of this conversation, whose knowledge gets treated as anecdote rather than evidence, and whose land gets used without consent. Until those questions are answered honestly, we don't have a climate solution. We have an old pattern, a new coat of paint. That old pattern has a name. That old pattern has a name. And I think, I don't want to be controversial, as I have said, but I think I have to say this. I think we owe it to ourselves to say it plainly, green colonialism. The packaging is green, the logic is colonial. The outcome is the same as it has been always. We see it under the banner of conversation when carbon credit projects evict farmers from forest land their families have cultivated for generations. We see it under the banner of clean energy when wind farms go up on sacred territory without the community's consent. And we see it under the banner of research when the indigenous ecological knowledge gathered over centuries gets documented without permission and published under someone else's name. Let me be direct. A net zero target that requires indigenous land dispossession is not a climate solution. It is the original colonial wound wearing a new costume. So what does a different architecture actually look like? I want to offer 4 non-negotiable pillars drawn from the social science literature and from what communities themselves have told researchers like myself. First, land sovereignty is non-negotiable. Every solution begins with secure indigenous tenure and genuine, free, prior, and informed consent, including the right to say no, respected absolutely. Second, traditional knowledge is science, and we all know centuries of tested understanding deserve equal standing with Western science in our models, policy, and funding. Thirdly, benefits must flow back. If a forest on indigenous land is storing carbon, the revenue belongs to the community protecting it, not a distant intermediary. And finally, the fourth, governance is not decoration. Indigenous youth must co-design, co-govern, co-lead the policies, projects, finance, and metrics we use to judge success. That is the difference between tokenism and transformation. Let's dwell on that second pillar for the moment, because it is the one I get pushback on most often in academic settings. Traditional knowledge, traditional ecological knowledge. Traditional ecological knowledge is not mythology, and it is not folklore. It is centuries of accumulated, tested, and refined understanding of how ecosystems function, how climates shift, how species interact, validated through generations of consequence. The IPCC has now formally acknowledged indigenous and local knowledge systems in an assessment reports. Peer-reviewed research consistently show indigenous-led land management outperforming externally imposed conservation and on biodiversity, carbon, and long-term resilience. Institutions need to build this knowledge into their models, policy frameworks, and funding criteria. I want to add one honest caveat here, because intellectual honesty matters more than a clean narrative. Let's not dwell too much on clean narratives. Not every traditional practice remains well suited to the conditions communities face today. Rainfall patterns, migratory routes, fire regimes that certain practices were calibrated to are shifting faster than any generation has had to navigate before. I want to be precise about what that does and doesn't mean. I acknowledge, or a knowledge system revising itself in light of new evidence is doing exactly what a rigorous knowledge system should do. That strengthens the case that traditional ecological knowledge, deserves to be treated as a science. It does not underrate it. Western science revises its models consistently or constantly. We don't call that a refutation of science. So where change is genuinely needed, the answer is co-produced adaptation. Now, to talk about free prior informed consent, this brings me to a mechanism that should already be standard practice everywhere, but it isn't. Free prior informed consent. Free means consent given without coercion. And I want to underline that last part. Hello? Am I still online? Hello?
Yes, you
Yes,
are
yes,
online.
yes, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. I thought I was talking to myself. Yeah, as I said, I want to underline that last part, because FPIC, free prior informed consent, too often gets treated as a box to tick or just to check on the way to predetermined outcome. It is not a process to manage. It is a right to be honored. And the no must be respected absolutely. Now, what is already working? I have some few slides. I'll just wind up. What is already working? Now, I don't want to leave you with the impression that this is all theory or grievance. It isn't. The solutions are not hypothetical. They are documented, measured, and working as we are discussing today. In the Amazon, indigenous governed territories show deforestation rates 5 to 10 times lower than surrounding land. In West Africa, farmer-led agroforestry, which I have particularly worked on in West and Central Africa, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, Ghana, Nigeria, Mali, Niger, there is evidence to show that farmer-led agroforestry is working. Across every one of these cases, indigenous-led stewardship outperforms external conservation on the metrics we claim to care about the most. The honest question is not whether indigenous-led solutions work, it's whether our institutions have the courage to fund them and to get out of the way. Now, what's the demand? This brings me to what we are actually asking for. And I want to frame these as demands, not requests, because requests can be politely denied or declined. First, make free, prior, informed consent legally binding, enforceable in every finance instrument and carbon market transaction with real legal consequence. Second, direct at least 20% of climate finance straight to indigenous and locally led organizations, not absorbed by intermediaries. Third, real seats and real votes for indigenous youth at COP, in IPCC working groups, and in every multilateral body, not observer badges. Fourth, adopt the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into domestic law in every signatory state with independent, enforceable monitoring institutions. Fifth, treat traditional knowledge as sovereign property. And of course, we need to fund traditional ecological knowledge archives that belong to the communities themselves and end open access extraction without consent. The sixth, establish real liability for green colonialism. A green label is not immunity from accountability. If there are indigenous youth listening to this, in this room or anywhere in the world, I want to speak directly to you for a moment. The knowledge you carry is not less than what any university confers. It is different kind of rigor, and the world needs it urgently right now. Document what your elders know, record the ecological indicators, map the territories, archive the seed and water knowledge, and make it yours, formally and legally. Build across borders, a global network of indigenous youth sharing strategy, legal tools, and media across every continent. This summit is one thread of that fabric. Use every legal tool available. Indigenous-led climate litigation is winning the courtrooms worldwide right now. And run for office, sit in parliament, lead municipalities, head environmental ministries, transform these systems from inside them. The world does not need saviors from outside. It needs guardians from within, and that is who you have always been. The land remembers everything we have. The land remembers everything we have done to it and everything we have done for it. The question climate justice asks is which memory we choose to build. The world does not need saviors, as I said earlier, from outside. It needs guardians from within. Thank you. Back to you, Kofi.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci. Thank you, Dr. Gerard. Merci pour votre brillante présentation qui nous a permis d'aborder quelques aspects et de comprendre quelques aspects du volet lié au volet social du changement climatique et bien entendu sous l'angle des sciences sociales que nous affectionnons tous. Alors, à présent, je voudrais vous dire merci Merci à tous pour cette cérémonie d'ouverture, cette cérémonie introductive que j'ai eu l'honneur de modérer. Je ne quitte pas la réunion. Nous allons nous retrouver plus tard. Je vais à nouveau intervenir. Mais pour l'heure, je vais laisser la parole à Clovis, qui est un jeune très engagé, qui va modérer par la suite les différentes présentations qui vont se faire dans la suite. I would like to thank you for this introductory ceremony, which I had the pleasure of moderating. I'm not leaving this meeting. I will meet again later. For now, I'll hand the floor over to Clovis, who will now lead an open discussion with the next presenters. Clovis, tu m'entends? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
OK, tu as la parole.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci, Monsieur Kofi. Bonjour à tout le monde. Bonsoir. Bon après-midi. Ça dépend de là où vous nous rejoignez. I'm saying thank you very much to everyone and welcome to this amazing event. And thank you very much, Monsieur Kofi, pour l'introduction que vous avez faite vraiment globalement. Nos présentateurs nous ont donné une fondation solide pour mener la conversation d'aujourd'hui. Nous savons tous que c'est un événement vraiment intéressant, pas seulement pour le monde, mais spécialement pour les jeunes. Parce que comme le nom l'indique, on parle de Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Pour nos francophones, nous parlons du sommet mondial des jeunes autochtones sur le changement climatique. Donc, c'est un événement vraiment qui nous concerne tous, qui concerne toute la jeunesse, mais aussi qui nous appelle à prendre des actions considérables et des actions dignes pour sauvegarder la planète. Et comme cet événement a été choisi avec un thème particulier, un thème qui nous rappelle que nous avons des droits, des devoirs sur la Terre. C'est pourquoi on a dit Indigenous Guardian, Land, Rights and Knowledge for Climate Justice. Vous imaginez déjà que c'est un thème qui nous appelle tous à la conscience globale, qui nous amène à vraiment prendre nos responsabilités. Donc, les gardiens autochtones, terre, droit et savoir au service de la justice climatique. Donc, c'est vraiment très important. Et comme l'a bien dit M. Kofi, je serai vraiment à l'honneur pour modérer les différentes présentations que nous allons avoir. Et peut-être avant d'aller là-bas, j'aimerais donner une petite présentation de moi-même. Je suis un jeune leader, un jeune engagé. La planète, spécialement aussi pour la faune. Nous sommes là pour avoir une conversation entre jeunes, entre leaders engagés au monde. Je suis africain, congolais. J'aime toujours me définir par mon appartenance africaine, mais je suis congolais de la République démocratique du Congo et je vous rejoins de l'Est de la République du Congo, donc à Goma. Donc, sans plus tarder, comme l'a bien dit M. Kofi, je suis là pour mener ou bien pour modérer les différentes présentations. Donc, alors que nous poursuivons nos échanges autour du thème que j'ai déjà présenté, nous allons maintenant nous intéresser à l'un des éléments fondamentaux de cette réflexion. Nous allons parler de la Terre. La Terre n'est pas simplement une ressource. Nous allons la considérer comme elle est aussi une ressource d'identité, de savoir, de moyens de résilience pour de nombreuses communautés autochtones. Donc, c'est ça vraiment le principe des différentes présentations que nous allons avoir. Donc, les présentations que nous allons découvrir vont nous amener dans différents contextes africains, de la Côte d'Ivoire au Sénégal, en passant par le Kenya et le Mali. Bien que ces expériences soient différentes, ça c'est sûr, parce que nous voulons vraiment avoir cette diversité d'opinions, cette diversité d'avis, elles soulèvent toute une question importante. Comment les communautés peuvent-elles protéger leurs terres leurs moyens de substance et leur savoir tout en faisant face aux défis environnementaux et climatiques croissants. Donc ça, c'est vraiment une idée que nous devons tous avoir. C'est une idée globale que nous devons tous avoir et en préparant à poursuivre les différentes présentations. Les contributions que nous allons entendre nous rappellent également que les savoirs autochtones et locaux ne sont pas simplement des savoirs du passé. Donc on ne doit pas considérer que ce qui se réfère à l'autochtone réfère directement. Ils constituent une ressource vivante qui peuvent contribuer à construire des solutions pour le présent, mais certainement aussi pour l'avenir. Les voies que nous allons attendre aujourd'hui montrent comment les communautés créent, adaptent et protègent déjà des solutions à partir des réalités locales. Parce que bien sûr, nous parlons des autochtones, mais nous parlons nécessairement des réalités locales. Et c'est dans cette perspective que nous allons commencer notre dialogue en explorant les liens entre l'exploitation minière, les terres et la sécurité alimentaire en Côte d'Ivoire. Et j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer ou bien de présenter à Yao Yao Jules, qui va nous présenter son travail sur l'exploitation minière et la sécurité alimentaire à Bondoku, avec un accent particulier sur la localité de Similim. Si il est là avec nous, je vous prie de l'accueillir certainement avec nos applaudissements. S'il est avec nous,
Je ne le vois pas en ligne. Je cherche dans la liste des participants. Je ne le vois pas en ligne.
oh,
Je ne le vois pas en ligne. Je ne le vois pas en ligne. Je ne le
malheureusement,
vois
c'est
pas.
lui.
Je ne le vois pas en
Donc,
ligne. Donc, on va certainement demander si le suivant est prêt, est présent. On va certainement faire ainsi et peut-être si on a l'occasion de nous rattraper plus tard.
oui, si oui, nous avons la deuxième personne qui va présenter, c'est Dr Abibatou Elle vient du Sénégal, elle va nous parler des racines d'eau, les femmes gardiennes du Senfa face au climat, savoir autochtone et résilience dans les vallées du fleuve Sénégal. Donc, c'est vraiment aussi un thème vraiment très important, un sujet très important. Pour nos amis anglophones, je vais essayer un peu de traduire les titres. Donc, c'est Water Roots, Woman as Guardian of Yafa in Face of Climate Change, Indigenous Knowledge and Resilience in Senegal River Valley. Donc, nous avons le plaisir d'accueillir le docteur Abibatou. Donc, Abibatou, vous avez la parole et nous sommes tous à votre temps et apprendre de votre... S'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonjour Clovis, bonjour à tous, bonjour Dr Kofi. Donc, c'est un réel plaisir de participer à ce sommet mondial, donc sur la journée autochtone, voilà, des autochtones, dans le cadre du changement climatique. Donc, vous me permettrez d'adresser mes remerciements et mes félicitations à la lead globale, Dr Jolia, mais ainsi que l'équipe coordonnatrice, Monsieur Paul, derrière Stéphane et tous les leaders des dernières années. Je pense à Onza et d'autres, Lobina, etc. Et à la directrice également du Future Earth qui est passée avant nous, Dr Erika Kay. Donc, c'est tout un plaisir de participer pour la deuxième fois à ce sommet mondial. Et donc, sans plus tarder, nous allons passer à la présentation. Et comme Clovis l'a dit, si vous me permettez, peut-être Clovis me présenter. Donc, je suis Abibatou Bandafal, je suis originaire du Sénégal. Donc, et je suis spécifiquement basée à Saint-Louis, où nous menons des activités dans le cadre de l'environnement à travers notre organisation, Association pour la recherche, action, développement et environnement au Sahel, donc qui œuvre pour des activités d'adaptation et de lutte contre le changement climatique sur l'entrepreneuriat vert également, l'accompagnement des jeunes et des femmes dans ce secteur, mais également dans le secteur de l'éducation, de la recherche et de l'innovation. Donc, c'est un peu nos thématiques, les activités que nous menons, et c'est dans ce cadre-là que nous avons pu échanger et collaborer avec les femmes de Débitiguet que j'ai l'honneur de présenter aujourd'hui, donc qui sont basées au niveau de ce village dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal. Et donc, dans cette vallée du fleuve Sénégal, ces femmes sont sont éparpillées plutôt, leur localisation ou leur base sont dispersées autour un peu du parc, donc qui fait l'objet central de leur collaboration. Et donc, les femmes, comme je l'ai dit, gardiennes du Ninfae, Ninfae veut dire nénuphar en français, et donc c'est le nom scientifique. Au niveau du Sénégal, dans la vallée, les espèces que nous avons trouvées, c'est le Ninfae lotus et le Ninfae micrantha. Donc, ce sont les deux types d'espèces que nous avons pu travailler, que nous avons pu étudier, chercher, et c'est dans cette perspective-là que nous allons présenter leur travail, leur savoir-faire local et ce que les femmes mènent au niveau, au plan environnemental, au niveau local. Donc, je pense que j'ai déjà un peu fait la présentation de Arades. Donc, je vais directement passer au thème. Donc, là, ce que vous voyez, c'est le nénuphar et vous voyez une dame qui est en train de récolter. Et c'est spécifiquement cela. Donc, c'est une plante aquatique que l'on trouve tout comme le tifa, tout comme les jacinthes d'eau et d'autres plantes aquatiques que vous trouvez. Et donc, ce qui permet, par exemple, la prolifération de cette plante-là, c'est le barrage d'Aïdiama qui a été implanté au niveau de la vallée et qui, malheureusement, parce qu'il fallait permettre plus d'eau douce, participer à l'agriculture, permettre, etc., une meilleure, comme on appelle, exploration, exploitation de la zone en termes de ressources, aussi bien pour les pêcheurs, les agriculteurs que les femmes. Et ce nénuphar est un produit ancestral. Bien avant le riz, ici, localement, nous avons ce qu'on appelle, on le dit en Wolof, on le dit il y a Nyanch, il y a beaucoup de surnoms en Peul, en Wolof, etc. Et au niveau local, on dit Nyanch. On peut dire aussi en termes de bouillie et d'autres, des appellations que nous utilisons localement. Et c'est bien ancestral. Bien avant le riz, nous ne connaissions pas le riz avant la colonisation. Donc, je suis originaire de cette zone-là. Donc, c'est avec la colonisation que le riz a été importé en quelque sorte. Le riz a été montré aux agriculteurs et ils ont commencé à comment on appelle, défriger un peu la vallée, commencer à faire la culture de ce riz-là et commencer à exploiter la zone en masse. C'est comme ça que le riz a été introduit. Mais nous ne connaissions pas avant le riz. Le produit que nous connaissions, c'est le nénuphar. Donc, en termes de description botanique, vous le voyez de manière beaucoup plus claire ici. Nous avons les racines, les rhizomes. Les rhizomes, c'est des formes de patates. Donc, on peut l'utiliser comme bouillie et autres. Et c'est comme un peu les patates. Voilà, c'est comme la patate. Vous avez la feuille en haut et la fleur que vous avez en haut également, qui est très prisée, par exemple, par les abeilles et beaucoup d'insectes. Et beaucoup également, excusez-moi, beaucoup d'espèces. Voilà. Et c'est aussi une plante qui est aimée aussi par les oiseaux, par tout ce qui passe. Voilà, c'est aussi consommé par l'homme que par aussi les animaux. Et c'est très prisé. Donc, on peut aussi le manger de manière crue, mais également de manière cuite, donc avec les deux façons. En termes de description, voilà un peu le nénuphar. Donc, je parlais tout à l'heure de la vallée. Donc, voici sur la carte la zone que vous voyez beaucoup plus claire sur la carte du Sénégal et un peu vers la Mauritanie, le Mali et la Guinée, parce que le bassin du fleuve Sénégal est partagé par ces 4 zones, plutôt gérées par ce qu'on appelle l'OMVS, l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal. Et donc, en haut, vous pouvez voir un peu ce que ça donne en termes de représentation, d'image. comment est perçue la vallée du fleuve Sénégal. Et un peu plus vers le nord à Saint-Louis, ce qu'on a dans la commune de Diama, c'est là où la plante est beaucoup plus exploitée par ces femmes-là. Et comme je le disais tout à l'heure, elles sont 380 femmes dans cet village. De manière beaucoup plus claire sur la carte, vous pouvez voir un peu la représentation avec le delta, la vallée, le haut bassin. Et donc, ces zones-là qui sont partagées aussi par l'OMVS, au niveau du delta, là où se situe, où moi je me situe, voilà, c'est-à-dire la première partie, là où est mon curseur, c'est là où nous avons un peu plus le nénuphar en tant que tel, Jakar en Wolof. Donc, en termes de description, ou voilà, en termes, voilà un peu les femmes, voilà, qui transforment le nénuphar. Je suis là au milieu avec elles. Donc, c'est un groupement d'intérêt économique de femmes, donc on appelle l'association des femmes des villages périphériques du parc de Djoudj. C'est comme ça que leur GIE est intitulé, et donc qui a été créé en 2020, qui est composé de 380 femmes, comme je le disais, dans les 7 villages. Donc, parmi les villages, nous avons Déby, où il y a 100 membres, Tiguet, 100 membres, Djadjem 1, Djadjem 2, Djadjem 3, Djadjem, et il y a aussi Rhône, Fararat. Donc, ce sont les 7 qui forment un peu ce groupe-là. Et chaque village est représenté par une présidente localement, et donc c'est une fédération de femmes avec la présidente principale qui est Yacine Diopfal, qui est là à côté de la dame en t-shirt. Donc, en termes de description, et en haut sur l'image, vous voyez un peu comment la plante est éparpillée. En termes de récolte, c'est comme ça que ça se passe. Donc, les femmes, malheureusement, ne sont pas assez équipées, et elles le font pendant très, très longtemps. Donc, ça dit que jusqu'à présent, même après la venue du riz, qui est venu concurrencer le nénuphar, elles continuent de récolter de manière très, comme on appelle, avec moins d'équipement, de manière très rudimentaire, voilà, et avec des conditions très dures, parce qu'elles sont tout le temps dans l'eau, bien que le bassin n'est pas assez profond, c'est aux environs de 5 mètres de profondeur, voilà, si je ne me trompe pas. Mais malheureusement, elles rentrent non équipées, elles mettent juste des produits comme le karité et autres, avec un peu d'équipement à la base, et elles font la cueillette avec tous les risques à l'intérieur. Et c'est pour cela que j'ai trouvé important de présenter aujourd'hui cette thématique-là, de montrer ce que les femmes continuent de faire, à garder ce savoir ancestral. Malheureusement, il y a eu d'autres produits de substances qui sont venus un peu concurrencer ce produit ancestral, et malheureusement, il n'y a pas eu une très forte valorisation, une promotion de ce produit, d'où l'intérêt de la présentation d'aujourd'hui. Et en termes de mode de consommation, là, vous avez les nénuphars récoltés, par exemple, avec le monsieur que vous avez vu en bas. Voilà, quand vous l'ouvrez, vous avez plusieurs couleurs, ça dépend. Vous pouvez retrouver une couleur blanche, vous pouvez retrouver une couleur rougeâtre, mais ça ne fait rien. Ça ne veut pas dire que c'est des nénuphars différents. La seule différence se retrouve, par exemple, dans le type que vous avez, que vous soit le Ninfae lotus ou le Ninfae micrantan. Donc, l'un est utilisé pour faire du couscous, pour faire de la bouillie, pour faire un peu des galettes, pour faire des gâteaux, etc. Et l'autre est utilisé un peu plus pour faire du riz, comme vous l'avez sur les photos, et pour faire un peu des plats, voilà, les plats, les grands plats pour les maisons. Donc, pour les graines, on peut les consommer crues, bouillies ou transformées en farine. Elles ont une valeur énergétique comparable au riz et au mil, en offrant 350 à 375 kilocalories pour 100 grammes. Il y a les rhizomes qui sont sous forme de patates, donc qui sont consommés aussi crus, bouillis ou transformés en farine. Il y a les tiges et les fruits qui sont préparés en salade ou intégrés dans des plats traditionnels, mais il y a également les fruits et les fleurs qui sont utilisés en cosmétique comme l'huile ou le savon. Et nous avons eu la belle expérience, par exemple, de mener des recherches sur le produit cosmétique, c'est-à-dire le savon et l'huile, et nous avons formé les femmes sur comment le faire en collaboration avec l'Université Gaston Berger de Saint-Louis, donc avec le département santé, où nous avons pu produire du savon à base de nénuphar, mais également de l'huile à base de nénuphar. Donc, en termes de recommandations ou de call to action, et ça c'est mon dernier slide, nous invitons les autorités, voilà, nous invitons la communauté, nous invitons les jeunes, les femmes, nous invitons les parties prenantes, les acteurs locaux. Nous invitons également les bailleurs, les investisseurs, les grandes organisations comme Future Earth et d'autres. Donc, à promouvoir et financer le développement local durable par des projets basés sur les ressources naturelles locales et financer des initiatives de valorisation du nénuphar portées par les femmes. En deux, instaurer un cadre de partenariat agile avec les partenaires techniques et financiers pour mobiliser rapidement les ressources d'un programme commun. Équiper et former les femmes pour la transformation en les appuyant dans la création d'une unité de transformation polyvalente pour le GIE, le groupement d'intérêt économique des femmes des villages périphériques du parc de Djoudj, et organiser des formations en valorisation du nénuphar, notamment en pâtisserie. C'est une demande, voilà. Et renforcer la collaboration en quatre avec les acteurs de terrain en consolidant les synergies avec les collectivités, associations et autres acteurs locaux impliqués. En 5, sécuriser l'accès et le stockage des plantes en prenant en compte les contraintes d'accessibilité des zones de récolte et en mettant en place des solutions de stockage adaptées. En 6, intégrer un volet communication et sensibilisation. Développer une stratégie de communication avec un budget estimatif pour former et mobiliser les communautés autour de la valorisation du nénuphar. En 7, équiper et diversifier les méthodes de contrôle, fournir aux femmes du matériel adapté et combiner son usage avec d'autres méthodes de gestion des plantes aquatiques. Et en 8, intégrer la santé et accompagner la recherche, c'est-à-dire prendre en compte la dimension sanitaire dans la chaîne de valeur, comme je l'ai expliqué tout à l'heure, et accompagner des structures comme ARADES dans les projets de recherche et l'implémentation de l'unité de valorisation du nénuphar pour les femmes et pour la promotion également de cette valorisation. Donc, Clovis, je suis
Oui,
à la
docteur.
fin. En termes de conclusion, je voudrais dire que ce serait vraiment une aubaine d'appuyer les femmes des 7 villages périphériques de Djoudj qui se sont regroupées en GIE pour promouvoir les ressources locales. Donc, ce présent appel ou projet permettra une création d'emplois durables pour les femmes et les jeunes de la région de Saint-Louis. Elle a aussi pour but de valoriser les plantes aquatiques pour permettre la navigabilité, l'écoulement. N'oubliez pas que c'est des plantes aquatiques, ça dit qui gênent la navigabilité et qui gênent beaucoup de choses, qui créent de l'eutrophisation, c'est-à-dire le manque d'oxygène de cette eau, donc qui tue aussi les espèces. Bien qu'elle n'est pas une plante qui menace, comme le tifa et d'autres, c'est une plante qui est plutôt consommée. Il faudrait toujours réguler dans l'écosystème et donc permettre de l'écoulement rapide des cours d'eau et aussi une sécurité alimentaire. Donc, notre contact est ici. Donc, nous sommes une experte en stratégie d'éco-développement au Sahel et avec un accent particulier sur la biomasse, d'où l'intérêt également de ce. Et vous voyez de l'autre côté les 2 sachets et les nénuphars récoltés de manière crue. Et là, ce sont les sachets transformés que les femmes commencent à vendre, à promouvoir grâce à beaucoup de bailleurs aussi, il faut le dire, mais c'est toujours très limité. Localement, vous les verrez dans des conditions préliminaires et cela nécessite un grand accompagnement, d'où l'implantation de cette unité de transformation qui serait vraiment une aubaine pour elle. Voilà, donc je vous remercie, Arades vous remercie.
Merci énormément, docteur, pour votre présentation. Bien avant de vous laisser partir, mais de vous demander de rester sur l'appel pour une conversation après les présentations des autres membres qui sont disponibles. J'aimerais faire une petite traduction en anglais pour nos collègues anglophones qui sont sur l'appel. So, Dr. Bibatu was talking about a plant like it's called nympha. That's the scientific name of it. But we can actually refer to it as the water nile or water Nile for how we prefer to refer to it. So she was referring to how young or women, indigenous women in Senegal, actually work to get them ready and to get the final product out of that particular plant. So she referred to all the different techniques that they use to cultivate and also to produce the final product of it. And in short, she also uh, called for support for those indigenous women who actually have come together to create a sort of uh, community where they are all going together to protect their plants and also create the final value out of it. So she also presented the different products at the end, like the final slide that she was sharing, like trying to show exactly the different product that we can get out of the nymph. So the indigenous women are currently doing it without proper materials because they do it with their bare hands. They go into the water to try to get the plant because it's actually more into the water, not on the ground. So she once again was giving us all the entire process that those women go through when they are trying to get the final product out of it. So we're going to have some questions at the end, but for now, we're going to ask Dr. Abibato to stay with us on the call because we're going to have questions from the audience. And we are going to move to our next presenter. Nous allons maintenant aller avec notre prochain présentateur. Nous pensons que Yao Yao Joule est déjà avec nous sur le call. Donc, c'est lui qui va nous donner la présentation sur l'exploitation minière. Donc, on a parlé de mine and food security in Bontoku, Côte d'Ivoire from 2000 and 2008, the case study of the locality of Missemini, ou bien l'exploitation minière et sécurité alimentaire à Bontoku en Côte d'Ivoire de 2000 à 2018, les camps de la localité de Sémilé. Donc, nous accueillons à Monsieur Yao Yao Gilles. Vous êtes la bienvenue pour nous donner la présentation et après nous allons continuer avec. Voilà. Si vous êtes déjà prêt, vous pouvez certainement prendre la parole. Fermé.
Hello, Yao.
Jules, tu es en ligne, tu m'entends?
Yeah, Yao, it's your turn.
Tu peux ouvrir ton micro. Clovis, je pense que si ça ne va pas, on va continuer. Je vais le contacter inbox et l'aider à
Oui.
régler le problème.
Oui, donc ça sera vraiment très, très, très important.
Allô, vous
Donc,
m'entendez?
sans tarder. Oui, là, nous vous entendons, mais il y a une sorte d'écho. Si vous utilisez des appareils, veuillez au moins. OK. Monsieur Yao, vous êtes là?
Hello, Yao.
Okay, he has started sharing his screen, so that means
Okay.
he's on the call now.
Yeah, his voice is far away.
Yeah, he's far away and the echoes that are coming through. Nous allons lui donner quelques minutes au moment où il est en train de régler les petits problèmes techniques.
C'est ça.
Oui. Nous voyons qu'il est en train d'essayer de partager les slides de présentation. Nous lui donnons juste quelques minutes et après, nous pourrons aussi garder notre attention pour lui et aussi suivre sa présentation. Je rappelle encore une fois euh, bien le titre de sa présentation. Ça sera de- sur l'exploitation minière. On a parlé de Mine and Food Security to 2008, the case of locality of Missimili, ou bien l'exploitation minière et la sécurité alimentaire à Bontokou, en Côte d'Ivoire, de 2000 à 2018, le cas de la localité de Similimi. Donc, euh, CAO, vous avez la parole, nous sommes là pour vous écouter. Nous avons du mal à vous suivre parce que votre voix est vraiment très loin de votre microphone si vous êtes en train de parler. Nous
T'entends de
voyons
très très
l'écran,
loin.
mais votre voix est vraiment très très loin de votre microphone. Oui, monsieur Yao, nous vous entendons, mais vraiment votre voix est très très loin. Nous avons du mal à vous suivre. Je ne sais pas pour les autres, mais moi je vous entends vraiment de très loin.
Effectivement, on l'entend de très loin.
Oui.
Are we able to move to the next speaker as he tries to fix his technical issues, please?
Yes, Dr. Julia, I'm going to suggest that so that we go to the next and he's going to come after.
Yeah.
Monsieur Yao, si vous pouvez nous permettre, vous pouvez d'abord régler les petits problèmes techniques, surtout côté de la voix, parce que nous sommes déjà à mesure de voir votre écran. Si vous pouvez d'abord régler les problèmes de microphone et nous allons revenir à vous.
Hello, Clovis. Clovis.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, kindly tell him to
Yes,
share
Dr. Julia.
slides with Kofi or yourself so that after the next presentation, you will try sharing his slides as he tries to join. Okay.
Yes.
For a backup. Okay. So you may call the next
Yes, please.
speaker as he tries to fix it.
Yes.
Docteur Jules, est-ce
Yes, madam.
que tu peux arrêter le
Yes.
partage le temps de régler le problème technique et on te reviendra. Docteur
Ok,
Jules, tu m'entends?
il a déjà fait.
Voilà, ok, c'est bon.
Oui, Dr. Kofi, vous pouvez lui demander de vous envoyer ces slides. Comme ça, lorsqu'il sera à son tour, vous pouvez peut-être les partager pour lui et voir comment il va aussi régler les problèmes de microphone, parce que c'est là où il y a un petit problème.
C'est ça, je vais régler ça. Je vais régler ça en inbox. On peut avancer, je vais régler ça en inbox.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Mhm.
Merci beaucoup. Nous disons vraiment désolé pour ces désagréments techniques, mais sans tarder, nous allons directement aller à notre prochaine présentation. Nous allons parler de l'enclos à l'épreuve des prédateurs à l'élevage traditionnel, réduire les conflits entre l'homme et la faune sauvage dans les Masai Mara. Donc, nous avons le plaisir d'accueillir Ryan Kaik James. J'espère avoir bien prononcé le nom. Uh, is going to talk about the enclosure or the mercy of predator and traditional livestock farming, reducing human-wildlife conflicts in Masai Mara. Donc, vous avez la parole, Monsieur James. Vous pouvez aussi partager votre slide ou bien vos slides de présentation si vous êtes déjà avec nous. Euh, Dr. Kofi, il me semble que M. James n'est pas aussi avec nous.
Oui, c'est ce que je suis en train de remarquer.
Oui.
Je suis en train de remarquer cela aussi, séance tenante. Monsieur James n'est pas en ligne.
Donc,
Bon, je lui envoie un mail aussi, rapidement, pour voir un peu où est-ce qu'il en est.
oui, merci beaucoup.
Mhm. Peut-être faudra annoncer le suivant pour gagner en temps.
Oui, les suivants, normalement, nous devons aussi avoir Fatiane Traoré du Mali, mais il me semble que la personne aussi n'est pas avec nous sur l'école. Peut-être nous pouvons encore une fois regarder avec Dr. Gilles s'il est déjà prêt avec la partie technique. Comme ça, nous pouvons directement aller avec lui parce que lui, il est déjà avec nous en attendant que les deux autres nous rejoignent.
C'est ça.
Oui. So I was saying our next two presentators are not on the call yet. Go back to Dr. Yao so that we are going to try to see if he has been able to fix the technical issue, and after that, he's going to give us his presentation while we are waiting for the two other speakers. Docteur Gilles, vous êtes avec nous? Docteur Gilles, vous nous entendez? So we are still struggling to reach out to Dr. Gilles, but give me some.
J'ai contacté Jules, je l'ai contacté en privé, il est en train de m'envoyer sa présentation.
Oui.
Aussi, je suis en train d'envoyer un mail à l'autre intervenant parce que je ne le vois pas en ligne.
Ou bien peut-être si, pour aussi question de temps, si nous pouvons revenir un peu à la présentation de Dr. Abibato. Elle nous a parlé de la pratique des femmes autochtones dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal, où elle se donne la peine de faire la culture des nymphae. Donc, ou bien des nénuphars, c'est le nom nymphae, c'est beaucoup plus le nom scientifiquement connu, donc c'est le nom universel. Et elle nous a parlé des racines d'eau, les femmes gardiennes des nymphae face au climat, savoir autochtone et résilience dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal. Euh, donc, comme je disais, elle nous a parlé de la façon dont les femmes autochtones se donnent la peine de faire la culture des nymphae, à tous les défis auxquels elles font face, mais aussi elle a fait un appel à, à un soutien aux femmes indigènes ou bien aux femmes autochtones qui se donnent la peine de préserver cette richesse de la nature dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal. So I was trying to go back to Dr. Bibato's presentation, she was talking about how the indigenous women make the like operate in the agriculture or the production or the nymphae in the Senegal River Valley, where they try to do with the means that they have because they don't have any particular, we can say, uh, engineering means to produce the nymphae, but they try to do it with all the small resources that they have. And from there, they are still trying to protect the environment with all the production that they are doing by conserving exactly the valley without any massive destruction of it, because they try to respect the environment with all the different productions means that they have on to their disposition. Now, if Dr. Gilles is with us already, we can actually get his presentation.
Vérifiez, oui, vous envoyez ça sur votre mail tout à l'heure.
Dr. Kofi, vous étiez à mesure de la voir?
Allô?
Oui, oui, j'ai essayé de la voir. J'ai essayé de la voir, je l'ai eu. Il est en train de m'envoyer par mail, mais je n'ai pas encore reçu.
Oui, allô, professeur. Allô, vous m'entendez?
On t'entend de loin, mais je n'ai pas encore reçu ta présentation. Tu peux m'envoyer sur WhatsApp, c'est plus rapide aussi.
Je t'ai envoyé sur ton mail personnel.
Je n'ai pas reçu. Je n'ai pas reçu. Et c'est aussi par WhatsApp. Je n'ai pas reçu sur le mail. Clovis, s'il te plaît.
Oui, docteur.
Ce qu'on peut faire, c'est de peut-être revenir si certains ont des questions ou préoccupations sur les deux premières présentations. On peut
Oui,
déjà revenir sur ça. Tu peux lancer comme ça et ouvrir un dialogue sur ça en attendant.
Oui, certainement. Donc, en attendant que les problèmes techniques soient réglés, nous invitons tout le monde qui a pu suivre la présentation de Dr. Bibato. Si vous avez des questions à lui poser, vraiment, vous êtes la bienvenue. Vous pouvez juste lever la main et nous allons vous donner la parole pour écrire votre question dans les chats et nous allons la lire. Y a-t-il des questions pour Dr. Bibato?
Ou peut-être aussi pour Dr. Gérard.
Oui.
Peut-être faut traduire en anglais pour eux aussi.
Yes, please. So while we are waiting for Dr. Yao to fix the technical issue, we are asking if there are any questions for Dr. and also for Dr. Bibato onto their presentations. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask the questions. We are going to give you the floor, and if you can't speak for the moment, you can just type your questions in the chat, and we are going to read them for you so that our speakers can answer them.
Chouchou, papa me gâche dedans. Chouchou.
But while we are waiting for the questions from the chats, ou bien au moment où nous attendons les questions de l'audience, je vais me lancer directement et poser des petites questions à Dr. Bibato. Dr. Bibato, vous êtes là?
Oui, je suis là.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Bibato. Donc, vous avez parlé des jeunes ou bien des femmes indigènes, des femmes autochtones dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal et leur euh, culture de nymphaïe. Ma première question, elle est beaucoup plus sur la préservation Donc, c'est une question sur les femmes et la façon dont elles œuvrent pour préserver la faune. Donc, la question est de savoir quels sont les rôles que les femmes jouent pour la préserver, mais aussi pour la transmission des savoirs liés à cette ressource aux générations futures. Comment elles font pour préserver la plante, mais aussi pour transmettre les savoirs liés à cette ressource.
Ok. Le rôle que les femmes jouent est un rôle central. Donc, le savoir-faire, c'est elles qui le détiennent. Donc, depuis très, très, très longtemps, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, la vallée du fleuve Sénégal, qu'on appelle en Wolof le Walo, et la plante aquatique nénuphar qu'on appelle Djakar, et les autres noms vernaculaires comme Mbalal, ça veut dire la patate, ça, les rhizomes, qu'on dit Mbalal en Wolof, ou d'autres, et les types parfois on dit Nyalas, c'est-à-dire c'est des types pour ce qu'on peut faire du couscous, et d'autres niques qu'on peut faire du gâteau. Et si vous regardez bien la vallée du fleuve Sénégal, c'est un partage avec la Mauritanie. Et donc, quand vous traversez le territoire pour aller en Mauritanie, là, il y a d'autres noms qui sont appelés, que je pourrais également citer, puisque nous sommes dans une journée autochtone. Vous me permettrez, par exemple, de revenir sur les noms localement, donc qu'on appelle un peu la nomenclature en quelque sorte. Donc, les rhizomes qu'on appelle mbalal, comme je l'ai dit, et quand c'est cru, ce n'est plus mbalal, on l'appelle tal, et quand c'est bien cuit, c'est mbalal, mais c'est mbalal qui est beaucoup plus connu. Si nous prenons le cas, par exemple, de la graine nyalas, ce que je disais tout à l'heure, ça c'est pour faire un peu du couscous et des choses, voilà, des plats, etc., avec du poulet, du poisson, de la viande, etc. La graine comme le nick, là c'est pour faire du gâteau, des céréales, de la bouillie, etc. Il y a également, comme je l'ai dit, il y a deux types, le ninfa lotus et le micrantan. Pour le ninfa et micrantan, par exemple, le rhizome est appelé ici talbundao. Si nous partons en Mauritanie, par exemple, ou en Peul, en Alpular, en Mauritanie, en Maure, il continue de dire mbalal pour ses rhizomes, tat pour comment on appelle, ce rhizome qui est cru, Nyalas même nom, mais là le Nick change de nom comme Nyubu et le Ndialé change de nom comme Yerbel, mais le Tadbundao est resté pareil. Si nous partons en Alpular, parce que c'est aussi une zone ou bien un territoire qui est partagé par ces communautés-là, c'est-à-dire les Alpular, les Maures, un peu les Walo, les Wolof, etc. Là aussi, c'est Tabengore, par exemple, si c'est en Alpular, Ndiari pour le Nyalas, qui est un peu la graine rouge. Ndiari, toutes les deux graines plutôt sont appelées Ndiari, et même le Ndjarbel est appelé Ndiari, et le dernier est appelé Tabendewe. Ça c'est pour le Tadbundao. Donc, ça, c'est juste pour dire que si vous regardez le nom riz, le riz a une appellation, c'est-à-dire tchep. Cuit, cru, récolté ou non, c'est un même nom parce que c'est juste importé. Alors que si vous regardez avec ces différentes appellations locales, vous pouvez tout de suite percevoir un peu cette tradition, ce savoir-faire. C'est-à-dire c'est une plante qui est non seulement connue des communautés, exploitée par les communautés, et très bien gérée avec une appellation et une histoire, une culture bien connue, un savoir bien maîtrisé. C'est différent du riz, donc qui est venu bien après et qui a été importé avec la colonisation. Donc, le rôle que jouent ces femmes, c'est un rôle central. C'est un rôle de transfert de ce savoir-faire. Elles continuent à exploiter et à faire la culture de ce nénuphar et à valoriser ce nénuphar, mais également à le vendre. Donc, des organisations comme nous qui faisons des études sur les pratiques durables, sur le développement durable, et sur la protection de l'environnement, la conservation de l'écosystème, la conservation de la biodiversité. Nous nous intéressons à ces pratiques-là parce que, comme on le disait, il faut des solutions locales pour permettre une solution globale et aller à une solution qu'on appelle globale. Voilà. Donc, c'est un peu ces aspects-là qui montrent que c'est central. Vous ne verrez pas des hommes qui vont les appuyer pour la pirogue. Voilà. Les hommes vont appuyer les femmes pour le transport, pour aller dans la vallée, pour aller dans les lacs, les fleuves, etc., pour tirer un peu, exploiter, recueillir et cueillir le nénuphar. Mais vous verrez peu d'hommes faire la cueillette. C'est l'affaire des femmes. Et donc, comme c'est l'affaire des femmes, c'est une tradition qui doit être maintenue et valorisée. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, docteur. Donc, si je peux essayer un peu de traduire, je lui ai posé la question sur, ou bien, I'm sorry, like, if I can translate a bit for our English speakers, I asked the question on how do these women actually play in preserving the ninfa or the water lily, that's the plant we are talking about, and how they make sure that to transmit the knowledge to the future generations. So Dr. Bibatu was now talking about how these women do their best to first come up with the different final product that we can, if you can call it that way, the final product from the ninfa or the water lily. So she was talking about all the different food that we can get from it, how they call them differently. I'm sorry, I won't be able to mention all the local names that she was referring to. But she was actually giving us all the different products and how these women try to make sure that they are preserving the plant and also sharing the knowledge on how they do it. She also mentioned something very, very important that yes, we have men who support these women into everything that they are doing, but they still leave the place to these women to keep on like taking or playing the core role because she said the women play the central role into the production of these plants. Je vois que Dr. Yawo a déjà commencé à partager les slides ou bien en attendant qu'il soit prêt. Dr. Bibatou, si je peux vous poser une toute dernière question en attendant que la présentation soit prête, c'est maintenant en relation avec le climat. So I want to ask a question that which refer to the climate change. Maintenant, face au changement climatique, selon vous et selon vos observations, bien sûr, quelle transformation dans la pratique et les connaissances traditionnelles liées au nymphes dans la vallée des fleuves Sénégal? Donc, quelles sont les transformations que vous avez observées?
Ce qu'il faut
en
noter,
relation avec
le changement
Oui, je vois
climatique. Oui. Alors, ce qu'il faut noter, c'est que pour le changement climatique, il faut ce qu'on appelle un équilibre des écosystèmes. Alors, n'oubliez pas que le nénuphar, c'est une plante aquatique. Donc, c'est une nécessité pour la communauté et c'est une nécessité également pour l'environnement de pouvoir récolter ces plantes-là. On ne peut pas les laisser proliférer. D'autant plus que c'est une plante alimentaire, c'est-à-dire qu'on peut consommer cela. Donc, quand les femmes font la cueillette et retirent ces plantes, elles permettent la navigabilité, elles enlèvent ce qu'on appelle, ce que j'ai cité avant, l'eutrophisation, c'est-à-dire quand l'eau manque d'oxygène, l'eau est polluée. Et déjà, quand elles font la cueillette, elles permettent à l'eau de respirer, elles permettent aux poissons de respirer, elles permettent à l'écosystème de se régénérer et de prendre un peu plus vie. Donc, c'est une nécessité. Voilà, donc parce que si on les laisse là-bas, à côté, n'oubliez pas que ce ne sont pas les seules plantes. Il y a le Typha australis, il y a les jacinthes, il y a d'autres plantes. Il y a ce qu'on appelle le nyanch en Wolof, Ceratifil demersium. C'est des plantes toxiques, très toxiques. Donc, la meilleure qu'on consomme tout de suite et qu'on peut utiliser et qui est connue traditionnellement, c'est le nénuphar. Donc, imaginez que la vallée n'est pas, comme on appelle, libérée de ces plantes-là qui eutrophisent, qui gênent. Malheureusement, ça a des répercussions directes sur l'environnement, sur l'équilibre même de l'écosystème et du changement climatique.
Ok, merci beaucoup, Dr. Bibato. Je vais directement donner la parole à Dr. Julia. Dr. Julia, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Clovis, and thank you so much, Habibatu, for your time and the insight you have provided. Meanwhile, as we wait, the other speakers are still, some are not around, and some are also having challenges with their technical issues. So I would want us to just engage in a dialogue, because that is what this whole summit is about. And I would, I'm happy that Dr. Gerald Atampogre is still around. I would invite him for some reflections. And I think some of the colleagues, indigenous people who were present in the Region 1 summit are also here. So I would invite all of us to have the dialogue. Now, Dr. Gerald, if you can hear me, in Region 1, there were a lot of things which were said that you have also presented, but in a very interesting way. I would want you to highlight the connectivity between the three pillars which makes up our team. So the pillar of land, the pillar of right, the pillar of knowledge. In Region 1, we got to understand that these three pillars cannot be separated. In other words, when one of the pillars is at risk, the other two would also suffer. And I think your presentation was a bit spoke about it, but in a different way. So in clear terms, are you able to give us highlights because of your field work, and then how traveled you are? What have you seen in real sense? And then what is the connection that you would also make with these three pillars? Thank you, Dr. Gerald.
Thank you, Julia. I hope everybody can hear me. Clovis?
Yes, please.
Yes, all right. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
So thank you for having me, and thank you for the question, Julia. Yeah, that's a good question. I see that knowledge, land, rights, as you rightfully mentioned, are interdependent rather than separate. So if land is threatened, knowledge systems are disrupted. When knowledge is erased or excluded, rights become harder to defend. When rights are denied, communities lose the power to protect their land and transmit knowledge. So protecting one pillar means protecting the whole system. So if we look at these three pillars from this perspective, then we are applying systemic approach to trying to solve the issues that we are faced with. On the question of front seats for indigenous youth, and I would frame it not as asking to be invited into a space that already exists, but as demanding shared decision-making or decision-making power. That is more, should I say, substantial. That is more important than just asking to be in a space that already exists. Okay, so from the issue of bottom up to genuine power sharing, bottom up language can still leave the structure fundamentally top down. We all know that. So those are the top lessons to communities We all go to communities. I'm currently in Mali here to help communities to do something, but is that really what we mean by bottom up? The true inclusion would ask certain different questions. Who defines the agenda? Who decides what is prioritized? Who controls the resources? Whose knowledge counts as evidence? Who has the power to say no? Who is accountable when commitments are not fulfilled? If indigenous youth are only consulted after decisions, or even before decisions, they are consulted, but their decisions, their inputs are not taken into consideration, then that's an issue. So if they are consulted after decisions have already been designed, that is participation. And it is not even meaningful participation, but it is not necessarily giving them the power to say no or yes. Now, who do we demand the front seat from? Who do we demand that we are included in decisions making that affects indigenous people? From everyone who has decision-making power over indigenous people, territories, knowledge, and features. Yes. That includes governments, indigenous leadership structures, the UN, the international institutions, donor, development agencies, researchers, NGOs, and the private sector, whose decisions affect indigenous territories. But there is an important distinction that we need to make, and that is indigenous youth, indigenous people should not have to wait for those institutions to give them the seat. You don't wait for 10 years, 5 years, 1 year, 1 day for you to be given the seat. The demand should be for institutions to recognize indigenous people's rights, the rights holders and decision makers, not simply beneficiaries or representatives. So within the indigenous communities, we have rights holders, we have decision makers. These groups of people within the indigenous communities need to be recognized. So we just don't look at indigenous communities as beneficiaries or representatives at the table. Now, the strongest demand might therefore, based on this submission, the strongest demand might therefore be nothing about our land, our knowledge, our rights, or our future without our meaningful participation and decision-making power. Nothing about our lands, our knowledge, our rights, or our future without our meaningful participation and decision-making power. And meaningful participation in this regard needs to be more than a microphone at the end of a conference, or even a microphone at the conference. It could mean reserved decision-making seats, voting rights, youth-led agenda setting, direct access to funding, representation in negotiating terms, and mechanisms through which indigenous people can hold institutions accountable. It seems I'm too engaged in this, so I would leave it here, Julia, if there are any other questions.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gerald. There are some few things I also would want to engage on, but for now, we are still in the dialogue period. And so this is the engagement we are going to have, and I think everybody is invited. So let me quickly invite Dr. Onza to also join the dialogue, and then we can take it from there. Now we have at least a lot of information from Region 1, and then we have had some information from Region 2 so far. And so it is very open for us to have this interaction, what we don't understand, what we are even observing, and asking about how we can even do this, because no matter what, we are all indigenous people from certain indigenous lands. And so what we learn from here, we are able to also apply in our areas where we are coming from to support the indigenous youth movement. Dr. Onza, please, you have the floor. Hello, Dr. Onza.
You are muted. She's muted.
You are muted.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Gerald, for your insight and your insights for the the engagement and the consideration, if I can say that, consideration of indigenous knowledge, indigenous people, as a power and as as a decision makers. So in this way, I have such a deep reflection about how, in a technical way and in real process, how we can do as right now we are here. If you can say. For this summit, for example, we are 25 people here, participants, and it is not. It is a lot, huge, but it's not representative of all of indigenous people and indigenous youth, here in the world. So my real reflection is about how in our beyond of GIYSCC, how beyond of this summit for today, how we can go forward to to give this to give this value, to make this consideration of indigenous people on our real life. I mean, my reflection is about, it is, as a scientist, usually we have this, this kind of thinking about, the data, and the data is important and it should be solid and so on. So how, as a scientist, how we can, integrate, how we can engage all of the indigenous communities, to be heard on their voice. I have some suggestion, but it still needs, to make us. I mean, I have some suggestion, but still, I need to have some. Some support as well. Maybe, as you said, the government itself is very important to make us to make this consideration in the another way. And maybe the best things also is to make the 9th of August for each countries, like a celebration. I mean, in each country. So maybe that is one of a consideration. I don't know yet, because this is one of the reflection that I have. This is one of the questions, that I have. How can I bring all of the indigenous, not all, but a lot of indigenous people, a lot of communities, local communities, in in the power, as a decision maker. So I think the reflection and the dialogue is going on that. Beyond of this summit of 9th of August, how we can continue and have an engagement and strategy to be heard, and to be a decision maker for any strategy for to halt the climate change and so on. So yeah, thank you.
So much,
Yeah, can I
Onza.
just touch
I
briefly on
think
that?
these are very deep reflections. Yeah. Dr. Gerald, please.
Yes, I just want to touch briefly on the super super suggestion or super reflection by Dr. Onja. And one of the things that comes to mind quickly is awareness. You might have knowledge, but you probably will not be aware that the knowledge you have is powerful. So I believe in us creating that awareness among indigenous communities, indigenous groups, that you have this knowledge and it has protected us all this while. We need you, the earth needs you. So it is about awareness, creating that awareness. Now, the other thing I would also add is that can we have, I'm talking about this group or the bigger group, can we have a position paper, which I'm happy to contribute to? Can we have a position paper on this forum? Okay, what we are doing today, can we come up with a position paper, a published position paper that everybody in this group can use to create awareness? That is just what I wanted. I want to add to this. Two things: awareness creation through a position paper. I don't know if I've added anything to Dr. Onja.
Yes, I think you've done that, because what I was thinking of was something related to what you said. Most of the time, we may not even see ourselves as indigenous. Perhaps because we have moved from where we already coming from, and then we are located somewhere else. And so when we talk about indigenous, like today, all the presentation we are listening to, we are hearing about the fact that when we talk about indigenous, it is not about folklore, it is not about history, it is not about everything we have conceptualized indigeneity to be. Indigenous is more than that. And so if we as the indigents of the earth are not aware that we are indigents, our relationship with whatever is happening is going to be very difficult and going to be very different. And so I think the most important thing is for us to understand who we are as indigenous people. And as indigenous people, I think there was a very important point which was made in Region 1. And it was about the fact that no single institution or even indigenous community can make the change we are expecting. It is not about an institution. So not about IPCC and then the assessment reports they come out with. It wouldn't be about just GIYSCC and what we are talking about. It is going to be about this movement and what we are going to do in the different places we are coming from. And I think that is the most important thing that we have to recognize. And I think that GIYSCC, in the strategic plan, the vision to establish the regional hubs should be a very good starting point for us. And that is what we aim at continuing. So that if we already have these monthly meetings where we are meeting all over the world to discuss what we are talking about. And so we have to now develop strategies so that if there's going to be a meeting amongst Region 1 indigenous people, then the dialogue continues from there. Because I am looking at a situation in Ghana that we are facing, where the indigenous communities, the leaders, the traditional leaders of the indigenous communities, do not even have respect for the indigenous communities. So you will just be there and then you realize that traditional leaders have given the land out to some agency and or institution or a company, and then they are mining in the community and they are degrading the land, and they are just thinking of what they are going to get, and then the indigenous people are not consulted. The indigenous youth are not even benefiting, but their community, their livelihood, and then whatever they are depending on is being depleted. Now, these people don't also have the right to complain. they mount and for the demonstrations, and then they are gotten behind bars. It was a very important presentation that we had in Region 1, and it is something which resonates perfectly here in Ghana. So the question is, how do we get the indigenous youth to know who they are, to come together as a group, as a movement, to fight for what is rightfully theirs? And I really like the aspect that you spoke about, not requesting, but demanding. Because at the end of the day, when those in authorities who are leading the destruction of the environment are out of power, we are going to be left behind. And what are we going to inherit? And if we also sit to watch this degradation, the immense degradation go on, what are we also going to leave for who is going to come after us? Where is our sense of sustainability? So I think that the awareness aspect of indigenous youth is very, very crucial, and it really needs to be emphasized. Let me invite Paul to at least add his voice to this dialogue, and then Angela, I see you, and Angela, I would also invite you to add your voice. I see a couple of us here, and these that we are talking about resonates very well with us, and so please, I open the floor. It is a dialogue. It's supposed to be a point where we are all talking about what we are seeing, how it resonates, how differently places are acting. So if this is a problem here in Ghana, perhaps in other countries, in other places, it is not a problem because the indigenous youth are aware. And so we would love to hear how it's being done there, how it is working there so that it can be adopted. That is the whole essence of this summit. It is a learning platform. It is a sharing platform. It is not a top-down approach where some people are knowledgeable and then they are just going to share for some people to take it away. And so let me invite Paul to also add his voice. And later, I think there are a couple of other people that I would also call on to add their voice. Paul, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Julia, for your leadership. Thank you, Clovis, and thank you for the presenters for your insightful and important observations. It's interesting in the sense of empowerment to reflect on the dialogue itself and the various observations and requests, for example, for participating in publications. That is a very important bridge that the Indigenous youth leaders that have been involved with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change from the beginning has been the bridge of being able to publish and contribute thoughtful observations in a way that begins to create a legacy of thoughtful observations. And certainly that legacy with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change began very prominently with the paper that Dr. Temitope Sogbonmu and team wrote in Nature about Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy. But there are many messages in that paper. If you haven't read it, each of you should be aware of it for sure. But one of the messages that was repeated multiple times was the concept of the Sustainable Development Goals, which if you look at them, they are truly a gift to humanity. I've had the honor as well as pleasure of training the diplomatic corps of close to 46 nations through their ministries of foreign affairs and through their diplomatic academies and institutes. And the Sustainable Development Goals represent a connection with the future in ways that are inclusive. And in training those 46 ministries, it would be disrespectful for me to assume I know anything about any of those countries. However, the Sustainable Development Goals themselves provide a common bridge to begin a dialogue in each and every country and with each and every audience, ranging from children to foreign ministers. And the concepts that are involved with the Sustainable Development Goals are explicit with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, which has as a purpose from that first paper in Nature, that commentary that Indigenous youth must be at the forefront of climate diplomacy, has explicitly the concept of a global partnership of Indigenous youth. So for all on the call, I ask for you to imagine a global partnership of Indigenous youth that is forever, that reaches through history into the future and reaches through time into the past. But it is a partnership that is possible in this world with digital technologies where we can share observations on a planetary scale with this 24-hour dialogue across 3 8-hour regions as an annual contribution. But as was discussed, there's so many more venues and opportunities to share observations and to build and to contribute insights. And in a sense, the question of demand is an interesting one because you demand something of others, but the real demand here is of yourselves. The demand that you create the future. You co-create the future with everybody else. And that's where your leadership comes from, because very few other organizations can be as inclusive as the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. You reach across all of the youth in the world. Every youth is touched by this program. You talk about Indigenous, the history of humanity and the preservation of 7,000 plus languages on Earth are represented by Indigenous cultures. And you talk about climate, and that touches all living and non-living elements on the planet Earth. And you're doing that together. And you're doing it in a way that's inspiring because it's inclusive. And to that, I truly am honored, truly I am, to work with Tope and Davina and Onza and Julia this year. I look forward to our presentation discussion in a few hours.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think I can see Yao on the call now. So Yao, please, can you say hello so that we see if your issue has been resolved? Then we can invite you to quickly make your presentation.
Allô? Vous m'entendez?
Oui,
Okay,
much better.
I think
Oui,
it works
on
now.
t'entend mieux. Tu peux présenter.
Ok.
Should I
C'est
share
bon,
your
c'est parfait.
presentation?
Je peux?
Should
Bonjour
I
tout le
share
monde.
it? Okay.
Clovis, vous m'entendez mieux?
Oui, nous vous attendons. Oui, vous avez
Ok.
la parole.
Bonjour chers tous, bonjour chers maîtres. Désolé du désagrément par rapport au réseau, tout ça. Nous allons aller un peu plus vite pour respecter le temps qui nous a été imparti. Nous sommes là dans le cadre des journées du sommet global Indigenous Young Youth, c'est-à-dire le GIYSCC 2026. Nous avons pour honneur de présenter une thématique qui va s'intituler Exploitation minière et la sécurité alimentaire à Bondoukou de 2000 à 2018, cas de similimi. Nous avons choisi comme
Oui,
pilier le... Allô?
est-ce que vous pouvez mettre vos slides en mode présentation comme ça pour permettre à toute l'audience d'avoir une bonne vision. Ok, merci beaucoup.
C'est
Oui,
bon
vous pouvez
maintenant?
continuer.
Ok, donc,
C'est
comme thématique, c'est l'exploitation minière et la sécurité alimentaire à Bondoukou, en Côte d'Ivoire, de 2000 à 2018, cas de la localité de Simili. Comme plan de travail, nous avons un contexte d'implantation de Bondoukou avec la société BMSA. Nous avons l'exploitation minière et ses conséquences. En 3, nous avons les tentatives de solutions inappropriées ou échecs. En 4, nous avons des recommandations. Nous avons la conclusion et quelques références bibliographiques. Comme introduction, il faut savoir que la Côte d'Ivoire est un pays situé en Afrique de l'Ouest, Elle a une superficie d'environ 322 462 000 km². Sa population était estimée à 29 millions d'habitants en 2021. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes pratiquement à une trentaine de millions d'habitants en 2026. Elle est composée de plusieurs peuples, environ une soixantaine, les Baoulés, les Bété, les Gouro, les Dida, etc. Maintenant, dans ce pays, il y a plusieurs régions. Nous avons la région de Bondoukou, qui est une région une région des Koulango et des Abrons. Elle est située au nord-est de la Côte d'Ivoire, non loin du Ghana comme frontière, au nord-est. Sur la carte, vous avez la zone de Bondoukou, qui est la zone d'étude. La Côte d'Ivoire, dans sa quête de développement minier, a procédé à des partenariats avec des pays. C'est dans cette lancée que les autorités gouvernementales ont tissé une amitié avec l'Inde. En 2006, dans ce sens, un contrat est signé entre l'État ivoirien et l'État indien à travers une société extractive, BMSA. Malheureusement, cette exploitation, qui est censée régénérer une vitalité à l'économie ivoirienne, va se transformer en une série de catastrophes. L'exploitation minière de manganèse à Similimi va occasionner une multitude de conséquences. L'année 2000 correspond à l'année où le premier partenariat a été signé, 2018, où les problèmes liés à ce partenariat ont commencé. Comme problématique, comment une exploitation minière qui devrait être normalement un atout pour la Côte d'Ivoire devient un problème au point de nuire aux ressources alimentaires de la Côte d'Ivoire. Comme objectif général, l'étude vise à faire comprendre que l'exploitation minière du manganèse dans le village de Similimi est un frein à la sécurité alimentaire en Côte d'Ivoire. Comme méthodologie, c'est une étude historique qui s'appuie sur des méthodes qualitatives. Pour cela, nous avons eu recours à plusieurs sources, les sources orales, les sources écrites, les sources audiovisuelles. Comme méthode de collecte, nous avons procédé à la recherche documentaire, aux archives, aux sources écrites, aux sources orales, comme on l'a dit. Comme technique employée, nous avons employé le choix raisonné, qui a consisté à la réalisation d'enquêtes semi-directes. Une fois ces données en main, nous sommes passés à la retranscription des données au niveau des sources orales. Nous avons conforté les données au niveau des sources écrites. Et ensuite, nous avons procédé à l'observation directe, celle de regarder le phénomène de façon plus près, malgré les faits décrits par les populations. Toute cette situation s'est faite dans un ensemble historique en tenant compte du cadre spatio-temporel. Contexte d'implantation. Le contexte d'implantation, il est simple. Comment la société BMSA s'installe? Plusieurs raisons favorisent cela. Nous avons la découverte de manganèse dans la localité. L'État ivoirien décide donc de signer un traité d'exploitation. Dans ce traité, cette situation vise à améliorer les conditions socio-économiques de la localité. C'est aussi pour l'État ivoirien un nouveau moyen d'explorer une nouvelle piste de recherche qui n'était pas auparavant connue. L'État aussi veut également renforcer ses relations avec l'État indien. Qu'est-ce qui va se passer? L'État va s'appuyer sur ce procédé pour renforcer ses entrées d'argent dans les caisses. Une fois le permis d'exploitation accordé, un problème va se poser. Dans l'exploitation minière de cette société, nous allons constater plusieurs dérives qui vont menacer notre environnement. Comme première dérive, nous avons la dégradation des sols arables, nous avons la pollution des eaux souterraines des fleuves, nous avons la difficulté à l'accès à l'alimentation, la destruction du cadre de vie des populations locales, enlaidissement de l'environnement. En retour, en relation, les populations vont manifester leur mécontentement. Cela va s'exprimer par quoi? Par des émeutes, par la destruction de certaines infrastructures de la société et engins et camions, la suspension des activités de la société. Nous avons là quelques images de ces dégâts. nous voyons des femmes qui revendiquent contre la mauvaise exploitation et les conséquences de cette exploitation minière-là à Bondoukou. Nous avons là des eaux polluées par l'activité minière causant l'assèchement de certaines ressources vitales. En trois, nous avons la tentative de solution inappropriée ou échec. Pourquoi on le dit? On s'est rendu compte qu'avec le partenariat qui a été signé avec la société BMSA, elle ne va pas respecter les clauses du contrat. Donc, on assiste au non-respect des clauses dans la convention. C'est-à-dire, au début, la société avait prévu, par exemple, rénover les écoles, restaurer l'environnement, mais ce qui n'a pas été fait. Nous avons la délimitation abusive du périmètre de travail. C'est-à-dire, l'espace qui a été dédié à la société, elle a outrepassé ces espaces qui lui ont été donnés. Nous avons la continuité des activités malgré les plaintes des populations. Sur l'image, vous voyez par exemple là, l'exploitation minière qui se fait non loin des habitations des populations. Vous voyez là des cases, ce qui n'est pas normal. L'école de Similimi est toujours une école de fortune parce que l'école n'est même pas construite en dur, alors que dans le contrat, c'était que la société puisse améliorer les conditions de vie de ces populations. Comme recommandation, nous avons des recommandations immédiates, des recommandations lointaines, des recommandations futuristes. Il faut faire stopper les activités de la BMSA. Il faut obliger la BMSA à réparer les torts faits aux populations de Bondoukou. Au niveau des recommandations lointaines, il faut encadrer le secteur minier, poser un cadre juridique solide. Il faut punir les acteurs qui ne respectent pas le code minier. Il faut pratiquer l'activité dans le respect des normes écologiques. Au niveau futuriste, nous demandons à l'État ivoirien de prévoir des sources d'énergie renouvelables pour alimenter les projets de développement. Cela permettrait d'éviter de détruire les ressources de la société. En conclusion, nous retenons que l'exploitation minière à Bondoukou avec la société BMSA est un frein à la sécurité alimentaire. Elle déshumanise les populations locales de Bondoukou, c'est-à-dire les Koulangou. Cependant, l'exploitation minière peut constituer un atout si une nouvelle orientation ou une autre orientation est donnée à celle-ci. Cela peut aboutir au développement durable. Vous avez là quelques références bibliographiques pour étayer ce que j'ai dit. Nous avons Chris Hervé, Côte d'Ivoire, Bondoukou, maladie, misère, expropriation et mine de manganèse. Nous avons Dia Maïmouna. Nous avons l'enquête de 2014 avec les réalités insoutenables de l'exploitation minière dans l'est de la Côte d'Ivoire. Nous avons le document de Fraternité Matin 2018, Côte d'Ivoire, Similimi, une sous-sol riche, une population en danger. Nous avons Yassin, etc. Je vous remercie pour votre aimable attention. Je reste éventuellement disposé à d'éventuelles questions et préoccupations. Sur ce, à tout à l'heure.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Yao. Merci pour votre présentation. Je ne sais pas s'il y a des questions directement. On a vu, c'est Blackview Active 8. Si vous pouvez vous présenter par votre nom complet, s'il vous plaît. Et si c'est une
Ok.
question, vous pouvez.
Bonjour, monsieur. Moi, c'est Dr. Kwasingushan Fabrice. Vous m'entendez bien?
Oui, vous êtes audible, docteur.
D'accord. Donc, je tenais à dire merci à monsieur Yao pour sa brillante présentation. C'est un sujet sur lequel moi, je travaille également, les mines, et leurs impacts sur l'environnement et sur la société également. Alors, je voulais lui demander au niveau de Bondoukou, il a parlé des pollutions. Quels sont les types de pollutions qu'il a pu identifier? Et est-ce qu'il a quantifié ces pollutions? Est-ce qu'il a pu faire des analyses pour voir également si les eaux sont polluées et c'est quel type de substances se trouve dans ces eaux? Merci.
Ok, merci beaucoup, docteur, pour votre question. Peut-être, docteur, avant que vous puissiez donner la réponse à cette question, s'il vous plaît, de la pour notre audience anglophone. So the doctor is asking a question, like he just noticed that they have like common interest And he was asking if throughout the research, Dr. Yao was able to actually conduct a research or actually to analyze how polluted the water was throughout the research process. So that's the question that's here they've just asked. So I'm going to give the floor to Dr. Yao to answer it, and I will also try to translate the answer he's going to give. So, Dr. Yao, vous pouvez y aller et donner la réponse à la question qui vous a été posée.
Merci, chers collègues, pour votre intérêt que vous accordez au sujet. Ce qu'il faut dire, les types de pollution, elles sont nombreuses. D'abord, nous avons les pollutions des eaux, des eaux souterraines, c'est-à-dire que la nappe phréatique est pratiquement infectée. Nous avons les fleuves. Au niveau des pollutions aussi, nous avons par exemple les plantations des populations, puisque ces exploitations-là n'étaient pas loin des habitations des populations. Donc, c'est ce type de pollution que nous avons eu affaire à cela. Maintenant, quant aux substances qui contiennent ces eaux, je ne pourrais vous le dire parce que l'étude que nous avons menée, c'est une étude qui n'était pas assez approfondie dans le cadre des différentes substances qui contiennent ces pollutions. Mais l'étude a montré que lorsque les populations consommaient ces eaux ou consommaient ces aliments liés ou bien non loin de ces exploitations, et il ressortait qu'elles se sentaient malades parce que ces exploitations liées à la manganèse est, comme on le dit, dangereux pour leur organisme.
Et ok, d'accord. Donc, je pense bien que pour les questions de données concernant les substances, vous pouvez vous approcher du CIAPOL. Vous pouvez vous
Paul,
approcher du
ok.
CIAPOL peut vous donner des données. Et puis également, au
Ok.
sein de la société, ils font aussi des analyses, puisque l'État, dans le code minier, il y a également des analyses semestrielles ou bien annuelles qu'on le fait pour prouver que vraiment l'activité n'impacte pas négativement les populations et les ressources. Donc, pour mieux approfondir, vous pouvez vous approcher de ces structures. Merci.
Ok, merci beaucoup, cher collègue. Ok, pas de problème.
Oui, merci beaucoup, docteur, pour votre réponse. Donc, en quelques mots, or in just a few statements, I can try to translate what Doctor has just mentioned. The question was about the pollution of water, and he just said, yes, there are some pollution, but he can't exactly tell definitely how much or the quantity of substance that can be found in the water. But yes, definitely problems with the pollution due to the different exploitation that is being done throughout. Y a-t-il d'autres questions? Ou bien, Dr. Kofi, avez-vous quelque
Oui.
chose à ajouter?
Oui, juste ajouter quelque chose pour dire que l'orpaillage en Côte d'Ivoire, plus globalement, la question minière est une question très importante et c'est un enjeu de santé publique, à la fois de santé publique, mais aussi de sécurité alimentaire. C'est un problème réel en Côte d'Ivoire. Nous sommes à un sommet international, on peut en parler parce que aujourd'hui, certaines populations autochtones sont privées de leur droit d'accès à leur terre, droit d'accès à l'eau potable, droit d'accès vraiment aux facteurs de production agricole. Donc, vraiment, la question que le docteur Yao a traitée est une question éminemment importante qui se pose avec acuité en Côte d'Ivoire. Si vous avez un peu cherché à voir, vous verrez que la plupart des grands fleuves en Côte d'Ivoire sont pollués. Ils sont pollués du fait de l'activité des orpailleurs. Et récemment, c'est vrai, l'État de Côte d'Ivoire a déployé d'énormes moyens, fait d'énormes efforts pour combattre ce fléau, mais la peau dure, ça reste persistant et cela a un impact en gros très, très, très réel. Et cela se pose sur toute l'étendue du territoire. Ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, pour les populations autochtones qui vivent de la pêche continentale, aujourd'hui, leur activité est mise à mal dans la mesure où les espèces de poissons meurent en voie de disparition. Donc, cette ressource-là productive de poissons qui permettait de faire vivre certaines populations rurales, cette ressource voilà, en poisson halieutique est en voie de disparition et ça pose d'énormes problèmes à la fois pour la sécurité alimentaire et qui englobe bien entendu l'accès aux moyens de subsistance, l'accès aux facteurs de, l'accès aux moyens d'existence et aussi à l'économie des ménages qui est mise à mal dans la mesure où quand elles pêchent du poisson, elles vont consommer et aussi vendre pour se faire de l'argent et subvenir aux besoins de la famille. Donc, ça pose des problèmes pour ceux-là qui travaillent dans le domaine de l'eau, mais aussi dans le domaine agricole. Vous voyez, la cacaoculture et la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est un pays agricole. Donc, dans le domaine agricole aussi, la dégradation des sols du fait de cette activité-là pose énormément de problèmes, ce qui fait qu'aujourd'hui, dans certaines régions du pays, la productivité agricole est en baisse du fait de cette activité en plein essor. C'est un SOS qui est lancé par pas mal de populations rurales en Côte d'Ivoire actuellement. Si vous regardez, vous interrogez un peu l'actualité dans ce domaine en Côte d'Ivoire, vous aurez l'occasion de voir et de constater que c'est un SOS qui est lancé par pas mal de populations en Côte d'Ivoire, justement des populations vulnérables, donc les populations rurales, qui lancent SOS, qui demandent de l'aide pour pouvoir se soustraire de cet engrenage qui vient pour porter un coup à l'autonomisation, mais aussi à l'équilibre des populations rurales. Je vais m'arrêter là.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Kofi. Nous avons Dr. Onja.
Oui, merci beaucoup. En fait, je voudrais quand même partager les mêmes situations pour l'exploitation minière à Madagascar aussi. Il y a beaucoup de... Il y a des terrains où il y a les baobabs, il y a comme vous savez, la biodiversité malgache est très, très riche. Et pour cette exploitation minière, il y a cette problématique par rapport à exploiter les terrains à Madagascar. Donc, le problème, c'est que comment faire une balance entre l'exploitation minière, l'industrialisation et l'exploitation commerciale par rapport à la conservation et à la biodiversité. Donc, seulement un partage comme Kofi a fait. Hein. Je ne sais pas si nous, on peut peut-être faire une étape en tant que suite à ce sommet GIYSCC, de faire une étape beaucoup plus dans le sens euh, comment nous allons euh, euh, parler, parler en faveur de ces populations autochtones par rapport au fait comment, en tant que vous, monsieur là, il est spécialiste en mines, comment faire cette balance entre exploitation minière et en même temps les conséquences y afférentes après. Et c'est dans ce sens-là qu'il est intéressant de voir de près les options et les opinions, je voulais dire, les opinions des populations qui vivent auprès de ces terres-là. Voilà ce que je voulais rajouter par rapport à ça. Donc, la situation est partout en Afrique. Donc, du coup, peut-être c'est un moment pour nous, suite à cette GIYCC, de, de voir une réflexion, quelles seraient nos actions voilà quoi, pour avoir cette balance quand même au niveau commercial et au niveau industriel et au niveau conservation et aussi les autres impacts au niveau santé et l'eau. Merci.
Ah oui, merci beaucoup, Dr. Onja. Donc, nous sommes presque à la fin de cette section de la conversation, bien que l'événement continue. Avant d'aller à la prochaine intervention, nous aimerons d'abord revenir un peu aux questions, différentes questions qui ont été posées par Dr. Julien. So we are going to go back a bit to the questions that were asked by Dr. Juliet, and I'm going to go with just a brief translation for French speakers. So je vais y aller avec une petite traduction pour nos francophones qui sont avec nous. Donc, la première question a été posée à Dr. Jarrett. C'était une question de savoir vraiment la connexion entre les trois piliers du thème de cet événement. On a parlé de la terre, du droit, mais aussi du savoir. Et Dr. Jarrett a vraiment souligné la profonde interconnexion entre les trois piliers du thème, à savoir, comme je l'ai déjà mentionné, les droits et les savoirs. Il a dit, il a justement rappelé, avoir des terres sans savoir nécessaire ne suffit pas. Donc, on peut avoir la terre, mais si on n'a pas la connaissance, on a toujours un petit déficit. Et il a aussi signifié qu'avoir des droits sans les connaissances et les capacités permettant à les exercer peuvent laisser la communauté dans une situation vulnérable. Donc, il a vraiment montré comment ces trois piliers sont vraiment interconnectés. La terre, les droits et les savoirs sont vraiment interconnectés. Si on n'a pas l'un en possédant les autres, il y aura toujours des déficits. C'est pourquoi il a dit, avoir des droits sans les connaissances et les capacités permettant de les exercer peut laisser les communautés dans une situation de vulnérabilité. Ces trois piliers sont donc pas distincts, donc ils sont toujours interconnectés. Ils sont profondément liés et doivent toujours aller de pair. Mais il a aussi ajouté les principes fondamentaux. Oui, dans nos terres ne devrait être fait sans notre participation véritable et significative. Ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose qu'il a vraiment soulevé et c'est très important. Donc, rien ne peut ou bien rien ne doit se faire sans notre participation profonde. Aucune décision sur notre terre ne doit être prise sans notre participation. Donc, nous, en tant que jeunes indigènes, donc dans le monde entier, nous devons vraiment nous mettre en avant, nous devons être participants directs de toutes les décisions qui doivent être prises sur notre terre. Et par participation significative, bien sûr, nous entendons par là une implication pas partielle, mais une implication like, profonde tout au long des décisions, tout au long des démarches, des processus de délibération pour toutes décisions qui peuvent être prises sur notre terre. Et après, nous avons eu Dr. Ojek qui est venu intervenir aussi, mais elle a aussi soulevé quelque chose de très important. Elle a vraiment aller au-delà des mots, ou bien au-delà des discours. Nous devons maintenant aller avec les actions. Nous devons aller au-delà des discours et passer des paroles à l'action. Des conférences comme celle-ci sont précieuses parce qu'elles créent des espaces pour le dialogue, l'apprentissage et le partage d'expériences, comme nous sommes en train de le faire actuellement avec toutes les différentes présentations. Mais leur véritable impact se mesure sur tout ce qui se passe une fois les échanges terminés. Donc, c'est quelque chose qu'il a vraiment souligné aussi. Donc, nous devons maintenant aller au-delà des discours et maintenant commencer à prendre des actions, passer des discours à l'action. Mais enfin, nous avons eu Dr. Paul qui a aussi soulevé quelque chose de très important. Il a parlé de empowerment and legacy. Legacy, nous entendons pas l'autonomisation des jeunes et la notion de l'héritage. Il nous a rappelé vraiment ça, nous devons avoir cette profonde connexion entre ce que nous sommes et l'environnement que nous sommes en train de protéger. Donc, cela dit à quelques mots, ce sont là les interventions que nous avons eues bien avant d'avoir la présentation de Dr. Yao. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you
Dr.
so
Julia,
much.
is there?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for taking up the mantle for us and helping us, even though we have been using our translation tool. I know that some of us, because of our networks, might have been having problems with the translation. So, Clovis, we are very grateful to you for being available to help us with the French translation. At this point, we are just about 7 minutes into the next session where we are going to have Dr. Alezo Mariba to be moderating for us. And so our next session starts in just about 6 minutes. And within the next 6 minutes, I would want us to just get a quick break, take water, and then quickly come. And I would also entreat the presenters to also be available so that we are going to have a very smooth running of the program. And so Mr. Vincent, Kofi Akwenti, and Bridget Akesi, Madam Angela Opondo, Mr. Mohammed, Tinge, and Mr. Ibrahim. Please, if you are online, kindly be alert so that we are going to have a very smooth session, one after the other. Your moderator is going to be Dr. Alizo Mariba. She's already online, and so let's do this quick break and then come back. Thank you so much, and then stay tuned.
Thank you, Dr. Julia.
Hello, everybody. I hope we have been able to get some water or some tea. We quickly would want to move into our next session so that we will be on time. So at this point, I will invite Dr. Alice to come and moderate this session for us. And so, Dr. Alice, you have this time until around 12. So thank you, Dr. Alice.
Hello,
Hello,
am I
yes,
being
I can
heard?
hear you. Yes, you can be heard, yes.
Oh, I can be heard. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup for the French presentations. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this Region 2 English presentation for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. It is a pleasure to moderate this session under this year's powerful theme, Indigenous Guardians, Land Rights and Knowledge for Climate Justice. So as we have been listening from morning, Africa's young people are not just merely inheritors of the climate crisis. They are agents of change, custodians of knowledge, and innovators shaping more just and sustainable futures. So today's presentations give us an opportunity to listen, learn, challenge ideas, and explore how Indigenous knowledge, land rights, and youth leadership can contribute to meaningful climate action. I encourage our presenters to share the experiences and insights boldly, and I invite everyone participating to engage throughout through thoughtful questions and reflections. Now, with that, let us begin our presentation. I want to welcome every presenter and thank you for being part of this important conversation. So our first presenter is going to be, or presenters, they are Vincent Kofi Akwesi and Bridget Akasisi from Ghana, West Africa, with a short talk about about our art, our lands, our future, Indigenous knowledge, and climate justice through super arts. Over to you, the presenters. Are you there? Vincent? Yes, I can see you. Vincent Kofi Akwesi. Maybe if they can be given rights to have their talk.
Yes,
Unmute. Yeah.
they muted me, so I just unmute myself. I want to request to share a very short slide for the presentation. My colleague Bridget Akasisi is with me. So I asked that the host. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So this is Vincent Kofi Akwesi. As stated, we are presenting on our art, our land, our future. And so I'm presenting from Ghana, specifically Upper East region of Ghana, and in the community called Sirigu. And in the community of Sirigu, we have what we call the Art Center, Lebu Suopa. Sirigu is one of the indigenous community in the Upper East region of Ghana. And Upper East region of Ghana is already a land living with climate stress, where they experience only one season of rain shortly, either for 4 months or 5 months. And that is what these people depend on. And so SOPA, as mentioned, has been there for 50 years of women-led pottery and mural knowledges. And so it is these women that are actually driving this indigenous knowledge. It is environmental knowledge encoded and transmitted through artwork. In fact, when you visit the place, it is an artwork full of art, drawings, paintings, and all different kind of pottery art. Now, the SWOPA is simply Srigu Women Organization for Pottery and Art, and it's where that knowledge has been formalized and sustained for over 50 years. For over 50 years. It has been there 50 years plus, where these people transmit the knowledge from generation to generation to generation up to date. Long before the art that was built is purposely to hold water, set as cooking utensils, shea butter processing, and multiple forms of usage of the art. Sometimes they function as a rite of passage. It's a community moral education. That also means that the object carries a family through a dry season, and it's also carrying them the cultural memory of the surfaces from their form and functions and inseparable to this climate test. Now, the land, the water, and the renewal are already painted on walls. So what you are seeing there are symbols with motive behind it. I want to walk you through just 3 motifs out of the multiple ones that we have. The NAFO is a local term, and it implies cow. It signals wealth and dairy. But the cattle in this region are also a direct index of land health. And you cannot keep cattle on a degraded dry land. So this motif is quietly a statement about the land condition. It's set as a climate change. The dump of the cows are being used as manures. When these people are actually farming, they collect the dumps, the cow dumps, their feces, and spread on the land, such that it will set as a manure instead of using organic manure, instead of using these modernized fertilizers. We have what we call the other symbol, the waffle, simply implies python. And the indigenous knowledge of it, or what we call the emic, that is the insider, the meaning of it is set as a symbol of protection, healing, and renewal of their strength. However, when you look at it, the waffle just simply meaning it's a cyclical thinking of season, following season to season, the dry out, followed by recovering of produce. And so they actually cycle of whatever that they are doing. And so this has a lot of implication both in the climate change and in the education sector. This especially the symbols. So you realize that you see the zin, zilin, nyaga, which are horizontal lines. This artistic production isn't just only about motif, culture, meaning, but they also set as a very significant in climate change, where they include all these to produce knowledge. Now, knowledge passed on to hand is knowledge passed hand to hand is a resilient in practice. Mother to daughter, senior artisan to the junior artisans. As I made mention earlier, this artistic production is actually being done using, is being transmitted by what we call the chain of transmission. The mothers transmit the knowledge to their children, and then the children also grow up with it and transmit the same knowledge to their children and generation to generation. However, it has been institutionalized such that if you want to learn how to construct this artistic production and the portrait, you can come and be served under a senior artisan, and you become the junior artisans. So a strata of knowledge, it has a formal strata of knowledge. The question is, how do these women transmit this indigenous knowledge from generation to generation for over 50 plus? That has been something that I myself, I am actually looking into to see the means of transmission of this knowledge, how they transfer the knowledge, how they teach the junior and the apprentices to actually grasp this knowledge for over 50 years. So this woman, you can see, it is an assistant, she's a senior artisan who is actually preparing the surface of a wall for painting. And it is amazing that not just only artistic production, not just only indigenous knowledge, but you can also view some geometric principles. So how then do we maintain this and also still embrace this kind of artistic production knowledge, both in the classroom and also use it as a climate change in our setting where the land is so hot, the land is so unbearable, especially in the month of March. As we can see, this women-led economy built on the land is actually an institutionalized place where if you want someone to come and do this painting around your house, in your home, in your room, you can contract these people to actually come and do it. So one, it's set as an economical for them. It's a marketing something where we sell this kind of knowledge. Actually, people produce this kind of artistic production for sale. They contract them to come and paint, to come and build this portrait art, which has served as a source of income for these uneducated men and women in the community of Srego. This is land, right, knowledge, and not decoration. You can realize that this artistic production that you are viewing, they are actually motifs unreadable outside their landscape. Their right knowledge belongs, this knowledge belongs to Srigu and the Swopa artisans. Actually, they actually produce it. And so literature, when you read into literature, you realize that there are some research done to see how even this can be used for local clothing. And we call it the tie and dye. And so this production is being used as a tie and dye produced on cloth, which is a resistance of heat in the environment. There are three things we are asking of this room. One, we recognize recognition, indigenous art and material, culture as environmental knowledge. It cite it fun, steady, and then resources. We also want to ask that women-led institutions like Srigu directly as a climate resilient infrastructures and not only a charity. Reciprocate any research or policy engagement is being welcome. Our land, our art, our land, our future. The question is, there is this artistic production. These women draw these geometric principles. They have never sat in class 1, neither to talk of grade 1, grade 2, to talk of the tertiary. However, they have been able to produce artistic production that are so more of like mathematical. How then do we leverage on this knowledge into our classroom? How do we leverage on this knowledge to protect our environment, especially within the jurisdiction of Surugu that is so, full of heat and unbearable weather? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent and Bridget, for that inspiring presentation. You have reminded us that our art is not only a reflection of our culture, but also a powerful voice for protecting our land and advancing climate justice. We truly appreciate your contribution. Now, you have talked that it is passed on from women to the children. I have like 3 questions to you. Now, how does SWOPA Art use indigenous art and storytelling to preserve local knowledge and strengthen climate action among young people? That is number 1. Number 2, how can indigenous communities use art to make their voices heard in conversations about land rights and climate justice? And finally, what role can young people play in carrying indigenous knowledge and artistic traditions forward while creating solutions for a changing climate? And to the listeners, you can have your questions ready. I think at the end of the 4 presentations, we are going to have a dialogue. So over to you. Maybe you can respond to 1 or 2 before we move on to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you very much. And in fact, one of the advocacy that can be used is through the economical approach they are being used to maintain it. Actually, the means of transmission from generation to generation, what I actually made mention of is the artistic production, the mother to children, children to their children, children in that order. The presentation I made mention that SWOPA Art has been there for over 50 years plus. 50 years plus. So literature and the conversation with the indigenes actually inform the world that they are actually using this demonstration method where the mothers are going to do the production, the children follow them, and they do whilst the children also imitate them. Whilst they are imitating them, if they are doing the right thing, then they correct them. You do this, and then I also do that. You draw the line, the child also draw the line. Now, when you talk of an advocacy, we are actually advocating this even for the government to actually embrace this. And it has been set as a tourist center as we are speaking now, that many people come to observe the artistic production, the culture meaning of it. Can I get the 3rd question?
The 3rd question was, what role can young people play in carrying indigenous knowledge and artistic traditions forward while creating solutions for a changing climate?
Yes, what knowledge, right?
Sure.
Okay. In fact, the knowledge, as I spoke about, is actually involving them. And that has been the norm of the Sirigu community. So the place is being open for people from the grade 1. Here we call them the primary school, the kindergarten, to actually come and observe what is actually happening. So through the observation, it will actually inspire the students or the children to appreciate their own culture. Now, wherever they find themselves, they actually advocate for such knowledge to be sustained. I don't know if I've been able to answer the question well. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, you have, because young people can act as a bridge between, as bridges between traditional knowledge and modern innovation. So they can learn from elders, document indigenous practices, use digital platforms to share cultural knowledge, and transform traditional ideas into creative solutions to or for climate adaptation, conservation, and sustainable livelihood. So thank you very much. I want the audience, maybe a burning question, and while we preserve others for the dialogue during the dialogue session. And as we do that, I want to Angela Adhiambo Opondo to prepare. She's from Kenya, East Africa. She has a small talk. Any question? We have 3 minutes before we usher in our next presenter, please. Yes, I can see coffee.
Yes.
Rogers. Yes. You have a question? Go ahead.
Oh, I don't have a question per se, but I think my question will come up during the dialogue.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, any other person, any participants, any member in the forum? Now we want to usher in Angela Adhiambo Opondo from Kenya, East Africa, who is going to talk to us about Indigenous women's data, sovereignty, and customary land rights in Kisumu County, Kenya. So as we said earlier, the questions, we can preserve our questions and comments so that we can have them during the dialogue session. So at the Ambo, you have 15 minutes. You can use even less so that we can have the conversation going on. On to you, Angela.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
Yes. We can see your screen. I can see it from my end.
And anyone else? Because I'm sharing, or
You're good, Angela.
Julie, can you see the screen? Okay.
Yes, I can also see it from my side.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my name is Angela Opondo. I'm from Kenya. I'm currently doing my PhD in South Africa at Wits University. And I'm presenting part of my paper because the first thing my supervisor advised, Angela, if you decide to do PhD, at this point, you are giving back to the community. It's not about looking for a job or anything. When you're doing your PhD, what are you going to give back to your community? So my research went back home, back to Kenya, my rural home, which is Kisumu County. And I was looking at the One Health perspective, where the health of humans
breaking.
Affect the health of the environment, and that also affects health. Sorry, my focus was on female-headed households. And I was looking at how they use their indigenous knowledge to adapt to climate change. And the more I did my research, I realized there is a gap around and the climate change policy frameworks that governments come up with. And this gap is where the climate change frameworks focus on big projects like dams, like large irrigation schemes that are supposed to help the community members. But these vulnerable communities can't access these projects. And sometimes when they are not maintained by the government, they just collapse and they become this big white elephant in the community they can access. And these were the social capital resources where they form women groups, they come together, they share their indigenous knowledge, their traditional practices and cultural practices, and they're able to transfer this information from one generation to the next as they adapt to climate change. So my research found that 96% of women rely on these groups because this is their safety net. This is where they are able to come together to even buy land, because it is not easy for a woman to have a land and a title deed, because this is where they till there and they farm and they do their agricultural practices. So these groups give them that chance to access land, to access financial assistance from banks. And I also found that only 10 to 20% hold title deeds. And when you look at the policy frameworks, they look at women as one single group. But I was focusing on widows, where if a widow, the husband dies, she can be chased away from her land because the land was in the name of the husband. And for some married women, when their husbands travel to urban areas in search of work, they can go there for months or years. So the female becomes the head of the household. So even if she buys her own land or gets financial assistance, when the husband decides to come back, she will claim it belongs to the group so that the husband doesn't just sell it without her consent. And like 100% of these women, they had to look for covert ways to be able to keep their lands, keep their assets, because when the husband comes back, automatically he is the head of the household. So centering of the indigenous women leadership, this knowledge that they share, these cultural and traditional practices, we can be able to look at it as a participatory mapping that can make women's informal land use visible and legitimate. When policy frameworks, when government and policy frameworks are being created, we need to look at their customary law as legitimate. This widow has the right to live on this land, even if the name is not in, the title deed is not in her name, because she's tilled this land, she's taken care of this land, she's lived here with her husband for all those years, and the in-laws do not have the right to chase her away, claiming that this land belongs to our son. So such knowledge and such legal, traditional, cultural practices need to be legitimized. And we heard that this knowledge shouldn't be looked at as just stories or just folklores. They matter. And we are not saying that scientific knowledge is more important than indigenous knowledge, or indigenous and traditional practices are more important. Since Region 1 talk, we've heard that this is a partnership. Indigenous knowledge is just as important as scientific knowledge. So on the call to action, we must shift from seeing women are just beneficiaries or these vulnerable victims that are just sitting back, waiting for help, waiting for the government to come in and help them, waiting for funders or donors or grants to come in and help them. Because even as we are having these sessions right now on the ground, these women are adapting to climate change, they are applying their knowledge, and we've heard they are the guardians of this knowledge. They are passing this knowledge from one generation to the next. And instead of seeing them as just victims or beneficiaries who need help, we need to bring them on board as partners from the word go. We need to move beyond the top down. We need to have a central place where we recognize that they do have authority, they do have the knowledge, and they are the experts and the leaders on climate change adaptation every single day. So in conclusion, thank you so much for this platform, because it has helped me to actually see the different perspectives of youth and indigenous knowledge, and it is making my paper and my research even more stronger. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Angela, for bringing this important perspective on women's land rights and data sovereignty. So your presentation reminds us that climate justice must also mean ensuring that communities, especially women or indigenous women, have a voice, ownership, and agency over the knowledge that shapes their future. And thank you, and we appreciate your contribution. Now, before you exit, I have 3 questions, and I urge the audience also to put down or jot down some questions so that during the dialogue session we can engage you. Now, you talked about indigenous women's data sovereignty and customary land rights in Kisumu County. Having been from Kenya, we know what it means when it comes to women having ownership over land, including girls. So how does data sovereignty strengthen indigenous women's ability to defend their customary land rights from where we stand in Kenya, from the community, which is just my neighbor there? How can they do that? How does data sovereignty strengthen indigenous women's ability to defend their customary land rights? That is number 1. Number 2, what specific barriers do indigenous women face in securing and exercising customary land rights? And finally, how can young people and digital technologies support women's land rights without compromising indigenous knowledge and privacy? How can young people and digital technologies support women's land rights without compromising indigenous knowledge and privacy? With that, you can respond, and then we will have much dialogue, and I urge the participants in this forum to put down questions for the presenter. Angela?
Okay, thank you for those questions. So I'll start with the challenges, because as I've said, this is a community I'm from, but I've always been looking at it as going home to visit my people, to visit my grandmother. But from the research side, going there with the perspective of learning to be able to listen and they share. The challenges, the main one was the financial challenge. Land is very expensive, that is true. And we've had even some of these women haven't gone to school. So they're focused on informal small businesses just to be able to take care of their family, feed their children, and find a way to take them to school. So land is expensive. So that's why they actually do rely a lot on the women groups and the chamas. In Kenya, we call them chamas. And they came up with this strategy where they can come together and access even loans, because it is difficult to access it alone. And sometimes they have those small table banking, and they can buy land as a group, or sometimes they help each other buy land. If one woman has land, they'll help her with the loan and help her buy it, and the next person and the next. So this is where at least they're able to buy the land, but now comes the challenge of the title deed, because especially even as a married woman, even if the land is in your name, sometimes sadly the husbands can sell this land without your consent. So they come up with strategies, maybe putting the land in the name of the child or the children, or so that it can't be sold, or putting the land in the name of the group, so legally no one can sell it or take it away. So they're coming up with these strategies as they keep sharing the knowledge and the different experiences that they have together. And then when it comes to the young, the youth, and using technology to help our community members, our women, our mothers and grandmothers, one suggestion that actually came from the community when I was doing the research, one lady asked me, Angela, now that you're doing this PhD and your academia, and you've come and we've told your challenges, there is this NGO that has come in and they want to help us, but they're asking for proposals. And you know, some of us don't know how to read and write. So how do they expect us to write these proposals? We come to you, help us to write proposals. So I already started on that part, like especially as young people, we know how to write these proposals to help them open these doors for funds and grants so that they can improve their businesses and have sustainable income. So I hope I've answered the questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sure. And I think we also need to engage our young people to support their community. Apart from you're a young person, you need to bring on board some other young people to support community documentation, digital mapping, awareness, and advocacy, while ensuring that communities decide what information can be collected, shared, or made public. So technology should also strengthen community control rather than extract or exploit indigenous knowledge. So any participant, any person from the audience, please? Question for Angela as we usher in our third presenter, Mr. Mohammed Yemir Tigene, to take us through an overall presentation about pastoral knowledge and route management. Yes, Paul, your hand is up. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Angela. Thank you very much for your thoughtful presentation. Question, in terms of women ownership titles, empowerment, and authority that you represented, are from the, I mean, 50% of the world are women, and one of the features that exists in the world, even if the imbalances also account for 50% of the women. So in those colonial countries, in the countries that have gone through their development, are there legal lessons that have been used in the history of women empowerment in the developed world that would help with the empowerment in the communities that you're working with?
Angela?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, thank you for that question. That's a good question because I've been looking into that, and some of the lessons that from the developed nations that I've been able to see as I go through my literature review is that for Kenya, okay, not even Kenya, just Africa, and especially our rural context, there are like laws and regulations, and that's the thing, especially from the policy side. As our women, most of them don't even know the rules and regulations they're supposed to follow. So as we had like just bringing, one of the lessons I saw is when the youth and the elders work together, they are able to find legal ways to have like their title deeds and no one can take them away, because even if they're taken away illegally, they don't know which channels to go and fight for their rights. So just bringing the youth and the elders together as we are doing right here, right now, to be able to help them literally just understand the simplest way, the rules and the regulations, and how you can fight for your rights and no one can take it away from you, especially when the title deed is in your name. Like no one can just sell it legally. It's not just gone. There are ways and pathways you can access and get your land back or all your assets or your resources.
Okay, Angela, thank you for that. And we are waiting for Mr. Mohammed. Mohammed, are you in the room? Mohammed? We have Mohammed. Mohammed Yemer Tegene. As we wait for him, if you are there, please, let's see, Angela. As we wait for him, maybe we can engage you still. You talked about this sovereignty, land sovereignty, especially for widows. As we know, there are some households who still encourage wife inheritance in the community. Is that affecting this process, please? Or how do they go about it legally, following from the question from Paul? What happens if that is happening and it is affecting them? How do they go about it? Did you interrogate that?
I didn't interrogate it directly, but I got information, especially, the best thing about talking to communities is when you listen, they do tell you the challenges, and they did mention about wife inheritance. And you find that for most, and especially for the widows, like one of the women, she literally had to fight to get her own land because for her, the advantage is she was educated and she had kids with that traditional or cultural practice of wife inheritance. So she had mentioned the best, or one of the lessons she learned was like when you have joint spousal titling, like when you have like your name and your husband's name on the title of your land, and you can stand for yourself, you have more advantage and you have more agency and choices to be able to advance. And she has been able to help other women in the community who come to her when they need help, especially the widows, because the wife inheritance, obviously it is dying down, but it's still there. And the women who are more vulnerable are the poor women, widows, or single women that you don't have any money to feed your kids. So that is your only option. You can be the third, the fifth wife, but your aim is to be able to feed your children and take them to school. So from that, she's able to actually bring them in the women groups, help them get their small businesses. Because for a woman, as long as you can feed your child and take them to school, you are able to make choices and work harder not to fall into that practice. So she mentioned it is a big challenge, and it is for her side, she is fighting a lot against that. And obviously the community is not like everyone is embracing it, and some are fighting back, but she is able to help others in the community.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that contribution. Really appreciate, and we know you have brought on board the women's voice, ownership, and agency in this indigenous knowledge. So we are still waiting for Mohammed, or if Mohammed is not in, we can move on to, as we wait for him, we can move on to Ibrahim Koroma Dubuye from Sierra Leone. Are you in? I want to check. Please, if you are in. Seeing them. Anyone who has seen them on board? As we wait for them, we can engage the two presenters, Angela and, is it Angela? We have Angela, we have Vincent and Bridget. We can engage them with questions. Hello. Questions for the presenters, please. Questions? Julie, can you check whether we have the two presenters?
Yes, I've asked the original
Yes.
leads to check on them. And so I think he's doing that. But meanwhile, maybe I would ask Angela. Angela, so this issue of, sometimes I know about when women, when husbands die, and then the woman has a firstborn male child, then they don't really have issues. At least the firstborn male child will inherit the land, and then there wouldn't be any conflict. Did you find any bearing on that as well? Was there any relationship, at least those who had male children, having it easy with the family, or the family having it easy with them, and then vice versa?
Yeah, that is true. That is something I noticed, which was sad, and it made me realize education is so important, because even for the women who had but educated, they had the strength, and this is where choices come in. They had the strength, they had the knowledge, and you could not interfere with their mother, you could not interfere with their family. But on the other side, when the widows have a male child, it doesn't matter whether he's educated or he's just jobless, sponging from the mother herself. Automatically, she still didn't have any problem, because the firstborn is a male child, and according to tradition, he will inherit the land. But even on the other side, when it became like the firstborn is a girl child and she is not educated, obviously she will get married and go. You find the widows had a lot of challenges, and this is where they rely a lot. And I learned from them to rely on social capital, and just being in this room, for me, this is one of the, like, it's just another way of saying networking. The rural women network a lot. I have not seen anyone who networks like a rural woman, just to be able to survive and take care of her community. So those were the challenge, how they were able to overcome the challenges, and you find more and more women are able to stand on their own, even stand against their in-laws, because of the networks that they are forming as the safety net in the communities.
This is very interesting. Do you realize the relationship between your presentation and your findings and what was presented in Region 1 by Veronica? You were there in Region 1, where she presented on the women and then the methodology they are using they coming from different institutions with even different profession, and then that network helping them, something of that sort. Did you see any relationship?
Yeah, I was even smiling and I was like, we have a lot to learn from our women. We have a lot to learn because we always ask ourselves, how do they survive? How are you able to do all these things and still have this invisible work, like taking care of yourself, taking care of your kids, taking care of your community, your family, and sometimes you even forget yourself. But these networks remind them to take care of themselves so that they have that strength. And that is one thing, especially as I'm looking at that, bridging the gap between indigenous knowledge and the climate change adaptation frameworks. Policies do not focus on the social capital because there's no tangible data. There are no numbers, there are no words. And just having a way to be able to show, that is where my challenge is, because this is a very important resource that makes our continent go round. The social capital literally uplifts the African continent and the world because they communicate and they network and they've been doing it for centuries. And we see it as invisible, we see it as normal, but it really, and even mental health, one of the able to talk and help each other with our mental health, because they do get exhausted and they do have challenges. So that connection was there.
That's very interesting. I am looking at this social networks you're talking about, and I am trying to think about this issue of the indigenous youth who are being even prevented from getting the advantages of being in communities where some of these resources can be found. I'm talking about the situation where resources are more or less used up by those in authority, even within the communities. And then the indigenous youth are not able to get anything. And we are talking about the fact that when they even come together, they might be arrested and all that. I am trying to think around, so how are these women able to stand so strong that they are able to beat the family members who are able to who want to cheat them? And do you think that encouraging indigenous youth in communities to come together like how these women are coming together can in a way help them take hold of their rights and then the land and then the resources which are being taken away from them by those in authority?
Yeah, I even remember the presentation that was just before me by, I think it was Vincent Kofi. Maybe he can correct me on this, but there's
Yes,
something he mentioned, especially when he was talking of, yes, like your presentation, when you are talking about how these women are using their knowledge, like even the art and the painting is not just art. And one thing I realized, it's all about patience. Women are very, very patient people. And we know that is the opposite of our youth. And that is one thing I've realized as I keep studying like the different perspectives and the different rooms I'm in. And I remember this one time, one of the youth stood up and said, it is a fact and it is a reality. For us youth, we want it and we want it now. We don't want it tomorrow or 10 years from now. We want it now. And sometimes it is a challenge for them to be patient enough to enter rooms where they need to amplify their voices. And that is where bringing them together with these women to show them the path of patience, and you just keep knocking on that door and it will be open, because they knock here, they move to the next and the next, and they get frustrated. But yeah, I think Vincent can take it up a little. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Angela. Actually, it's also a very insightful presentation, and good to know that you are also working towards that area. I'm also a PhD candidate working around that SWOP, indigenous knowledge stuff, and the little I have known about it, or the big picture I have about it, is actually how even these women organize and mobilize themselves. As I'm speaking, is a women-led organization. It's just some two men I have seen that they are involved in helping in some of the coordination work. Just two men that I've seen. And in the tradition here in the Upper East region, actually there are certain things that the women are not obligated to do. So these men comes in to stand in for them. And so they mobilize themselves. They even have set of groups. They have Susu, what we call the Susu group, where each Monday they come to contribute the Susu group to actually help themselves, so that yearly they will actually pick up the money and use it to build up themselves. So the other aspect I am also looking at is how in a society we undermine the contribution of women. In fact, when you come to my region here, the men are everything. Even when a stranger visits the house, when the man is not there, the woman has no right to receive the information. She will actually tell you that, oh, my husband is not there, so wait till he comes before you can deliver anything. But now that we have discovered this artistic knowledge, the pottery knowledge that is being crafted by women, how then do we also advocate for it such that we will actually embrace what the women are contributing in the society? That is also one of the things that I am actually looking at. When you set your eyes on the production, the artistic work they are doing, it's amazing. You just realize that it's full of geometric principles. Meanwhile, these people have not even sat in class 1 or grade 1, grade 2. They are uneducated. They can't even speak the English language. And yet they are able to do this amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Vincent, what you are talking about is very similar to what we heard again in Region 1. I think it was let me see, there was a Saba project where women in a particular community didn't have any alternative source of livelihood, so were dependent on just the forest resources because they were located in a forest. And these women, well, some of them, I understand they have some basic education, but the kind of things they are able to do with the capacities that the project is building in them. And the presenter even made mention of one woman who had never gone to school, but asked the husband to teach her. And the husband has been able to teach her, and the lady is teaching I think a basic school or something of that sort. And they are doing a lot of artwork. So I think it's, like I said, the presentations are just reinforcing and reiterating what we are talking about. I can see an interesting point in the chat made by Angela Gross. Angela, I want to invite you to add your voice to the ongoing discussion, if it's okay. Angela Groves. Did I get a name right, please? Yeah, she has something interesting in the chat that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. popularized the beloved community as a global vision where poverty, racism, and violence are replaced by sisterhood, brotherhood, and economic justice. It is achievable. It is achievable. Please, the tech people, are you able to unmute Angela Gross for us?
Julie, as they unmute, I'm thinking from what both Vincent and Angela are bringing out, the voice that is coming out is that we still have limited access to land ownership and decision-making structures, especially in our communities. We also have inadequate recognition of customary rights and equal access to information and social and institutional barriers. So I think these women needs to be, or addressing this requires a stronger inclusion of women in land governance and community decision making, where we come from mostly being patriarchal communities. You find that most decisions are made by men in their gatherings, well known as barazas, and they don't recognize the presence of the women, the voice of the women. So if we had, like they say, those in geopolitics, women in geopolitics, if these women are empowered, they are included, that spirit of inclusion is there in governance, then I think we can really take this sovereignty, this art forward, and even pass it well to the generations, because they know each of them or each woman or the women have rights, and they can make also good decisions and also can work in this indigenous knowledge, and they can take it beyond their own communities. It can be a global issue. I don't know whether is it Angela or the other one who was unmuting, and I don't know whether
Angela,
we have.
Angela, please, you are now able to unmute yourself. So kindly unmute yourself and then add your voice to the ongoing dialogue, please.
Okay, I try. Hi, thanks for presenting such a wonderful talks. It's really wonderful to hear you and to see how much power women can create if they stand together. And I'm very impressed by that. And I think it's something we have to learn, that if we trust each other, that we can change this world in a way that everyone can live a good life. I'm very convinced about that.
That's very deep.
Thank you. I don't know, Julie, whether we have Mohammed in the room.
I am not sure, but perhaps we have some dialogue. In fact, the dialogue is supposed to start from now until 20 minutes. Yes. So, Alice, you're still leading the dialogue. And so I would leave it for you to continue the dialogue until after 20 minutes, then Professor Paul will take over the mantle from you. Thank you so much.
That is fine. Just we are on with the dialogue. We had the presenters. So I encourage the members, you bring your voice. you make your contribution to this conversation that is on, even from the presenters and even our theme that is Indigenous Guardians, Land Rights and Knowledge for Climate Justice. So the floor is open for us to make our contributions. I want to start even from before the participants, before other participants in the fora come in. I remember there was something that Vincent Coffey, you had mentioned, and you say that during the dialogue, you're going to elaborate to us in the conversation that you had just started. Can you pick up from there as we wait for other presenters, please, or other participants to bring on board their voices?
Okay. Actually, it was part of the question that you asked. However, I just want to re-emphasize on the fact of the presentation of Angela. And looking at her presentation and the rite of passage of land and heritage and other things, it's more or less like, let me say, is the same as my jurisdiction, where women absolutely are not the ownership of land and have no right to own a land. Even to the fact that if maybe a woman gets married, it belongs to the other family, the husband's family. And so let's say if the husband dies, the husband brother within the family, the woman has the right to choose anyone to be the husband. And when they give birth to a child, that child belongs to the disease. And so when you look at it, it means that when you get married, you are out of your family. And yet, within that family, the woman has no right for a land unless the children. So I'm wondering, I'll keep on wondering, what if the woman couldn't give birth to a child who is a male to inherit the property? It means that that woman will be left stranded, will be left with no inheritance. Because in the jurisdiction, the women have no proper right to own lands. So it's out of this resilience that sometimes these women come up with their own way of doing things to sustain themselves. And so looking at this Srigu portrait art, or what we call the Suopa, is absolutely owned by women, and they support each other from the support each other in that order. And mostly women who are like their disease passed on, or they have no other help from anywhere. And that is also what they sustain themselves with. In fact, in the Upper East region here, the land is not so organic or to farm in a large production, looking at the sun and all of that stuff. So during this vast season for over 6 to 7 months, these people depend on some other source of livelihood. And this actually production helped them a lot. So basically that is, but if you can also remind me of the questions, so that I can also still elaborate on it more, it will help me.
Okay. Yes, initially we had talked about how SOPA arts use indigenous art and storytelling to preserve local knowledge and strengthen climate action among young people. And from what I'm getting is that the what Sopa arts uses when they use traditional art, craft, music, storytelling, and cultural expression to preserve indigenous knowledge and pass it from one generation to another. Now, this creative, what I'm getting from you, from that community, is that these creative approaches help young people understand the relationship between their communities, land, natural resources, and climate, while inspiring them to become active stewards. So
Good,
I don't know whether that is the aim of the women, that the way you presented that, or
good.
it is just passed from generation to generation from women. And is it passed from women to the young girls, or is it passed from women to their children, both the male and the female, so that they carry that mantle to the next generation? You didn't clarify that.
Yes, good. Thank you so much. I actually made mention that um, the means of transmission sometimes it's a narration method they use per the study or the inquiry that I've done so far. I'm not done with the full work, but I'm now trying to. But per the what I have done so far, you realize the means of transmission is one, the narration method, singing. Sometimes when they are doing it, they are doing the artwork, they are singing, which is a lesson the children are picking from there. And you see the passing on in twofold. One, the women pass on to their children who are so interested in it. Two, where it is open, where any other person who is so much interested in learning or carrying the vision on can also come, whether you are an indigene or not, you can come in. I was told that when you are married there, although you may be from a different type and you are married there, you have the liberty and the right to learn that artwork from there. And so that is where it becomes something like generational. They pass on from their children to their children. However, it's also open to the public to also learn out of it. Am I clear?
Okay. Yeah, but another question emanating from that. Now, if these young people act as a bridge or bridges between traditional knowledge, do they integrate that with the modern innovation? Because we believe that they are not the same as the women, maybe those who never went to school. This is a new generation which has gone to school, and there is indigenous knowledge here, and there is also innovation here because of the modernization. How do they marry the two so that there is continuity in this indigenous knowledge, indigenous art, indigenous art, land or music, or the artifacts or crafts that you talked about?
Yes. That is a very good question. And in fact, my conversation with one of the women, she told me that she's only teaching one of her last born. The last born, she's the one teacher. I asked, why the last born? She told me that actually the other grown up are not so much interested in the artwork. So per the conversation, I asked them, why are they not interested in it? Well, she couldn't give me any reason, which perhaps I am yet to interrogate on it more to know those reason and how they will do it. But perhaps one thing I have come to realize is sometimes education, where we have to educate them to know, for them to know that what their parents are doing is not what we call in quote a village, we call it a ruler something or a deprived something, but it is something that they need to be proud of as what they are coming up with their society. So I mentioned of something we call EMIC and ethic. So the EMIC is actually the insider perspective, the indigenous themselves, the perspective. Now the ethics now is talking about how then do we construct, do we remodernize this knowledge whilst maintaining the original intent of the artistic production. And it comes with what we call the dialogue, where we involve both the artisans, the educated, and the stakeholders, so that whilst we are modernizing it, we can also still maintain that original intent for the culture. Is my answer clear?
Yes, I think from the way you have explained, they can you can have a bridge between traditional knowledge and modern innovation. This young generation can learn from from elders. They document these indigenous practices and also use their digital platforms to share their cultural knowledge and transform traditional ideas into creative solutions for climate adaptation, conservation, and sustainable livelihood. Now, members on the floor, any question, any contribution, any observation?
Yeah, Alice, so I think that we have some 5 minutes break we can take for water, and once we come back, we can zoom into the panel discussions. Paul will be moderating one, then another one would be moderated by Dr. Shaheen. These are going to be very insightful sessions, and I hope we just get some tea for ourselves and then quickly turn to our seats. But I would say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Alice, for making time and for the
I want to have a parting shot.
Come again.
Shot before Julie. Yes, I just want to say that thank you to all our presenters and participants for these insightful contributions. So today we have been reminded that indigenous knowledge, land rights, women's voices, and if we had the other presenters, we could be having the pastoral wisdom, arts and youth leadership, are all central to climate justice. So I want to say that let us move beyond listening to action, valuing indigenous knowledge, empowering our young people, and ensuring that communities remain at the heart of climate solutions. So on behalf of Region 2, Africa, thank you for your engagement, your ideas, and your commitment to justice and climate resilience future. Let us continue to be guardians of our land, our knowledge, and our future. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Over to you, Julie.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alice, for your insightful questions, probing questions, which has sustained the dialogue. And thank you so much to the presenters. You've been awesome. You've really shared a lot of your knowledge, and we are very much grateful for your generosity. And so we have just about 5 minutes to just stretch and quickly return to our seat. And once we are back, Prof. Paul will be the moderator. He will be leading a panel discussion. The GIYSCC Global Lead. It's going to be a panel dialogue. And from there, we would have a short session of dialogue and get to INSA Africa. On that note, thank you once again, Alice. Thank you so much, dear presenters. See you in some few minutes. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And let me quickly invite Paul to moderate this session. of the panel discussion. Thank you very much. Paul, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Julia. Well, let's get everybody in the panel. So we should have Tope and Davina and Onza, as well as yourself. Hello, Onza. Nice to see you. I like the hat. And I think Davina's there. Davina, start your video, please. So while the team of fabulous women leaders from Africa is being assembled with Julia's leadership for the Global Indigenous Youth Summit 2026. So Tope, Dr. Temitope Sogbonmu is, let's see here, choose. So can we ask the moderator to put the 5 of us on the screen, please, for the presenter? Well, let me begin in any case. So the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change emerged significantly with the Science Advice Skills Development Program initiated in 2022 by the International Network Government Science Advice. And I have the honor, truly, to be the mentor of the first 3 global leads. Were part of my mentor-mentee relationship, Dr. Temitope Sogbonmu, Dr. Davina Lobine, and Dr. Onza Razana Amaro. And in each case, the Science Advice Skills Development Program, the question was one of science and advice skills development. How do you train science advice skills? And often what happens is the academic component comes out, that you write policy briefs, you write a policy brief with the idea of giving it to somebody that makes a decision. So in a different approach to training, the approach that I've been fortunate and truly has been a remarkable journey with Tope and with Davina, Onza, and now Julia, has been one of skills development by placing the mentee in the position of a decision maker. So the concept of by, for, and among Indigenous youth is explicit in terms of skills development, specifically science and advice skills development, in that the Indigenous youth leaders make decisions about the agenda in the 3 8-hour regions, and then as a team for the 24 hours on the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. And the Indigenous youth leaders make decisions about the invitees. So they have a fundamental role in this discussion from the very beginning in terms of science advice skills development. And what has emerged in this process is remarkable leadership, truly amazing leadership. Not just leaders because they're put in positions of influence as decision makers, but leaders who inspire others from around the world to participate in this type of dialogue. And to that, I'm truly grateful to help coordinate in any way I can. The discussion is evolving. And we have, and again, I request if we could put all of us on the screen, because just not one of us, it's a team, really. And that's been the beauty of it from the beginning. journeys that each of these talented women leaders from the continent has been a different starting point. And Tope has the long perspective, being the first founding global lead of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. Davina in 2024, Onza in 2025, and Julia in 2026. So your starting points as global leads are different. But one thing I find most enjoyable about this journey together with you is that you're still all involved and you're interacting with each other and you're sharing observations and passion and insights, and you're trying to improve, and you are improving this global dialogue. So it's by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion, and the global inclusion component that the four of you have brought to the table, I would say, is hopeful for humanity on a planetary scale forever. That the duration, the legacy that you're creating with this dialogue is not something that's temporary. It's something that's sustainable because it's necessary for the world to operate across generations. There's an important message, there's important lessons, but there's important leadership that is coming from women leaders, the first four leaders of the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change from Africa. And what I'd like to ask each of you to do briefly, and then we can have a discussion riffing on that. But if you could each just share your perspectives of when you started, the progress that's been made to the moment, and where you'd like to go in the future, and how you'd like to get there. Something of that flavor. If I could each ask each of you to dwell on that, and perhaps chronologically, with respect, we'll start with Tope, and then we'll go to Davina, and then Onza, and then Julia. Please, Tope.
Okay. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Paul, for the introduction, and good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to everyone, wherever you may be joining us from. It's been a pleasure to co-found the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change with Paul, really under Paul's mentorship, but also to be able to be involved in developing the framework, and then passing on the baton to subsequent global leads and indeed regional leads across the world. As Paul has mentioned, this ensued from the INSA Africa inaugural science advice for diplomacy mentorship that happened in 2022 and 2023. Just to intervene very quickly so that I don't take too much of our time, I have seen the GIYSCC grow from inception. I have seen the level of effort, the passion, the interest of Indigenous youths, especially when we started the mobilization ab initio. And I'm proud to say that the fire really started from Africa. And I see that that momentum has continued from Africa. So unlike what we often perceive ourselves as often looking for platforms to be allowed to speak, we are actually the ones that have led these global engagements. And I've seen more interest and more opportunities for Indigenous peoples and youth indeed to be called to these high-level decision-making tables, especially in the area of climate change impact, but also mitigation and adaptation. So very proud of what we've become. The next step that I would like to see, one of the unique characteristics of the GIYSCC is the, first of all, engagement of Indigenous peoples, and also the inclusion of cultures and languages. And so moving it away from a traditional academic platform that we would have, where people come, make presentations, get certificates, add it to their CV. So a lot of the time it excludes those that are not Western schooled, if you may.
So it's not a platform for those that have PhDs or those that are researchers. It's for everyone. It's particularly for those who are not Western school, as you may say, because we've realized and we know that indigenous education, indigenous skills, indigenous knowledge is very, very important, particularly in these times that we talk about climate change. I would like to see more inclusion. I've always driven how we can include the language inclusion. We have diversities of language across the world. How can we make this a bit more seamless and to ensure that everyone is carried along and feel more confident and free to be able to contribute not just to the conversations, but to the initiatives, to the drives, to the funding pools that we need to be able to achieve the type of objectives that we had ab initio. And really, what are these objectives that we had? We've achieved one of the first one, which was to have a one-of-a-kind platform for global engagement. And I think we've sustained that from 2023 till date across the world. Perhaps what I've not seen so far, because throughout the past 3 years, I've always been online for the 24 hours. I'm still yet to see Australia really represented in the global indigenous youth engagement. I think that is something we must take forward and into the future for the next leader for next year and subsequent years. We need to ensure the engagement of every nook and cranny of the world. And Australia is still largely missing in our engagement so far. Some parts of Oceania are also still missing. So those ones are still need to be ticked in terms of achieving our initial objectives. Our second objectives are to share youth perspectives, approaches, concerns, and strategies. We've dwelt a lot about perspectives, we've dwelt a lot about impact, observations, and concern. Going forward, I want indigenous youths and the platform to engage in approaches and strategies that address climate change impact from indigenous point of view. We don't want to always come into the conversation of talking about challenges and issues. We want to contribute solutions and solutions that grow from local to global. This is a challenge that I'm posing to the next set of leadership, but indeed to all of us who are on this platform. Our third objective is to stimulate lifelong learning. We're doing that. Towards the end of this year into 2027, we will be publishing our inaugural Global Indigenous Youth Summit books. We've been able to curate 2 volumes made up of almost about 50 chapters that were contributed from youth from across the world from the very first Indigenous Youth Summit engagements. I am hoping that the subsequent leaders will take up, immediately after we've published these first 2 volumes, take up the baton to continue these publications. I heard Julia saying earlier that she was going to work on that, and I'm hoping that that will happen. But beyond just books, but also create other lifelong learning platforms and avenues. This one is these YouTube videos that we're having is going to be online forever, but also other means, including through indigenous or communicating indigenous languages that will be available for subsequent generations to learn from and to also use that to engage themselves. And finally, our fourth objective is to inspire indigenous youth leaders to think from short to long term across their lifetimes. I think from what I've seen so far, we are really achieving that, but we want to see more significant and tangible achievements of that thinking from short to long term. We want to see more indigenous youth voices come out. I love the young people in Region 1 who spoke earlier today. I don't know about how many young people we had who presented, but we want to see more of these young people from secondary schools, from universities, because these are the ones that are really going to be there in the next 10 years when we are now quote and unquote transition from youths. And indeed, with that knowledge that they have now, we can be sure that long-term sustainability is assured. I would leave my intervention at this point and allow the others to speak. Thank you very much.
So actually, I think I'm the next one. So I'm going to, yeah. Says, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending where you are from, and joining us today. So I'm Devina Alubin, and for me, GYCC, I will not really touch base again on what Tope has said, but I'm going just to start a bit about how I got engaged. Actually, I'm from Mauritius, and the moment I was assigned. Paul was assigned to me as a mentor, and we had that first discussion. What would be my project, which come to science policy? And we on our first meeting, we actually spoke like 1 hour, I guess even more. And for me, it was really like to do something on small island developing state, and like and then I don't know how, but we did jump from small island developing state to talking about GYSCC. And I was, I don't know, amazed, surprised, inspired. Those words, I would say it's really not the right words to describe it, about hearing the GICC, how it has Tope and the team has started with a small idea and really bring life to it and really make it happen. And I was I would say, amazed by the idea of being communicating in different languages. I didn't told Paul on that day that I'm going to help with the GYCC. Although Paul did mention to me that, the GYCC, I don't know what is the future because we don't have anyone to take the baton. And also, now we don't have Unitor on board. It's going to be a challenge who is going to host us, and the different challenges and barriers. I didn't really, and after, that night, I took time to reflect, really reflect what I want to do as a project. And I said to myself, we can't let such a beautiful initiative to die. So the next day, I messaged Paul. I'm up for the global lead, and from that we started the journey. It has been an amazing journey. It has been, uh, you know. Uh, from the idea, it's small learnings that that we have issues with the host, and then Paul told me, why not asking to the people in the emails, and then Future Earth come on board. Just one email I put in the group, what will it will take to host GYCC, and I'm so happy that Future Earth came on board, and they have been so much supportive, and we can't really thank them in words. And from that, the idea was to really see what are the gaps from the first edition and then the second edition. And then we did realize that small island developing state was not represented in the first edition. It's a process. In one edition we can't get everything. It's very difficult because when we talk about indigenous people, when we speak about communities knowledge, people has really become protective about their ideas, about their knowledge, because it has been in the past that there has been people has take ideas, has did great work, earned grants, but they never acknowledge the indigenous people. So it's a process of building trust. So in the second edition, I tried to incorporate the small island developing state, and by chance at that time, there was a grant by the Commonwealth Scholarship that was open. And I said to Paul, through the Commonwealth Scholarship alumni in Mauritius and the team that have been engaged, I will pitch for funding for the roundtable discussion on the socio-economic challenges of climate change on small island developing state. And we had one panel where Tope and Paul was represented, where we were talking about science advice, policy, science diplomacy, and climate action. It was such a, I would say, insightful panel. And from there, we have been able to include so many different people from small island developing state. I remember well, we had people from Trinidad, we have people from Solomon Island, we had people from Madagascar, from Seychelles, who were speaking on that day. So that was the beauty, how it has emerged. And from that, the number of countries that was represented also has really has increased, and it's kind of I would say contribute to the objectives of the GIYSCC, as has Teope has mentioned how I did. So we are rolling, step by step, block by block, building on those objectives. And from the 2024 edition, where I was a global lead, there has been some I would say great progress that we have been able to make. The youth leaders, including myself, the Tope, we had more people. We had our GYCC panel in Finland at the SRI Congress. And imagine just one panel on the GIYSCC, the indigenous youth, and you have the entire room in front of you, listening to you. And that panel was so different, insightful, and inspiring, because we had people in the audience who was never comfortable to speak in their own language. They were able to stand up and express their thought, their ambition, their passion. So they were able to do this. So this was another stepping stone that GIYSCC has achieved. I'm not going to touch on 2025. I will leave it for Onza. But what I will say in terms of my personal learning is that leadership is not always about having answers. So it is about generous listening. It is about creating a safe space for everyone to talk, building trust, and connecting people. And this is what GIYSCC is trying to do. We are trying to reshape what we understand and how we can use it for the better future, for a better planet. So this is what we are trying to achieve. And uh, where I want GIYSCC to be in the next 5-10 years is to really have that the network become a stable one, a stable network. And we have funding to fund project indigenous communities to do their projects. And we have really, a structure that we just don't rely on 1 year summit to make the dialogue happen. So we need a structure for it. And last year we did co-design and conduct a consultative workshop to develop the GIYSCC strategic plan. And it was in the collaboration with Future Earth, with Burma Forum, with Inclusive Innovation. And we have been able to come up with a plan, and the plan was shared by everyone in the list, our youth leaders, for comments. It's still open for comments, so we can still share it. And it's a draft. We are improving on it based on experience, based on what kind of resources we are getting, based on mentorship from our elderly, from Paul, from Professor Zachary. So we are improving from it. It's not like locked. It's always there, and we always welcome comments on that. And looking forward, yes, in 5-10 years, we have regional hubs across the globe. We have new leadership. We have our governance structure, and we have funding to be able to fund our fellow indigenous youth leaders and communities to do insightful and purposeful job in their communities. So I now leave the next conversation to Onza.
Thank you so much, Devina, for giving me the floor, and thank you so much, Paul, for organizing this panel. And it's a kind of an opportunity to share for 2025 experience. So for me, I'm also the mentee of this program SISDP from GIYSCC Africa. And at the beginning of this journey, it was something like unforgettable. I don't know how to say that, because I don't forget this moment when we met, the first temple, when I was someone like, unconfident and untrust on what is it, and in front of such as such a scientist and international renowned and something. And I didn't say that, but you see, Tope, I already checked when I was elected as SISDP, and Paul is my mentor. I check who is the first one, and the first one is Tope, and I'm like, oh my God, Tope is someone who might be my mentors, but not Paul. You see, it is very inspiring. I mean, and the project and the initiative is so inspiring and so amazing. And when he asked me about what kind of project do you want to go on this journey, I was like, oh my God, what is it? And it was about my work on IVA declaration, and it is something that difficult at the first time, and through the journey, Paul support me about how to go in on that journey of this mentoring program. And there is not yet, at the beginning, there is, Paul already said about the GIYSCC, but there is something that he wants, that, the motivation and how to say that? And I mean, the motivation is from you, but not something that he suggests. And when the call of GIYSCC appears, I'm like, oh my God, I will play on that. And I do like that, to be elected as the global lead of Africa. And I remember where we met the first time, Devina, where you elected me as a global lead Africa, and Arnab as India co-lead. So we are two together to at the beginning to make this GIYSCC 2026. And something that I've learned during GIYSCC is this, this spirit of you are the decision maker, but as a decision maker, and at the first time that you are a global lead, it is not something easy. You are something like, oh my God, where are we going? And what is something that we should, we should do to do this one, and to have a good summit, or a good, this is something that you are in your head, and you are something like how to plan that, how to organize that. But at the end, the lesson learned is about, GIYSCC is something that you are the decision makers. That is one. You can take your lead in your own, and there is a lot of person who can support you, and that is something amazing. And it is the first time for me not to deploy myself, and deploy on myself, and trying to make, how can I organize this, and how can I contact person. So that is something that I've learned, and it is very nice experience at that point, and I'm very thankful for that. It is not only organizing a summit, but it is something that trying to giving a lesson for yourself itself, but not something. It is something that a lesson on your life, if I can say, and that is very remarkable. So for 5 years, as I said at the beginning of this, of this region 2, GIYSCC is not only a summit or only a platform, but it's something life engagement, your thinking is changing, and in your daily quotidian life, usually you ask about how can I, how can we promote that indigenous people, will be the decision maker for any, strategy for climate, climate, climate strategy, climate, how to say that, climate, let me check the word, any strategy for climate change, you see, and how we can be, in the front, how we can be considered for, for the government for every in the world. So that is not only a platform and only not a summit for one day, but it's something that you live in your daily life. So I'm very thankful to be, among of the lead of this amazing platform and amazing initiative. Yeah, so for me, for the 5 years, maybe it's an opportunity to us, as Tope said, to to bring a lot of people from not an academic one, but to bring indigenous people where they are, and hopefully with the funding, we can organize something in the local communities, in the indigenous indigenous sites, and having their voice not only here with giving a kind of a PPT and telling that this work was done with these indigenous people, but making this real in the sites. Last year, I planned to make this happen, but unfortunately, we've not finding it was such difficult, and I think it's something that we should consider. I mean, for the indigenous people, and you will hear their voice, but not mine. So, yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I like to Julia.
All right,
Continue.
thank you very much. Yes, so for me, I wouldn't talk about my journey without calling out Abiba. Abibatu, I met Abibatu last year in Kenya, and that was where I also met Alice Omariba. And after the summit, no, after the SRI, Abibatu just reached out to me that there is this summit that she wants me to be part of the moderators. So I said, okay. I just reached out, and then I became a moderator. So it was just joining, waiting for my turn to be the moderator. I didn't really know anything about it, that I was privileged to know about the ENGSA Africa science training. And so right from there, I think I reached out to Onza, I reached out to Shaheen, and I did my application, and luckily I got that through. And by virtue of my association with the ENGSA Africa, I saw the call for regional leads first, and so I was in two minds. I really didn't know how to go about it, but I said, okay, let me just go for the regional lead and then see how it goes. And we were called for an interaction, and I think, I don't know, but I ended up becoming the global lead. I didn't know how I was going to go with that, but I think that there were two sides of the coin. I was going to benefit from great predecessors, but I was also going to be challenged because they had laid the foundation so strong that it wouldn't be during my era that I mismanaged things. So it was a great challenge for me, and I just couldn't rest, and I just had to always make sure that I looked at the templates that you had laid down, and I had to follow suit. I'm very grateful because each and every moment of this journey has been a learning platform for me, and I am very thankful to you all because anytime I had reached out to any of you, you had wholeheartedly come through to support me. It was my vision because, yes, I remember that during our interaction, you emphasized that there were certain parts of the world which were not represented, and so I made every attempt to get people on board. But people are interested in what they are interested in, and at the end of the day, you just can do as much. So I got people from Australia and a couple of messages, emails, even wanting them to take up the lead, and then they will just tell you that, well, they are in Australia schooling and it's going to be difficult and all that. You share some of these flyers for them to even share, and it's a problem. But I was also tagging some of the institutions. I took my time to do a whole lot of things, tagging here and there, and you just can do this much. So I think that I am happy that I can see the success of this year's summit. At least if we couldn't do so much, we have tried as much as possible to at least work with what you left. And so I am very grateful, and I hope that this opportunity wouldn't just be the end. Once we are part of it now, we will continue being a part of it, and then the lifelong learning journey will also be enhanced. Thank you to everyone who made this summit a success by virtue of being a mentor to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, four of you, Julia, for your comments, Onza, Davina, and Tope. I don't know exactly how much time we have left, but in the time that we do have, perhaps we have opportunity for some continued discussion. Just a couple observations. The concept of a summit itself is an interesting word. It not something you can reach immediately. It takes one step at a time to reach a summit. But the opportunity that the three of you have is you did summit. Each of you has summited and has the perspective of reaching a summit. The unknowns that Julia mentioned. And that is part of the skills development program. You have all of that under your belt and you can point to it for the rest of your life. The other observation I would make in this is that we started with a mentor-mentee relationship with Tope and myself. But this concept of by, for, and among Indigenous youth with global inclusion has always been the foundation. And so in the beginning, it was just Tope and me. But the second year, Tope became the decision maker for the next year. And the following year, Tope and Davina became the decision maker for the following year. And the following year was Tope, Davina, and Onza became the decision maker for the following year. And so in a sense, it's an example of empowerment where you're pulling yourself up by your own shoelaces. You're defying gravity in a sense by creating the decision-making environment that you're able to lead, not asking for handouts and not asking for permissions or even demanding. You're creating something where you have the opportunity to lead. And I would welcome any observations with those comments.
Maybe, Paul, I will like to add some thought on it, some observation, because as I mentioned, we want to grow as a network to have something more sustainable, and it's the right time to really build something that is concrete. So one of the challenges that we have we have really found that was really the language. But I think this is we are building on it little by little. It's going to take time, but to make a structure, to give GIYSCC structure, a governance structure, and really make it sustainable, we need more hands. We need more people, more brains in a way, because it's really difficult, when we become decision maker, it's really difficult to manage things. We are not always available. And as part of the strategic plan, but as part of the way forward, we are trying to set up two committees. So the first committee is Julia is looking at it, the communication committee. So this is really to enhance the visibility of GIYSCC, to work on small videos, to work on small ideas, to really make things happen, to conduct webinars. So any idea is most welcome. So I would really invite everyone who is present in today's session to contact us, or if you want to join the community committee, you contact Julia, or you can even contact Paul, anyone. And then we have the fundraising committee, and this is quite demanding, the fundraising committee, because we want to apply for grant, but often what happens, either Pope is not free or I am not free, but we need many people to be part of that committee, so that we can really apply for fund, we can apply for opportunities, for workshop, and to help to really this network to grow. So this is two observation, and I would say it's really observation, but I would say more a comment. And the the four of us is here to really grow the the network, and we will really be happy to help to welcome new ideas and new people. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Davina. If I could just cut in, I was hoping that maybe the audience might also want to make some comments or ask some questions. So it's not just the originators. But I just wanted to add, as you would see on the screen, apart from Paul, who, as he would always say, is neither indigenous nor youth, we're all female. And I'm not a feminist. I wouldn't call myself a feminist, but I'm one who goes for gender equality. So I'm really looking forward to the next global lead being a male, so that people don't wonder if this is a female-oriented thing. I wouldn't be surprised if some people perceive that it's a feminist thing that is going on here. Not that it matters, because I mean, we've lived in a world where almost until recent times we've been dominated by males in these high-level types of engagement. So it's good to have an all-female. But I think in the past 4 years now, it's been females that have been leading the pack. And I think really this is an inspiration to younger people. I mean, just hearing Ongza's intervention and Julia's, we can see that we were all motivated by our predecessors. And my own motivation actually did come from the networks I've been in. So I just want to encourage indigenous youth that are also here, that networks work and they matter. I remember when we started to conceptualize the GIYSCC, even Paul was not sure how we were going to hit this running, because engaging youth from all around the world, we had to break down by continents, and then from continents go into sub-regions, and it was about who do you know where? But I was able to latch into my network of the African Academy of Sciences, INSA, Nigerian Young Academy. Some of them are here, and some of them have been with us right from the beginning. Like Professor Adeyemi Oladapo, was through the AS that I got him on board, and he was on board all the way from the Nature paper. We are also co-editors of the book, like that. So networks really matter. Very, very important. It gives you a voice. It helps to lend the voice. It also gives you confidence, because it's like you have a shoulder to fall back on when you have very large projects or initiatives like this to run. So I will just stop there. I really don't want to take all the time, but I just felt to raise those important points and encourage subsequent potential global leads for subsequent years.
Thank you, Toby. I see a comment from Ademi, or question. Onza, please.
Yeah, I just want to add that I'm the example of the person, of the mentee, where the confidence of myself come through this GIYSCC's platform, and for the support for everyone. And at the same time, even me, I didn't realize that I organized such a summit, a global summit, on 2025. So that is something, giving you in yourself a kind of a lot of trust on yourself and confidence. And yeah, I don't know how to tell that, but the spirit and the vision of GIYSCC is like, something that you can't explain it. It's something like in your real life. So thank you, Ademi.
Okay. Morning, everyone.
Hello.
Hey.
No,
it's good. It's good to see you. I'm actually speaking from Saskatoon in Canada. So it's quite it's quite exciting to actually see how this has grown. And to be very frank, talking about relationship, by the way, I've been invited by Rajan to his place next week. So I'm actually going to be with Rajan, who is also part of the this very, very good endeavor. So that's the relationship we're talking about. It's about trying to build each other. And I see and I look through. And Onza, by the way, I'm sure some of you don't know, English is not Onza's first language. So to me, what she's doing is marvelous. It's about the safe space where we are not judged. It's about sharing. It's about being together. And over the last 3 years, I think I've really, really enjoyed this. I think 2 years ago, we're also in US, in Chicago. And you can really see for a fact how much impact we are making as a collective. But I want to disagree with Tokwe. I don't think being female-led is a problem. I think it's working better. That's my personal opinion, that you guys keep us in check as male. So I think, personally, maybe it's for a cause. Maybe it's Mother Nature speaking. So I don't see any problem with that. I think it's been working very, very well. And I think this is a very good platform. So really, I'm quite happy seeing how this relationship has grown over the years. This is an example of leadership. This is practical. This is all showing it's possible. And most importantly, I just want to appreciate Paul. I think Paul is a pillar of this whole program. Really, Paul, we really thank you. We really thank you very, very much for being there. We know we stray away here and there, getting busy as upcoming researchers. It's very difficult, but you've really helped us with your patience, with guiding us. And I can't forget the word. You said, just have fun. Don't worry, just have fun. That's what you say. And at times we put ourselves under a lot of pressure. How are we going to do it? It's a big word. That word from Paul, that is fun. Have fun, have fun. Always help us really feel that, okay, we're not being scrutinized here. We're just being ourselves. So I'm really happy and looking forward to meeting Rajan in person. I've never met him before, but we've been like family. We've been talking. So I'll be staying with Rajan for next week before I move back to South Africa. I'm here for 1 month in Canada for some research. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ademi, for your kind comments and wisdom throughout. I also would like to just echo Ademi's comments about women in leadership. I don't think it's about gender equality necessarily. I think it's about quality. And a good example are the development goals. The first Millennium Development Goals were initiated in 2000 to 2015 were largely written by men and as a consequence, the Millennium Goals were not inclusive. They were biased and in North and South and developed and least developed and so on and so forth. In contrast, the second journey with the development goals, the sustainable development goals, was led by people like Amina Mohammed from Nigeria, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. And as a consequence, I don't know whether it was her alone per se that was the influence, but as a consequence of significant women leadership with the sustainable development goals, they are inclusive. And that is the beauty of the sustainable development goals. They can be applied at a personal or a planetary level. And as a thought in terms of empowerment with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change, and as a thought in terms of climate change and thinking globally, we're now at a stage where we're looking toward 2030. And the change in the sustainable development goals, it will be the next generation, the next iteration of that. And there is an opportunity, and I would say even a responsibility, for the Indigenous youth leaders that are involved in this discussion to actively and influentially contribute to the design of the next iteration of the development goals, whatever they happen to be. And as a journey to ensure that you are actively involved in those discussions. It will require all kinds of skills and presentations and passion, but that's what you have as a starting point, is the passion, the insights of youth. They're not jaded by many difficult experiences. You have the passion of youth and the wisdom of youth. And I could say that from a personal experience. When I was 22, I was a youth. But I wanted to think about the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union. At the height of the Cold War, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. And after wintering in Antarctica for a year, I wanted to share that. And that passion has carried me through an entire lifetime. It's helped develop an entire field called science diplomacy and informed decision-making, to think short to long term, to be able to operate across a continuum of urgencies with inclusion. And the journey that you are on, the four of you, is truly special in terms of operating with global inclusion. And I guess one of the lessons, just for additional comments, but is your perspectives on inclusion. I would say inclusion is an open door in a sense. It's not restricted. And in the sense that, Australia hasn't been well connected, or all of Oceania, I know by your leadership that they are cordially invited. And when it's appropriate and when they're interested, they'll become part of this discussion. And so in a sense, the opportunity to grow is being handed to the world by the four of you. And it's remarkable. And I thank you for that.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think that all too soon we have to end our session because we've already eaten into the time of ENGSA Africa. And so I have to create time for them and the subsequent presentation. But on the whole, I am very grateful for this particular moment. Paul, you gave us the opportunity to come together to reflect on the journey so far. And I'm very grateful that you've been around, you've been very supportive. And with this particular summit, I think I put you in places which were not your regions, but since 12 a.m., you've been around till now. Thank you so much for making this a success. Let me quickly invite Shaheen and ENGSA Africa to take it up from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julia.
Hello, Shaheen. Thank you so much for making time. And I'm so sorry that we had to eat into your time, but I'm going to have to fix it for you. And so you're starting at 1:15 instead of, so at least there will be 10 minutes added to your time. So please go ahead. You have the floor. Just give me a minute to get you unmuted, please. Nabon?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm Shaheen Mutala-Timol. I'm the chair of the International Network for Governmental Science Advice chapter of Africa, so INGSA Africa. And I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Richard Glover, who is the regional sorry, I had to rush to come here, so I've forgotten everything. Our regional person looking after INGSA Africa. And I have a presentation today about what is INGSA and how we are connected with the GIYSCC, so why we are here with you today. I'm really grateful and honored, and it's a privilege to be part of this very important, essential summit. I have to say that these are the type of summit that we want to see as INGSA Africa happening around the world. We want to see young people being involved in their own futures, in their own present, and to be responsible and taking leadership. And I think this is a platform that Paul has given to so many of you, and that you have taken with so much responsibility. And this is, I think, that where the future lies, the responsibilities of young people, of researchers in science and in science advice and in leading their communities for a future that is really a global good for all of us. So I can share my presentation, Julia.
Yes, please, you can.
Okay. Can you see it? All right. So again, thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this important summit. So we are INGSA Africa. We are the African chapter of the International Network for Governmental Science Advice. And we have been working with GIYSCC since 2020, start of 2023, I would say. Just let me give you, for those who do not know, so the International Network for Government Science Advice, it provides a forum for policymakers, practitioners, national academies, scientific societies, researchers, and also the public and communities to share their experience, build capacities, and develop practical approaches to how to use scientific advice in informing policy at all levels of government. So really at all levels mean that you can start from very low level, but it doesn't matter. This is how we want everyone to be involved at policy level. So we operate under the aegis of the International Science Council, and it was set up in 2014. And right now we have a very large membership, which is I think it's over 6,000 now from more than 110 countries. So we have scientists, researchers, policymakers, government officials, diplomats, and more importantly, graduate students who are part of this network. And the founding president is Sir Peter Gluckman, and the present president is Professor Remy Kirion. So both of them are chief science advisors in their country, or were in their country. So that was a role that was allocated in specific country, but this is not necessarily the same for all countries. So we are an open access network. It means that anyone can join this network freely. And this is why I want you to, those who are here today, to, if you're not a member, to please join us and join us to make a difference in how policy is made based on evidence. So it is important for us to know that there are different contexts, cultures, and structures of governance and policy development that exist around the world. There is no one fit for all around the world. So we do not advocate as a network for a definite form of structure on science advice to government. So we welcome very diverse membership and all languages, age, nationality, gender, discipline. Everyone is welcome at GIYSCC. So we make a difference by allowing our network to come together, to discuss, to meet at different events, and so that we can build this interface between science and policy. We also deliver capacity buildings in science advice to researchers, but also to policymakers at institutional level, at individual level, at the local, regional, and national, transnational levels. And we want people to be able to be part of this network, to provide their thoughts, their reflection, and to also contribute new knowledge to enhance the practice of evidence policy, because this is a practice that keeps evolving. And this evolves through the knowledge that is brought by the people who are part of that, who work along these interfaces. So how does international network GIYSCC work? So we work through the regional chapters, because it is, as I said, it is important to know that different contexts, different geographies work differently. So we have different chapters in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Recently, Europe, a very newly founded North Africa, and in the future, Middle East. So GIYSCC Africa was the first to be founded in 2016, then was followed by GIYSCC Asia. And how do we work together, these regional chapters? So we, as I said, we do individual institutional capacity building in science advice, and we build regional communities of practice on the different continent where we are working. And we want to act as an exchange between policymakers and knowledge generators. So those of us researchers who want to work with in the policy landscape, this is where GIYSCC comes forward and support researchers. And we also, through the different chapters, provide different kind of opportunities for members. So we have events, we have grants, we have conferences, seminars that we set up. And this is where members get the opportunity to contribute. And different regions, of course, have different priorities, which we would take into consideration. So as I mentioned, GIYSCC Africa was established in 2016. And at first, we had a 5-member committee. But then the committee opened up by call that was released for membership, at steering committee membership. And so what we have now is members from the different regions in Africa. The same applies for the other chapters, where each one of us represent different regions. And you can see we have 10 members right now. And we are also working very, I would say, we are working on setting up working groups under the different regions. And this is something that is coming very soon, because we want to do the succession planning for us at GIYSCC Africa. We have a lot of initiatives and events that we set up. We have capacity building workshop. We do training across different regions in Africa. So this is what we have been doing since 2016. And you have to also take into consideration that there are different languages that we have to address. There is Francophone Africa, Anglophone Africa, Lusophone Africa. Arabophone Africa. So that's why our members are from different regions, so that we target each region, and no region in Africa is left, I would say, aside. We really want an Africa that is united, that is working together, and this is what is important to us. So one of the programs that we have is a training and mentorship program. I will talk about this more later, the INCSA Africa Science Advice program. We also do policy engagement and high-level dialogue. So we are often invited at the tables. For example, if there is an EU-AU discussion, they will invite INCSA Africa or different chapters of INCSA to discuss. We have quite a lot of partnership that we have cultivated over the years. So there is the NASAC, Network of African Science Academies. We have the Global Young Academy. We have the NRF that we are working with. So these are the type of collaboration that strengthen the work that we do at ground level, because they also have their own network. And by working together, we are able to reach further and wider. So these are some of the workshops that we have been doing for the past several years. And this is also something that we have produced, which is a commission study, the Evolving Science Advisory Landscape in Africa. So it is a booklet that is available on the website of INCSA that shows what is happening on the ground at the different academies, who is involved in science advice in Africa, and how science advice to government is done in Africa. So there were several academies of sciences in Africa that took part in that to produce that consensus study report. Another thing that we work differently at INCSA is we use case studies and gamified scenarios to do capacity building when we do our training. So we do things differently. Is that we put people in different characters using different kind of events, and these have worked very well because people then understand what is science advice, who are the stakeholders when we are talking about advising government, and how it works, what does not work, how can we provide science advice in different areas under very complex situation. So these are the type of event that we hold when we do our workshops. So if we have to talk about science advice, so this is the process in which scientific knowledge is synthesized, interpreted, and communicated, and to inform policy making. So it will operate at the interface between science policy, but there is also society that is involved in this process. So it is important that we provide evidence-based insight to support decision making. And what we said is that effective science advice is policy relevant, but not necessarily policy prescriptive. I remember Paul mentioned that we do not make recommendation, we provide options. And this is something that we often recommend to those who want to engage in policy making and in science advice. So there are two distinct components to science advice. So the first part is the evidence synthesis that most researchers are trained to do, like literature review, scientific assessment, and expert inputs. And then the second part is the brokerage part, where there is this interactive and iterative process of dialogue between science and policy. And this is the part where we are involved, where we provide training and capacity building to the membership. So also it is important to remember that synthesis alone rarely shapes decision. The part that is important is brokerage, and this is what will connect the evidence synthesis to the policy making, because you have to inform the option without providing them with the solution. So this is this is a picture of how science and policymakers, sometimes we think that these are two worlds apart, and how do we connect them? So there are different stakeholders that are working at this intersection level. So we have advisory council, we have committees, we have academies of sciences, society networks, we have also chief scientific advisors. So all these people work at the interface between scientists and policymakers. In some cases, scientists can become policymakers, policymakers can become scientists or are scientists, but there is a fine line that we usually have a capacity building on how to communicate science to policy. This is also very important because communication is key when scientists are engaging with policymakers. So we often talk about evidence-based and evidence-informed when we talk about science advice. So when we talk about evidence-informed and evidence-based, we have to recognize the limits that science has, and we need to always consider the broader social and environmental factors, socioeconomic factors, what is the context, what are the circumstances in which a policymaker has to make a decision. So all these has to be taken into consideration when the policymaker would make their decision. This is where evidence-informed decision-making comes into play. And as I mentioned, it's not a one-size-fits-all. And this is where science advisors, they are trained to provide this role at the science policy interface level. Of course, there is also science diplomacy, but this is not something that I will be discussing today. So this is the use of scientific cooperation and advice to support foreign policy and global cooperation. This is very important, and I think that my government has put that on their agenda right now. There are different forms of science diplomacy. So diplomacy, science in diplomacy, diplomacy for science, and science for diplomacy. So different, and there are different examples that can be provided for each of them. And I would invite those of you who are listening today to go and look at it, because this is becoming very important today, especially in light of everything that is happening around us in our different countries and in the world, where researchers, as I mentioned, do have a huge responsibility. For this summit, I would like to talk about one specific capacity building event that we have at the GIYSCC Africa. It is very unique to our chapter. So this is the Science Advice Skills Development Program, which call it SASDP. So this is a program that we have designed with the ambition, I would say, to build Africa's next generation of science advisors, or at least to support those who want to work at the science policy interface. So it is our flagship mentorship program, and Paul is one of our mentors. He has joined since 2022 when we first launched this program, and our mentees are I would say early career, mid-career African scientists and researchers who are interested in science advice, who want to translate their research into science advice output. And till now, after 4 cohort, we have supported the mentoring of 58 scientists from 19 different countries. We would like to reach to all countries in Africa. This is our ambition, our goal, our aim. The call for the 5th cohort of SASDP is out, and there is still time to send your application for those who are interested. We cater for all languages. We try our best to pair our mentees with mentors who have the same language, share the same language. So our mentors are not only from Africa, but they are from all over the world. They are experts in science advice. There is a strong focus on science policy engagement, and we want to build practical science advice skills in the mentees. So previously, our theme was climate change, but has been revised to inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. And this include any of the theme mentioned here on my slide: health, water, energy, food security, biodiversity, natural resource management, indigenous knowledge, digital and AI innovation. We have added indigenous knowledge specifically this time, digital and AI innovation, which are quite important now in the research areas that people are taking in Africa. So all these are extremely important, I would say, in Africa, but also elsewhere. But the African research sometimes is very specific to the different countries. So just for those who are interested, those who are eligible are early mid-career African scientists who are working in Africa and who have a PhD. And the purpose of this program was to build the capacity of early and mid-career African researchers to engage in science advice, to translate the research that they have already done into policy-relevant output. And we want to bridge the gap between African scientists, policymakers, and their communities, because communities is extremely important in policymaking and also in deciding what research should we be doing, because research, at the end of the day, they should benefit the communities in which we are working for. And we want to support African-led solution to African challenges through this mentorship and knowledge exchange, because it's not only a mentorship, it's also a knowledge exchange between the mentor and the mentee. We have heard from our mentors that they have learned enormously from their mentees, from the work that their mentees are doing, and also from what is happening in the research area in Africa. So we have, through this program, a large representation across Africa, as I mentioned, from 19 countries. Some countries are more represented than others, but I'm happy to say that since the last few years, we've reached more and more countries, Francophone countries, and I'm happy to see some of them are here today in this summit. And I also want to acknowledge that the GIYSCC leads are from this program, and they've been selected for our program, and they've shown their leadership. And this is something that we as in South Africa, we are really proud of today, to see how it started and where it led to, and how much more can be done through the small type of program that we proposed. And we want to transform, in fact, the local evidence through this program. We want to have actionable policy recommendation, but we want these to address national priorities and not just adapt what is being done elsewhere to our countries, but really to use what we have here. And we've seen through the mentees projects and output that what their research are based on, and what their policy output are based on, or what they want aspire to do, very much anchored in their own countries, in their own realities, in their context, and where their communities are involved also. So we have from different countries, different types of priorities that we've seen. We have renewable energy transition, we have climate finance, we have a lot of projects from biodiversity. So we have Kenya, Madagascar, water and environmental health, that is extremely important for the African continent. Public health and climate change, both are interconnected, and these are the type of projects that people are working on. We have sustainable mining practices, but there are much more, and I'm not able to list them all, but very interesting proposals that we've had from our mentees. And this is where I would say that we want to focus on indigenous knowledge, because this is a very distinctive feature of Science Advice Skills Development Program, is that we recognize that effective science advice in Africa also integrate not only scientific evidence, but local community knowledge, indigenous knowledge systems, cultural and environmental realities of African society. And this is what we have seen in the outputs from our mentees. And this is what we promote, we encourage in the program that we are doing. So I think this is this is the end of my slide. I didn't put a thank you, so I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate being here. I appreciate having you as an audience for giving us this time, both Richard and I, and the whole of GIYSCC Africa, because of course everyone is aware that we are doing this today. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Shaheen. Thank you so much, Richard. It was always me pestering you, but I knew that you were a part of it, and so your slot was already reserved, and I'm happy that you could make it, even though you are on leave. And I know that Dr. Glover is very busy. Thank you so much. I think that we have just about 3 minutes left, and I would love for any questions to come for you. And so let me just open the floor for just 3 minutes. Please, anybody who has any more questions as far as GIYSCC Africa is concerned, please, the floor is open, please. Okay, hello, Paul, please, you can have the floor.
Thank you very much, Shaheen. Thank you, Richard, and thank you, GIYSCC Africa, for leadership with the Science Advice Skills Development Program. The question I have relates to how the Science Advice Skills Development Program, what your vision would be about extending it effectively across the global South with the GIYSCC Asia, as well as GIYSCC Latin America and the Caribbean.
Thank you, Paul, for that question. This has come up, I think, in the recent past with GIYSCC Asia, because they are really keen on having this program. And I think that I think this is not a program that is very difficult to to set up. Of course, it needs the effort and the time. And I think that this is something that Dr. Tan and I will have to be discussing very soon. And hopefully by next year, GIYSCC Asia would have its own SASDP Asia. As for Latin America, they have a new chair recently. And I have not had the opportunity to have a talk with him, but I know that some of the members of the steering committee are interested in launching such a program, because we've seen the impact, I would say, on our mentees. I don't want to call them mentees anymore, because they've grown, I would say. They are leaders now. We've seen the impact on so many. I can see Kofi is here, Julia is here, and all the others. And I know that also, not only in science advice field, but also in their countries where they are taking on more and more leadership role. We've seen others who've moved forward, and I think these are role models. And as you mentioned earlier, we need to find a space to showcase these examples, because they are leaders of tomorrow's, and they can inspire other people to do the same, and across not only Africa, but also Asia and Latin America.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you so much, Shaheen. I know that most of us were able to pick the link to following and joining INCSA. They are also on LinkedIn. And so if you are interested, you can easily also reach out to us and we can easily connect you. On that note, I say a very big thank you again to INCSA Africa for making time upon your busy schedule to make this wrapped presentation and then taking us back to our track, even though we missed it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Julia, one word. I will put on the chat the link to the Science Advice Skills Development Program, the call for the 5th cohort. So those who want to join, and please send the application as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So Dr. Boateng is our next speaker. In fact, this is a moment where we're getting a lot of our partners and collaborators on board, and we are very lucky to also have the youth mappers represented. And so we have Dr. Ebenezer Boateng, and he is here to represent youth mappers, and he is also serving on the Youth Mappers Alumni Council. And in order not to waste so much time, Dr. Boateng, please, you have the floor now. Thank you. Sorry. Stanley, please, can you unmute? Please try unmuting. Okay, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all who have joined this wonderful summit. As introduced, my name is Ebenezer Boateng, and I'm here in the capacity as the Alumni Council Chair for Youth Mappers, and I'm going to talk about closing the map gap with youth mappers, engaging indigenous youth to map their communities for climate resilience. So over the years, so this will be my outline for the presentation, where we'll be looking at the gap and then also looking at network information, basically about youth mappers, and then the skills, resources, and tools that we have available for the indigenous youth for them to be able to map their communities towards climate resilience. And so globally, we have come to understand that about a quarter of the world's lands are owned, managed, and occupied by indigenous people. However, 60% of these lands haven't been mapped. Although Landmark Map is making the effort of trying to get communities and territories to be mapped, still we have much of these areas unmapped. And then we have a saying that to make an informed decision, you should have enough information to make such decision. Unfortunately, when these lands are unmapped, they are not even considered when it comes into decision making. And we have these two maps here where I would want us to consider. One is looking at the indigenous lands of California as it has transitioned over a period of time. My focus is not going to be on narrating the history, but looking at how these lands have diminished over time, and why in this day and age, we need some of these tools to be able to properly map them and keep them as they are, so that they wouldn't diminish drastically or completely from the surface of the earth. And then we also have the Amazon forest, where as it stands now, the indigenous people are even struggling to get some of the territories approved to be theirs. And so if you see the map on the right, we have the ones in deeper green being territories that have been approved, while the ones in lighter green are still the ones being proposed and going through the process of approval. So my argument is for us to be able to keep the indigenous lands or the indigenous youth and their communities still thriving, we need them to be mapped so that they can continually exist on the surface of the earth and there wouldn't be any land grabbing issues where at a point people cannot be committed or cannot be connected to their roots where they came from. Interestingly, I joined the Region 1 group and then I also now presenting in the Region 2 group. There were a lot of discussions that had occurred in the Region 1 group where it focused on Asia and stuff. And I have two screenshots here of maps where one is from Australia where you could see much of the indigenous lands or areas or territories being mapped very well when you look at Australia. However, on the left, you would see for Africa, it seems most of these indigenous lands haven't been mapped. And I'm getting this from the Native Lands website. So my concern then is, does that mean we don't really have indigenous lands in Africa, or where all these lands have been taken over by the state? But from my background as a Ghanaian, I think that's not how it is back home in Ghana. So it made me ask my question. So why are we not mapping these? Or why are we not putting this out there for people to see the various indigenous lands that we have? So going in deeper, especially linking with climate change, from the literature, there has been a lot of evidence where some of these indigenous lands are being under attack, let me put it that way, and it's also experiencing compounding risk for some of the communities or indigenous people there. So there are deforestation because there's no clear authority over some of their lands, or their lands not being clearly recognized. People are degrading the lands, going in, having deforestation, where it's also leading to biodiversity loss. And so there's this cascading effect where the land is being grabbed, there's deforestation, and so on. So at the end of the day, the impact also trickles down to the indigenous people where they are losing their traditional livelihood, and sometimes they are not even getting state services because their lands are not mapped and it's not kind of recognized. And so our advocacy is encouraging that now there are open source tools which can be used to help map these, and at a point get indigenous people to get the needed services and then the kind of, in quotes, respect that they need for their lands. But I want us to see the model that we use and how this summit can be helpful to the youth who would want to delve deeper in saving indigenous land. So Youth Mappers has been in existence for over a decade. And in our existence, we currently have 205 active chapters in 52 countries. And we have over 5,000 active students who engage globally when it comes to mapping. We have 54 active chapters in Africa, and we have a legacy of mapping places where we have over 68 million people in the past decade. Because if you even understand from the name, our focus is more on the youth, giving them the resources, the tools, and the knowledge to be able to map their community for resilience. And we also don't just give them the tools. We have chapters all over where even if you can't deal with us directly, you can connect with a local chapter or a university around your area so that they can come in to help you map your indigenous lands. And the systems that we use are the open source platforms that we use for mapping. But I'm going to give a demonstration of an example that happened in Nepal, so that it would serve as a guide for the others who want to do it. So there's this Chipang indigenous group in Nepal where they were losing their lands and also getting more impoverished. And then a Youth Mappers chapter in Nepal decided to go and work with them. So what they did was to sit with the community members to help. First, what they did was to do what we call the participatory mapping, where they were sitting with some of the leaders and having a bigger map over there, helping them trace where their lands boundaries are. And some also went into the field, even walking and taking GPS locations, and then now coming up with a clear demarcated boundary and mapping some of the resources like mapping buildings, waterways, and other key features that can now be harnessed to help these community grow out of poverty. So this is one case that we have here. There was also another study where it was done in Panama. Unfortunately, that study had to end because it was the COVID period. But they were also having an indigenous group where some parts of their lands were now being used as landfill sites. And so they had to engage these youth mappers where they helped them map their lands. And the second phase of the project was focused on getting the people's voices heard, that this is where we are and this is where you are citing your landfill. It's not really beneficial to us and it's harming our people. And so we've mapped, and then this is what we think would be a way out to still probably have your landfill elsewhere whilst we also protect our people. And so which tools do we use? Now, if most of you, or if some of you are new to the OpenStreetMap system, this is a global open source map platform where we create and put in geospatial data. So this is where youth mappers, when we map, we go into it, and this can be accessed by everyone globally. You can also contribute to it no matter where you find yourself. And in this, we have two categories of softwares that we use, or apps that we use. So we have the virtual mapping platforms, like what we call the GIYSCC, and then the ID editor, where people can map remotely. And then we also have the field mapping tools like the OSM and then Mapillary. These are the tools that we give to the youth so that they can work with the indigenous people to be able to map their territories and map the various features within their community, so that they'll be able to help with community resilience, especially when it comes to climate-related issues. We also have resources, numerous resources available to the public. So we have on our website, we have a session called the Youth Mappers Academy, where we train the youth on how to map both virtually and also on the field. And if you are in the geospatial space, you know now what is happening is the GeoAI, where is the geographic information systems and being combined with artificial intelligence. So we have all these resources available, which we give to the youth so that they'll be able to map their communities and build resilient ones. As a group that is more interested in the youth, we have a book that we've given voices to the youth to write about their experience, their encounter in doing some of this work. So in this book, you would find one of the case studies I presented, especially the one conducted in Panama, where they were mapping areas for the indigenous people. You will find a chapter in there where you would read and then get much knowledge about it. So I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you very much. And I'm open to answering any questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boateng. We are very grateful. The invitation came a bit late, but you still could make time and you still could make do with the little time we gave you. We really appreciate this. Let me quickly give some time for reflections. And so if there are questions, please, we can engage. Otherwise, I think, Dr. Bod, you're also able to share with us the LinkedIn and other social media channels that we can easily follow for more information. And if it's also okay, you can also leave your email address so that further engagement can continue from here. I know that time is limited, and so people are still reflecting to actually absorb what they have. But we still have some 5 minutes or 4 minutes. Okay, Josephine, please. Stanley, can you please unmute Josephine so that she can ask her question?
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question to Mr. Boateng is, beyond providing mapping tools and technical skills, I think you mentioned about the mapping tools that you use, the different mapping tools and the technical skills. How does the global Indigenous Mappers Network support Indigenous youth to use the data that they collect and or to use the data they generate to advocate for their communities and also maybe like participate in decision making processes? Thank you.
Yeah, so this is what I would say. We try to make sometimes, for example, the Nepal case, these people wanted to really understand how what they have within their environment, which they already knew, but they were also trying to map them in terms of making sure that whenever there are natural disasters, they are protected from it. And so the idea was to map their current environment and then also look at the various resources available where should a natural disaster happen, where they can use as safe havens, where they can. So there's one process where you are just mapping the facility, the infrastructure or the features that is within your area. And there's another step where you take the data from the OpenStreetMap system, bring it onto your desktop GIS environment, and run an additional analysis for a targeted intervention. And so the reason why we are using OpenStreetMap is we want everyone to be able to have access to the data and also be able to contribute to it. So I don't know if you have any additional questions to it, but that's what I can provide for now.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Boateng. Josephine, are you okay? Otherwise, he's also shared the website, and I think that
I'm also sharing I'll soon share the email address and then the
good.
LinkedIn page.
Okay, so further engagements can continue from here.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much. And so we are lucky we have just about 6 minutes to get into the next session, which will be moderated by Sandra Joyce. And so let us quickly grab a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, stretch, and then come back in just about 5 to 6 minutes for the next session. Thank you so much, Dr. Boateng. Thank you, INSA Africa. Thank you, Paul, for the insightful sessions we've had with you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. So let me quickly invite Sandra Joyce to come and moderate for this session. Now, Sandra, you have until I think 3:05, and your duty will be done. Sandra, please have the floor. Hello, Sandra. Stanley, please, can you unmute Sandra, please?
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes, yes.
I don't know if you can see me. I'm having challenges. I can see my backdrop, but I can't see myself. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's on my end. I will try to correct that as we go on. And to at first it worked, but now it doesn't seem to work. Let me
Okay.
Okay, let me try to do it again. I'm not quite sure where the problem is, but in the interest of time, maybe I'll try to figure that out as we go. I could as well just continue, and then hopefully it will work. So just a brief introduction about myself. My name is Sandra Joyce Nachibuka. I am a Ugandan based here in Uganda, and I lead an organization called Kwelmika Kwa Africa. It's a Pan-African organization really focused on youth mentorship and youth leadership. So the conversations that we are having here are very, very extremely timely for our organization, but then also for the world and for Africa as a continent. So I'll just briefly set the table for us for our first presenter, who is just a minute, who is going to talk about Guardians of the Earth and Water. It's a short animate from Neville Akoth. Neville, I hope I have pronounced your other name really right. Yes, and you're really going to just show us a presentation on Guardians of the Earth and Water, a short animate. Yeah, I hope I've gotten that right. So over to you, Akoth. Okay, she's asking, Akoth is asking to be allowed to unmute, so maybe the host can help us with that.
Yeah. Stanley and the tech team, can you make Apple, Neil, and Dr. Jacqueline and Mighty all co-hosts so that their presentations can follow?
I can see Neville's hand is up. I think it's the same thing that she wants to start.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Neville, we can hear you.
Can I be heard? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, Neville, we can hear
My
you.
name is
Sure.
Neville Akoth. I'm from Kenya. Okay, so I will be sharing my screen for my short animation film, and then I'll just give a brief summary of what it's about. Okay. Okay, can
Sorry, Neville, we didn't get that. Are you asking a question?
Yes, can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Not yet on my end. I don't know if there's anyone else who's saying it. Is anyone else saying it? Anyone who is saying it can give us a thumbs up.
No, you can't see the screen.
Okay.
How
Maybe the
about
text.
But Kofi, I don't know if Kofi has it. You can. Oh, you can. It's coming.
Can it be seen now?
Yes, press
Not.
play.
Okay.
See the screen that I'm sharing.
I think on my end it shows that something is going to be displayed, but it's not yet fully showing.
Okay.
So,
So yes, are you unable to see?
still not yet on my end. Kofi, are you able to see screen, or anyone from that tech end of things?
It popped and disappeared.
Sandra, should I play it?
Yes, play.
Please play. Maybe it will show. You can go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, we can now see something. We can see it now.
Okay. You can see?
Is it possible to start
Yes.
that from the beginning?
Neville, is it possible for you to start from the beginning? Someone is asking.
Can you be able to see it? I'm playing it now.
Yes, Neville, we saw it. But someone was asking, is it possible for you to start from the beginning?
Okay. The the animation is done. I hope people are able to see it. I don't know if it was visible. So for yeah, so I'll just give something short, a summary of the animation itself. So Guardians of Earth and Water was a short animation film I made to celebrate the role of indigenous youth as protectors of the Earth's most precious natural resources, as you saw, the water and the forest. So the film explores interconnected relationship between forests, rivers, wildlife, and people, emphasizing that the health of one depends on the health of all. So the animated film, I focused on the land pillar of the GIYSCC with particular attention to water sovereignty and forest guardianship, as you saw. So the film demonstrated how indigenous communities have safeguarded ecosystems for generations through traditional ecological knowledge because they passed it down from generation to generation, sustainable guardianship, and a deep cultural and spiritual connection to nature. It also highlights the growing environmental challenges posed by climate change, as you saw, from a vibrant forestry to show how climate change destroys the land, deforestation, and water pollution, while showing that collective action can restore damaged ecosystems and protect biodiversity. The film teaches that climate justice is not only about protecting the environment, but also about respecting indigenous rights, knowledge, and leadership. So it reminds us that water is more than a resource, it is life, and that forests are more than collection of trees. They are living ecosystems that sustain biodiversity, regulate the climate, and support human well-being. So my animated film was, I wanted it to encourage the viewers to recognize Indigenous youth as leaders and environmental guardians that, and also inspire everyone to take responsibility for protecting our shared planet because we all live in it. The message of the film is one of hope. By working together, valuing Indigenous knowledge and caring for land and water, we can build a more sustainable and just future for generations to come. Thank you so much. That was my presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Neville. That was really, really great. And apologies for the connection issues that you had. It was a beautiful video to watch and very engaging. And I like the fact that you focused on the responsibility for everyone, knowing that it's not just for a select few, but for everyone to actually participate in this, in protecting the environment. I don't know if we have a question in the chat or someone would like to ask a question. Any questions for Neville?
Quick one.
Someone is, okay, sure, please go ahead.
Neville, are you comfortable sharing with us to share on our social media platforms with your notes, the little notes that you shared with it?
Yes, I'll be very glad to do that.
Great. All right. So you can share it to the GIYSCC email with a note, and then we are going to share and then tag you. And that was so beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll share it together with my LinkedIn profile so
Great.
that when you share it on LinkedIn, you can also tag me. Yes.
That's
Thank you.
fine. Right.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Julio, for that. Do we have any other question or any clarity that you'd want from Neville? All right, great. So if none, we shall go next to our next presenter. Neville, thank you so much. You can also share your LinkedIn in the chat for those that would love to, follow you and engage with you further. I think it would be great.
Okay.
So our next presenter is Neil Clark Sims. I don't know if this is one name, but then we also have Boitumelo Luerenda and Maxala. You can correct me if it's one person with very amazing, great names. But they're going to be talking about indigenous and youth engagements in the GOLDN. Yeah, it's a presentation, and we're happy to hear from you, Neil Clark Sims. Yes. Please unmute. I hope the host has given you, or the tech team has given you unmute rights so that you can
Hello.
flow into that, please.
Can
All right,
you
great.
hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly well, Neil.
Perfect, thank you. So there are actually two of us. I'm Neil Sims. Neil Clark Sims is this thing that I do in Saudi Arabia. Everyone has many names, and I'm living in Saudi Arabia at the moment, and so they put that name in there. And my colleague Boitumelo Maxala, who looks after the African student chapter for GOLDN, will take over in a few minutes' time. That video was fantastic, by the way. So let me just organize this so that I can share this with you. A window. Excuse me. I need to share my app. Forgive me 1 second. A window does not show my PowerPoint. Let me see here. If I share this, and then I will do this. Can you see this okay? Can you see the presentation now?
We can see something coming up, not the presentation yet on my end, but it shows that you starting to share something. You're sharing the screen.
I think I'm sharing my screen now. Is that looking good?
Not yet on my end. Julia, are you seeing the presentation?
So it's a whole screen, and
yeah,
and I'm on it.
Not really. We can only see you're sharing your screen, but
I'm
it's not.
so sorry about this. I don't see. Stop sharing. Let me start again. I'll try and share my window. It's not looking at. It's not seeing my PowerPoint for some reason. Let me try this again. Forgive me, and let me know if this works still.
It's working now.
Yes, okay? So you can see the slide. Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
Yes, we can
thank
see
you
it
so
now.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So thanks so much for the invitation to present to you today. This is a wonderful initiative and a big task too, going all the way around the world in a short period of time. Really important right now that we hear about Indigenous and youth voices in all of these things we do. So I'm super excited to be here, and GOLDN was very happy to accept your offer. Thank you very much. What I'm going to do today, my role, the reason I'm here is because I'm one of the co-chairs of a thing called the Group on Earth Observations Land Degradation Neutrality Flagship Program. It's a long name again. I'm sorry about that. I'm a scientist, and one of the things, the highlight really of my career was writing the methods that the countries use to measure land degradation from the satellites. And these became the official methods for reporting on land degradation all around the globe. And as part of that, having done that, the UNCCD, the Convention to Combat Desertification, initiated the start of this land degradation neutrality program, and I've been co-chairing that ever since it started. GOLDN is a thing that sits inside the Group on Earth Observations, and the Group on Earth Observations is like the United Nations for remote sensing things and geospatial data use. And it has, it was established in 2005, and it has many partners, and it develops some technology systems, but it's also essentially a forum for country representatives, for business representatives, space agencies and ministers to get together to talk about the use of Earth observation data to support global environmental needs like the Sustainable Development Goals and things like that. And there are many flagships and initiatives inside the Group on Earth Observations. You can see the list there. And GOLDN, the Land Degradation Neutrality flagship, is my one, and really focusing on bridging the gap between data providers, the space agencies and people who make and provide the data sets to measure and monitor land degradation, and the people who need to use that data. Often those people are not specialist people, so we need to be able to communicate in a way that makes it easy for people to use the data, and so that they can understand how to use it and understand how to interpret the results, so they don't make wrong conclusions from the data. As I mentioned, the UNCCD asked the Group on Earth Observations to establish something like the GOLDN flagship, and it has a formal place in the UNCCD. It's one of the decisions that's been made in the UN to implement something like this. And so we have a special place really in the whole UN framework, and really focusing on land degradation neutrality. And you'll see a bit later on, going from helping people measure and monitor degraded lands to helping countries to plan actions to restore the land and also help monitor at that local scale. We have a number of kind of activities within GOLDN, and capacity building is a very important one of those. And you'll hear about one of the really active, youth engagement programs from Boitumelo shortly. But we have a number of other elements there that really try to connect right through from young people to ministers and decision makers about how to use and interpret geospatial information to help monitor the condition of the land. One of the things we provide that is maybe useful for some people is this thing called the LDN toolbox. So that is a list essentially of really good tools and data sets for measuring land degradation and monitoring it, and including guidance documents as well, some of the instructions about how to use this, that countries can have a look at and pick the data sets or the processes from the part of the phase that they're in assessing land degradation neutrality, and it will give them a little bit of a guide about how to use it and what it is, and give them access to the tools and things as well. And there's really this big push at the moment to go from monitoring globally. We've had now a few reporting cycles in the UNCCD where the methods we developed have been used to measure land degradation all around the world. And we're finding out now about where that works very well and where it doesn't work very well. Some places, like very dry countries like Saudi Arabia, sometimes the data sets don't work very well in places like this and mountain areas and small islands. And so we're learning about that now. But there's this real push to go from this global scale to the local scale. And that really is where the plans to restore the land are made at that scale. And to support that, we need data and methods that provide more spatial detail, higher resolution data. For the global assessments, very large pixels are okay because, you know, things average out over the whole globe. But when you're trying to make a change somewhere, you need more spatial information about that. And you may need it at different times too. So really there's this big shift in the focus from national to local, because the focus is going from monitoring to repairing the land. And that means that we need tools and data sets that go from very broad scale ones to more local scale, higher resolution ones. So we're in that phase now. Again, a little bit more about the LDN toolbox. Go to this website down the bottom here, the goldn.org. It's a really great resource for people and countries and groups to explain LDN and to access expertise. We are super lucky to have sponsorship from the German International Cooperation Department, the GIZ, who have funded a permanent secretariat for the LDN flagship. And that means that we've got people working on this all the time to keep momentum going and to organise some events and do things. So please take a look at that website and you'll see more information there. I think one of the great successes of the GeoLDN flagship really touches on youth and Indigenous engagement, has been the regional dialogue forums and the global dialogue forums. So at the COPs, the Conference of the Parties, each, we used to hearing COP for the climate change flagship, but actually each of the UN conventions has their own COP, and the UNCCD one is coming up in August in Mongolia. So in a couple of weeks' time in Mongolia. I won't be going there, but I've been close to Mongolia before and it should be fascinating. But here's a photo from one of the dialogue forums that we held in the Pacific Islands. These countries, you probably know, have some special challenges in response to climate change and into how to deal with climate change, how to cope with that. They have other more generic challenges as well, because they are very small and because they're often covered in clouds. It means that many of the techniques that work in other parts of the world from satellite imagery are much more difficult to use in these places. So this has been a really fantastic program, and the handsome gentleman in the pale blue shirt in front there is Bernd Eversman, who's one of the guys from the flagship. And there's a couple of other faces in there that are really from the GeoLDN flagship and our friends and the UN University. And we love doing this kind of thing. It's a wonderful way to get in touch with Indigenous voices about how they want to manage their land, work with them to develop programs, and that usually includes the youth facilities as well, youth engagement as well. Now, there is another part of GEO. I mentioned there are many sort of flagships and programs and things inside the group on Earth observations. And one of them that we work with a lot is this Indigenous Alliance. And they really are champions for ensuring that Indigenous voices are heard in all programs, across all of the programs, and really great people to work with. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about my personal experience here. Engaging with the Indigenous cultures, people, and their whole frame of reference has been very transformational for me, and I think also something that we are still working on incorporating into the GEO program. There's always more to do, but the Geo-Indigenous Alliance people have worked across all of the sectors that GEO covers: land for GeoLDN, and my closest collaboration with them has actually been in relation to water. And I joined a thing called the UN Global Challenges Program in the Netherlands a couple of years ago, where we were talking about how to build a network of Indigenous water quality practitioners across the globe. And the people from Geo-Indigenous Alliance joined me there. And really, I know it's probably going to sound silly, because when I say it, it seems obvious to me, but it's not. I think there's so much work to do with the Indigenous engagement. And the revelation for me really was about new ways to link these, world's best modern technologies and the Indigenous land management practices. There is in science a tendency to try and use Indigenous voices to build Western science. And that is sometimes beneficial. And if it's mutual, that's fine. But for me, the revelation was really how we can use the modern science to support the Indigenous management of places and resources. And I know that sounds like such a small change, but for someone like me, it was really transformational in the way I think. And I hope you get a lot more of that kind of thing through programs like you're doing right now. We have inside GeoLDN, one of the activities that we have there has really been about building a curriculum, a study curriculum, to help young people learn about LDN through their studies. And it's been deployed, or implemented, it's been taught out of the University of Energy and Natural Resources in Ghana at the moment. And we're hoping to outreach more and get this taught in other universities and educational institutions. The benefit here, of course, is that we educate the next generation of policymakers to make them aware of LDN programs and thinking, and that's a great way, we think, to get this kind of thinking much more established into environmental policy and land use policy and land planning policy, things like that. It's been a fantastic thing to observe this being implemented. And I think Boitumelo is going to be telling us now about how these things are linked, essentially. Let me see if this is the last slide. So thank you so much for indulging me in my little story there. I'm really proud to be here, and thanks again for the invitation. Boitumelo will present this next part here, and then we'll have if there's time for questions at the end, then I'll be very happy to take some. So Boitumelo, please let me know when you want me to change the slides.
Okay, no problem, Dr. Sims. Good day, everyone. My name is Boitumelo Maqala, and I am a master's candidate at the University of the Western Cape, basically supervised by Prof. Timothy Dube, and I am majoring in big data analytics and cloud computing platforms, while also looking at water resources and the environment. So what I'll be doing is introduce the GeoLDN African Student Chapter, which was a chapter that was formed last year to basically engage students across Africa in terms of learning about LDN and also the use of geospatial techniques. Next slide, please, Dr. Sims. So the aim of this presentation is to basically give a brief introduction about the student chapter, and also discuss our objectives, also show you who's in the student chapter and the progress that we've made so far. Next slide. So the GILDN African Student Chapter was basically established to engage students in land degradation neutrality, to also help build capacity among young scientists and also future professionals who can contribute to solving land degradation challenges across the continent. I'm pretty sure you've heard Dr. Sims say that there are some programs that are being offered in Kenya, so on and so forth. And in South Africa, one of the reasons why we also started this whole African student chapter is because we mostly focus on land degradation as a whole, but not land degradation neutrality. So we wanted to bring that forth so that people understand that we don't just need to focus on the bad side, but also try and figure out ways to restore the degraded land. So the aim is to also contribute to achieving SDG 15 and also promote sustainable land use within the African region. And with that, we also promote the use of Earth observation and geospatial techniques or geographical information systems, while also supporting sustainable and land restoration. So next slide, please, Dr. Sims. So the chapter, when we formed it, we had 3 core objectives, which was to provide training by, exposing students to the GILDN toolbox that Dr. Sims mentioned, and to disseminate knowledge through seminars, workshops, journal publications, and also to foster collaboration and partnerships within UWC and other external institutions. So by promoting and encouraging the use of Earth observation, just to give a backstory of why we're providing training sessions. In most instances, our universities don't focus on providing Earth observation or teaching undergraduate students or first years and second years Earth observation techniques, so on and so forth. So we've decided you only get to experience that when you're maybe doing your final year and postgraduate onwards. So we decided to bring that to younger generations or first year, second year, so that when they get to a higher level, they have a much more better understanding of the use of these geospatial techniques, while also promoting land degradation neutrality. So we've also disseminated knowledge through seminars. We've conducted multiple seminars. I've shared pictures, but I'll show you at a later stage. We are currently busy also writing a paper in terms of land degradation neutrality. And we've collaborated with students across Africa from Zimbabwe, Botswana, so on and so forth. Next slide, please, Dr. Sims. So who is in the GILDN African Student Chapter? As I've explained, that we've trying to bring these techniques or skills to younger generations, first year, second years. So our target was to basically have more younger people within the African Student Chapter. So for now, we have about 68 first years who are currently in the student chapter and actively participating. We have second years, 27, and the list that we have now is PhD candidates, which are 3 across Africa, but we're planning to have more seminars so that we expose the African Student Chapter to more people and have more people join the chapter. Next slide. So in terms of the progress that we've made in the chapter, so since the establishment, we've organized multiple seminars at the University of the Western Cape as well as virtually to engage scholars across Africa in terms of asking them or having to allow them to have a platform to share what they've done in terms of land degradation neutrality and also to share their skills in terms of providing training sessions to students. We've had both in-person and online training sessions. Well, in-person is where we are there as well as other training officers. And then online, we've basically trying to do it to ensure that we have inclusive, to include other people from the African country. And then the training sessions were basically structured according to academic level. So we don't want to overwhelm the younger generation like first years, second years. So we separate the sessions for first years and second years. And then we have joint sessions for final years and postgraduate students because they have a much more higher level in terms of understanding. So the sessions have focused on demonstrating the applications of Earth observation and GIS in mapping land degradation, and also promote awareness and understanding of LDN. So one of the tools that we've been using that Dr. Sims also spoke about within the LDN toolbox. So we're using those tools to promote or demonstrate the application of Earth observation in terms of mapping land degradation neutrality. So we've been using QGIS, Russell, and we intend to use more of these tools when moving forward. Next slide, please. So these are just the images when we first conducted training sessions, or we're introducing students to the chapter, first years, final years, postgraduate, so on and so forth. Next slide, please, Dr. Sims. And this was when we were conducting training sessions for different year levels, first years, and then postgraduate students as well. Next slide. So in terms of the next steps that we intend to take, we need to conduct more training sessions to expose people to more tools within the GLDN toolbox, have more seminars, invite more various African scholars so that they can share their knowledge as well, and also to organize an interactive event to encourage collaboration and also problem solving. Next slide. So that's it from me. Thank you very much for paying attention to what I had to say. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Sims.
Thanks, Boitumelo. That's really fantastic. In GOLDN, we are super proud of the work of Boitumelo and her colleagues and the building of this student chapter. And it's something, you know, we're really proud of and very happy to promote. I just wanted to add one little comment about land degradation neutrality. The neutrality part that Boitumelo was talking about is a little bit difficult to understand. When we talk about measuring and monitoring where the land is degraded, this is one thing, and we can do that okay. The neutrality thinking that Boitumelo is describing is a program around land degradation where if you are developing your country, you balance areas that you might have to degrade. So you might have to turn some native area into farmland to feed your people. You balance the area that you degrade in that way with areas that you protect or areas that you restore. So the neutrality thing is like a net zero change in the extent of your degraded land, even though you're still doing all of these things in, you know, development activities and restoration activities. This balancing of opportunities for development with incentives and the impetus to preserve or restore the land makes land degradation neutrality much more appealing to many countries than programs that say you shouldn't clear any trees, for example. This gives a country, the neutrality thinking gives a country the opportunity to continue its development and balance these other things so that the extent of degraded land doesn't increase over time. It is difficult to get your head around, and that's a really great area to focus on for the student chapter, so that people have this understanding of the complexity of it and the opportunities as these young people move into these roles where they're controlling policy and things like this. So thank you very much for indulging us there. I hope that was interesting. And if we have any times left, very happy to answer any questions, or you can get my contact details. I'll put them in the chat here, and Boitumelo will do the same in the chat.
Good morning. I have a question. Thank you.
Sure, no worries. I'll just stop sharing if that's okay, so I can see.
Oh, it's fine. Thank you. It's good.
Okay.
Okay. Paul, you can go ahead. Thank you so much, Dr. Sims, and thank you so much, Botumelo, for the great presentation. Yes, Paul,
No worries, thank you.
our time is fast spent. Yeah, our time is fast spent, but Paul, please
Okay.
kindly ask your question.
Yes.
Yeah, sure.
So thank you very much. I've had the pleasure and of working with GEO since Barbara Ryan was involved more than a decade ago. Have great respect for the organization and what you can produce in terms of big data analysis in the sense of visualizations. And it's a very powerful tool for making decisions. I would say an essential tool on a planetary scale. So the question, the presentation you introduced has real potential, but it will require a science diplomat approach. The concept of inclusion is explicit. That means that there are multiple decision makers. It's not biased by one entity trying to control another. And this is part of the discussion. So as an illustration, GEO, as you identified, works with the United Nations. I've worked with CODATA, the Committee on Data, through the International Science Council, and am a fellow of the International Science Council. So I see two different arenas of data analysis that are relevant on a global scale. So one, or organizations like GEO, and as you identified, closely aligned with the United Nations. On the other hand, we have the scientific community at large that's involved with the International Science Council. And they have had the World Data System, for example, since the International Geophysical Year in 1957-58. So there's a history of data within the International Science Council that precedes, in many cases, data within the United Nations. So question in terms of process, of being inclusive, just as an example, how can GEO help to create bridges between the United Nations and the International Science Council? There are activities underway. I mean, President of the International Science Council recently signed an agreement with the United Nations Education, Science, Culture Organization, for example. But the process of being inclusive in this discussion with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change is a community of Indigenous youth that are making the decisions themselves. And so the challenge, in a sense, is in the process of being inclusive with something that's known and understood at the level of the United Nations and the International Science Council, to engage the Indigenous youth. It's an interest across the board, and it's, I would say, a responsibility across the board. And that responsibility rests with the Indigenous youth. So just in terms of a message, in terms of how this might proceed in a practical and meaningful way for all involved, thinking in terms of benefit of all on Earth across generations, truly inclusive approach. I would invite you most sincerely to contribute in that direction.
Thanks so much, Paul. Look, I know we're out of time. That sounds perfectly reasonable. The closer working between the International Science Council and GEO, there's the youth movement and the Indigenous movements in GEO are really growing now. GEO itself is changing very significantly, and I see more opportunities for connecting through youth and through Indigenous communities rather than less. Very happy to talk with you more about this a bit later on if that would be useful, but maybe we leave that for now in the interest of time anyway.
One second before ending the section, I invite Erica Key to ask a question as well. Erica is the director of the U.S. Hub of Future Earth. Erica, please.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. I am multitasking. School starts tomorrow. But thank you so much for the presentation. I'm really interested in this concept of neutrality, particularly as I think about efforts closer to home here. I'm wondering about the equity angle. If you're going to regenerate an area while allowing development somewhere else, you know, people are going to be impacted regardless, and how to be able to decide where to regenerate and where to develop is the focus initially on areas that are deepest in need of regeneration, brownfield sites and such like that. Because I wonder in terms of access and meeting the needs of the people who live closest to these areas that are being changed in some way. So if you have a moment to share your thoughts on that, I would love it.
Well, look, that's such a great question. All I can say is that things like land tenure and gender and these things are a very strong focus in the UN processes, of course. And as we move, there is some guidance already. There's a document called the Framework for Land Degradation Neutrality that was written in about 2016, I think that was published. That's accessible online. I would need to look through there in more detail to see how those issues are treated, but that is an excellent question. I really appreciate it. I don't know the answer offhand, except to say that when we do our global dialogue forums and we get countries to come to join us, then we insist that there are multiple partners from the same country. So we have what we call multi-sectoral teams coming from each country. So that usually includes a policy person, a GIS person, and a land use planning person, right? So how the countries deal with this issue of Indigenous rights and gender and these other things is essentially down to them as far as I can tell. But I should know more about that. I'd like to know more about that. And so please do feel free to get in touch at the details I'll put in the chat there. I'd love to talk more about it.
Right, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Sims. That was really, really great. And thank you so much, Melo. Thank you so much for the great presentation. We appreciate. I like the fact that in the last slide you shared your LinkedIn, and I believe people have connected, and also in the chat your contacts were shared. So I believe people connect more to extend the conversation. It's really, really been amazing, and we appreciate your time. We definitely have loved to listen in more and more and take in more questions, but in the interest of time, we cannot do that, but we appreciate. Thank you so much. So we are going to be quick in the next presentations because our time is fast spent. We're going to have Dr. Jacqueline Okene from Ghana. She's going to be talking to us about promoting indigenous beekeeping for climate action and community resilience. Dr. Jacqueline, are you on the call? You can confirm that. And in case you are, I'll kindly request our technical team to help you unmute so that you can quickly run into the conversation. Dr. Jacqueline, can you hear me? Are you on the call?
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, great. Yeah, please go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay, also point of correction, I'm not doctor yet, I'm still a PhD candidate.
Ah, you take it by faith and run with it.
Yes.
But thank you. Okay, great, sure.
Okay, let me quickly share my slide. Kindly give me a minute to do so. All right, sorry.
Okay, good.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good morning or evening, wherever you are. Okay, so my name is Jacqueline Okine, and I'm the Knowledge and Impact Lead at IPA Ghana. That's Indigenous Peoples Alliance Ghana. Let me a minute. Okay, I think that's fine. And I'm also a PhD student, by the way. Before I begin, I want to say thank you for organizing this. Thank you for the opportunity, and this has really been insightful. So let me get straight into it due to time. So I want to talk to you today about promoting indigenous beekeeping for climate action and community resilience. So before I start, let me just tell you that I want to say it's in sort of a story of what we have done and how it can be applied to various communities across the globe. So when we usually think about climate change, right, or climate action, what comes to mind is solar panels, recycling, climate policy, sometimes even planting trees, actually. But mostly, we tend to forget about beekeeping or bees. And that is exactly why I want to tell you this story today. So to start, let me introduce who IPA or who we are. That's IPA Ghana. So we are Indigenous People Alliance, and we are a youth-led organization advancing climate resilience, sustainable livelihoods, and social equity in Ghana's indigenous communities. And one thing has become very clear to us through our work. It is that indigenous knowledge is not just heritage. It can be a working climate solution. So what happens when we stop looking at communities as people who need to be given solutions, and instead we ask, what knowledge or practices do they already have and how we can strengthen them? So let me take you to one of those communities. I hope everyone can see my slide. Okay. So as I was
yes, Jacqueline, we can see them.
All right, that's great. So as I was saying, let me take you to one of the communities. So back in 2024, we began our work at Amoma, that's around Kitsampo, which is in the Bono East region of Ghana. The community is already largely involved in farming. So they mostly do cashew farming, mango farming. And there was, beekeeping was already there. But then it was part of their local knowledge and then their livelihood system. So basically the bees were there, the knowledge was there, but there was something missing. What was missing was that for some of these community members, they were unable to access equipment, technical support, trainings, and even in some cases, the interest and the confidence to get involved. So we asked ourselves, why not develop this or like help them with this? And that's where, okay, before I even continue, that's actually beekeeping, or if you don't already know, bees are pollinators. And pollination is not some small side service in our ecosystems. FAO actually estimates that around 3/4 of global food crop production depend on at least pollinators. Yeah. Now, so when we support beekeeping, we are not only talking about honey. We are also talking about supporting agriculture, biodiversity, and livelihoods. And there's also another reason we chose this approach. The community already knew the bees. They already had their ways, that's their indigenous ways of working with them. And they already quite understood the environment around them. What we came to do was not to say, oh, forget what you know, we have come with a solution. No, no, no. It was more about saying, you already have something here. How can we help make it better? Or how do we make it work better? And that's what shaped our entire model. So mostly this is our community-led model. So we begin with community engagement. We select farmers. We provide the training. We provide the equipment needed. That includes the hive boxes, the wax, the sticks. That's the stick for the wax to put the wax on. And then we help them together with the community members. We assess the land where the hives need to be placed, and then we install the hives together with them. And that's actually something very important. We don't just hand over the equipment to asking them to go and do the job. We do that and we help them, and we see it through with them. So our goal here is actually community ownership. Now, the community members are responsible for taking care of the hives. And okay, let me, all right, that's fine. Before going into that, you can see the model being put into practice here. So these are like some of the community members together with some of our people who are actually setting up some of the hives. Now, another thing we noticed or we learned that was quite interesting for us was about the participation of women. So when we engaged the community, we noticed that they had this perception that beekeeping was more suitable for men. But in my opinion, I don't really think bees ask whether you're a woman or a man before doing their business. So with the right training and protective equipment, women can actually keep bees too. And that was something we realized. So can young people. So part of our work was to challenge the idea that some livelihoods are only meant for certain people. But the most interesting part of this work was seeing how the indigenous and local knowledge continue to show up in practice. So for example, honey in their community was valued as for medicinal purposes, right? And then we noticed that they also had their indigenous tips and tricks when it comes down to beekeeping. So for example, they have this thing where they burn lemon peels or orange peels or even dried leaves, right? To sort of help calm down the bees during the harvesting. Now, all these practices, they remind us that knowledge is not always written down in a textbook. So sometimes it's just something that has been observed, practiced, tested, and then passed down from one generation to the other. And that is one of the things that makes indigenous knowledge so valuable to us. All right. Now, it came to a moment where we realized, let me give the story first of all of what community resilience looks like in this situation. So initially, we started with 8 farmers. That's at the pilot stage. So one of the farmers involved was Kwabena. Kwabena is on the picture right there. And all the 8 farmers, after being given the equipment and everything and following them, at some point, they still have to go through the process of looking after the hives. So we noticed that almost all of them did not perform well. Some were not properly maintained. However, Kwabena's hives did well. And basically, this one farmer's commitment created an opportunity for the rest of the community. So his success allowed us to reinvest and establish more hives for more community members for more of the community members. So today, Kwabena is actually our community lead, and he has become quite instrumental to our work. So what we do is after the honey is being harvested, it is sold, and then we have we have a model where the proceeds are divided between the farmer and it's reinvested into IPA's work and then back into the community so that we can bring more farmers on board. So what we are talking about here is quite simple. It's more or less one community member who did very well. And because the system allowed the success to be reinvested, more community members could now benefit. So today we have way more farmers into the beekeeping that we've helped establish their hives. So this is the kind of community resilience we are interested in building. As at June 2026, we expanded beyond Amoma. And as I speak to you now, we have more farmers in another community known as Mechinimabwe, still in the Bono East region. But while working with the community, there was something else we noticed. Okay, if you only work with today's farmers, who will carry the knowledge into tomorrow? And that question brings us to one of our projects, which is the Indigenous Green Schools. So at IPA, we believe climate education should not only happen when there is a climate conference, a special awareness day, or a one-off cleanup exercise, It should be a continuous process where the children are experiencing climate action firsthand. So through the Indigenous Green Schools pilot, we introduce practical activities such as tree nurseries, conservation activities, climate mapping, indigenous crop cultivation, and environmental leadership. So you can see some of the students we've worked with, and they drew, I don't know if that's clear enough, but they drew like trees, and they were engaged in some climate mapping exercise. So because if we want communities to continue protecting their environment, we need to start building that relationship quite early. And I wanted to quote what Malala Yousafzai says. She says, we must ensure that our children receive quality education, and that includes climate education too. So for us, that means that the child learning about the tree today should also understand why that tree matters to their community. The child should understand, if the child is learning about climate change, they should be able to look around and identify what climate change means for their community or for their environment. And if they're learning about biodiversity, when they see the bee around them, they should know that that is also part of their story. Because, ultimately, climate action does not necessarily begin with a global policy. Sometimes it will begin with a farmer, a hive, a child. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'm almost done, actually. Thank you for that. And okay, let me wrap it up. So when all these things I've mentioned come together, we sort of begin to see the bigger picture. So here you can see that beekeeping supports pollination, biodiversity, agricultural systems. It creates livelihood opportunities, strengthens community awareness, ownership, and reinvestment. And it opens up opportunities for women and young people. And through education, we can ensure that this knowledge is passed down from one generation to the other. So as I come to the end of my short talk, I want to leave you with one invitation. That is for you to see this short story, not just as IPA's Ghana story, but as a story that can be replicated, adapted, or simply inspire action in our various communities. So you may not do exactly what we are doing, right? But you can take away what works, adapt it to your context, build the knowledge and resources that already exist within the community you are working with. Because, indigenous knowledge is not something we should preserve only because it belongs to the past. It should be protected, we should strengthen it, and create space for it to evolve. Because it may also help us, it can actually help us build the future. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Jacqueline. That was a great presentation. Thank you so very much. I don't know if you have any question from the audience, but I really, really love this. And I like the fact that you focus on creating sustainability by ensuring community ownership, which I believe is very, very important, because what happens when IPA leaves that community and probably wants to scale into another community? So it's very, very important that you involve the community from the word go, from the needs assessment, from just even identifying the sites where some of these other beekeeping equipment can be installed. And I also like the fact that in your approach, you're trying to challenge the status quo, the thought of it's only men that should do this, but ensuring that you involve the women and the youth. I believe that's very, very important as well. So thank you very, very much, Jacqueline. We do appreciate your presentation. It was really great. So I don't know if we have any question. I would also request you to share maybe your LinkedIn in the chat for those that would love to engage further and may have a question or two later on. They can be able to reach you, or even your email address, whatever it is that you're comfortable to share. Further engagement, I think it will be very helpful. All right. Thank you so much. So without further ado, I would like to invite our last presenter for this particular session. And just give me a minute. Pull that up. So our last presenter for this particular session is from Nigeria, Abayomi Rotimi Mighty. And they're really going to just talk to us about the future. The future has ancient roots, that's the theme, and why indigenous youth are the leaders the world has been. I hope I got that right. Yeah. So it's basically the future has ancient roots. So we really just want to talk about that and why indigenous youth are the leaders of the world that has been. And that is from Abayomi Rotimi Mighty. So Abayomi, if you are on the call and you can hear me, you can please unmute, and for the host or our technical team, they can give them unmute rights so they can go ahead and present. Thank you so much. Again, our time is fast spent. We do apologize if I've stretched a bit, but I believe everything that has been shared has been really, really beneficial. Bayomi, are you on the call? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you very much once again for having me. My name is Abayomi Rotimi Mighty from Nigeria, and I'm speaking on the future as ancient roots. why indigenous youth are the leaders the world has been waiting for. I'll start by saying that I want to thank all the speakers and especially the video that was shown to us. You know, that was a very lovely video. I look forward to the video being shared. I would also like to share the video with my people. So I go straight into my presentation. I don't want to take much of our time. As a Yoruba boy from Nigeria, my understanding of leadership did not begin by academics alone or from the classroom or an international stage. It began with an indigenous culture that taught me that the earth is not inherited from our ancestors, but entrusted to us by those that are yet to come. It taught me that leadership is service, wisdom, and shared across generations. And a community can only thrive when the people live in harmony with one another and, of course, with nature. These values have shaped my life's works. One of the things that I have noticed about the major problems of climate change, which of course we now need to bring a complete transformation to, is the fact that we need to begin to ensure that the leadership that we have on ground are deeply entrenched in the history of the earth itself, so that whatsoever transformation or civilization or modernization that is coming is done in accordance with the harmony of nature. And that's why, if you see, most of the major damages that have been caused are developments that do not put the people into consideration, that do not put the environment into consideration. This talk is not about teaching indigenous youth, it is about honoring them. It is about recognizing that while the world searches for new solutions, some of humanity's greatest answers already exist in the indigenous knowledge systems, cultural values, and ways of living that have sustained communities for centuries. Indigenous youth are not simply the next generation of leaders, they are the custodians of knowledge that the world really needs. Drawing from my journey in youth advocacy, community development, and Pan-African leadership, which has spanned over 30 years, I will explore why restoring dignity to indigenous knowledge is essential, not only for climate justice, but for the future of humanity itself. When ancient wisdom and modern innovation work together, we create solutions that are not only effective, but deeply rooted in people, place, and purpose. Basically speaking, we have led a lot of advocacy, especially in the areas of lawmaking, to ensure that whatsoever transformation that is coming to any land in the world carry the people along and are done in accordance with the harmony that has been created based on the history of that community. So many lives have been wasted. So many communities have been destroyed. And for instance, let's look at the oil spillage in Nigeria as a result of the exploration of oil. A lot of these things were done just to focus more on profiting, but of course, putting the livelihood of millions of people, which was based on fishing, into jeopardy. So going forward, we are focusing on ensuring that we have purposeful leadership that do not just think of just making profit, but think of moving the world forward according to how the world was actually formed by our ancestors. I hope every participant leaves with one simple conviction: the future will not be saved by technology alone. It will be shaped by young people who have the courage to protect both the earth and the wisdom of those who have protected the earth for many generations. Thank you very much once again. I'll be glad to answer any question.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Aboyomi. That was great. I love stories, so I like the fact that you started us off with narrating a story. In case there's any question, I don't know, does anyone have a question? Does anyone have a question? Okay, great. Mr. Bayomi, I would also request that you do the same. You can share with us your email, LinkedIn, and yeah, just for us to continue to further engage with you as well. That would be great. I think that should be okay. If you do not mind, but thank you so much. We do appreciate. I know our time is not on our side. Okay, great. I don't see a question in the chat. Maybe just a comment. I don't know if it was while you were sharing, but someone is saying from Kapesa, he's saying indigenous knowledge is not just heritage, it is working suitable. So it is working suitable solution. I think this was while Jacqueline was sharing, but thank you so much, Mr. Abayomi. We do appreciate. We look forward to receiving either your LinkedIn or your email address or both for further engagements. That would be really, really great. All right. This juncture, I would like to hand over to Dr. Julia. If you're on the call, I think this particular session is done. So would then guide on how we progress into the next session. Dr. Julia, are you on the call or anyone from the technical team? I can see we are going to a break before the next session comes in.
Yes.
Yes, Kofi, over to you, maybe.
Oui, merci pour la session. Nous allons passer à la session suivante avec le docteur Abibatou Bandafal qui va prendre la parole pour assurer la modération de ce second panel. Nous voulons dire merci. Merci, docteur Sandra Joyce, pour la modération, pour ce que vous venez de faire comme travail. Merci infiniment. Docteur Abibatou, vous êtes là, vous m'entendez, s'il vous plaît? Vous m'entendez? Votre micro est fermé. Votre micro est fermé.
Kofi, I think Dr. Bibatu wants to unmute. Maybe if they can give him unmute rights. She's speaking, but she is muted. Unmute Dr. Abibatu. Anyone that can translate for Kofi? Sorry.
Abibatu, ton micro est fermé.
She needs to unmute.
Ton micro est fermé.
Stanley.
Hello,
Please
madam.
unmute.
I've asked him to unmute.
Dr. Abibatu.
Right.
Okay,
Okay.
Mama.
Yes, it's now okay. Thank you.
Docteur Abibatou, vous m'entendez? Votre micro est fermé. Vous pouvez l'ouvrir pour parler, s'il vous plaît?
Yeah. Stanley, can you unmute her?
I've asked her to unmute, so she has to do it by herself. She has to unmute herself.
C'est pas moi, ce n'est pas de mon côté. Il faut demander à celui qui a la technique là. Pourquoi mon micro est fermé? Je ne comprends pas.
Julia. Yeah, what is happening? Can you?
Ok, c'est bon. C'était
Okay.
pas de mon côté, voilà. C'était le, comment on appelle, le technicien là. Donc, bonsoir à tous. Excusez-moi. Donc, voilà. Donc, rebonsoir ou bonsoir à tous pour cette deuxième session me concernant. Et c'est aussi un réel plaisir d'animer ce panel. Et donc, vous me permettrez d'adresser mes salutations à l'équipe Future Earth, mais les féliciter également.
This session is personally relevant to me. This second session is
Donc, aux organisateurs, aux panélistes, aux invités et surtout aux jeunes autochtones. Donc, c'est un honneur pour moi aujourd'hui d'animer ce panel et de vous présenter brièvement nos trois intervenants. Donc, en premier lieu, nous avons Dr. Kofi. Dr. Kofi, nous avons Dr. Kofi Gouy Roger Yaboué, qui est enseignant-chercheur à l'Université Alassane Ouattara. Il est géographe, il est membre du laboratoire d'analyse des vulnérabilités socio-environnementales. Ses travaux de recherche s'articulent autour de la sécurité alimentaire, les changements climatiques et aussi de la résilience dans les ménages ruraux. En second lieu, nous aurons Dr. Mamadou Adama Gaye. Il est titulaire d'un doctorat en histoire moderne et contemporaine. Il a également un master en histoire des relations internationales et stratégiques et des certificats en protocole de diplomatie et en marketing numérique. Donc, ses travaux de recherche portent plutôt sur la géopolitique interrive, les processus de colonisation et de décolonisation, et il analyse aussi la construction politique et symbolique des frontières à travers les pratiques diplomatiques, les imaginaires territoriaux et les mutations environnementales. Et enfin, nous aurons Madame Aïssatou Diop, qui est certifiée en horticulture. Elle a aussi ouvert son entreprise qui s'appelle Tolo Astou pour promouvoir l'agriculture biologique. Elle nous parlera de son expérience en tant que jeune femme dans ce secteur. Please allow me to translate in English. Dear Future Earth team.
Dr. Biba, si tu permets.
Oui, je vous écoute.
Oui, compte tenu du temps, moi, je vais passer mon tour.
Est-ce que vous me permettrez, Kofi, s'il vous plaît, c'est pour gagner du temps, en fait, que je voudrais faire une bonne fois pour toute la présentation de biographie et ensuite vous permettre de prendre la parole, de permettre à Dr. Momodou et enfin à Aïssatou pour aller beaucoup plus vite parce que j'ai vu qu'il est presque 16 heures.
Moi, je ne vais pas parler justement. Je ne vais pas parler justement. Je ne vais plus présenter justement à cause du temps.
Ah, vous ne présentez plus. Donc, nous passons directement à
Mamadou.
À Dr. Adama, c'est ça?
Voilà, c'est ça.
Voilà. Donc, please allow me to translate quickly in English for our two panelists. So we will have Dr. Mamadou Adama Gaye. So he holds a PhD in modern and contemporary study, a master's degree in a study of international and strategic relations, as well as certificate in protocol in diplomacy and in digital marketing. His research focused on intershore geopolitics, the processes of colonization and decolonization, and examined the political and symbolic construction of borders through diplomatic practices, territorial imaginaries, and environmental transformation. And then, finally, we will have Madame Aïssatou Diop, who is certificate in horticulture. She started her company Tolu Astu to promote organic farming. She will talk to us about her experience as a young woman in the sector. Please, Dr. Mamadou Adamagai, you have the floor. Vous avez la parole, Monsieur Dr. Amadou Gaye.
Bonjour, Madame Fall. J'espère que là, vous me recevez bien, j'espère.
Très bien, merci.
Effectivement. Et que la vidéo elle est activée, j'espère, n'est-ce pas?
Vous partagez votre écran, c'est ça?
Oui, effectivement, je voulais partager l'écran, comme ça au moins,
Nous
on
ne
va
l'avons
essayer de
pas encore.
visualiser la présentation.
Voilà. Essayez de partager, s'il vous plaît.
Hello, Abibatu.
Oui, Julia.
What's happening?
He's sharing.
Okay.
Yes.
We have
C'est bon, vous avez le partage?
10 minutes, 10 minutes, because our time is almost up. We have to go and
C'est bon,
start.
vous avez le partage?
Non, non, pas encore. C'est juste votre plateforme, votre ordinateur, écran que nous voyons.
Tic, tic, tic. Je pense que là, c'est bon maintenant.
Non, c'est toujours l'écran que nous avons. Vous n'avez pas... Est-ce que vous avez ouvert le document? Vous avez
Oui, j'ai
déjà...
ouvert un document. Oui, j'avais
Donc, vous
ouvert un
cliquez,
document.
si vous cliquez sur partage, vous allez directement sur le document. Vous cliquez sur le document. Parce que là, c'est plutôt les documents PDF que nous voyons.
Là, c'est bon?
Non, pas du tout.
Oh, mince. Alors, vous partagez l'écran, oui. Tech aperçu.
Et vous cliquez sur le PowerPoint que vous avez ouvert sur votre machine.
Là, c'est ce que j'ai fait. Hein.
Mamadou,
Oui, dis-moi.
si c'est compliqué que vous ne parvenez pas à partager,
Mhm.
vous allez nous faire un narratif parce que là, on est déjà pris par le temps. On
Oui.
a on a à peine 20 minutes pour conclure, alors qu'il y a encore des conclusions à faire. Donc,
OK, bon.
vous aurez un peu moins de 10 minutes. Et donc, il faut y aller sans présentation, sans PowerPoint.
D'accord. OK, ça marche. Bon. Merci quand même, Madame Fall, pour la présentation. Effectivement, j'ai fait une thèse sur la géopolitique du fleuve Sénégal, donc relations transfrontalières entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie. Donc là, aujourd'hui, je vais faire juste une présentation sur les droits d'usage. Et quand je parle de droits d'usage, c'est tout ce qui est souveraineté nationale, c'est tout ce qui est partage pratique de interrives entre les deux pays. Et les deux pays, c'est le Sénégal et la Mauritanie. Et aussi, il y a ce qu'on appelle les coopérations transfrontalières. D'accord. Donc, ça tourne autour d'une géopolitique, des rivalités de pouvoir et des stratégies des acteurs sur des territoires autour des ressources qu'ils contiennent. Donc, c'est le fleuve Sénégal. Donc, en premier, je voulais faire une longue présentation qui devait s'articuler sur 20-25 minutes, mais comme le temps est imparti un peu court, donc je vais faire juste une présentation du fleuve, de la frontière, des coopérations entre les deux pays. Et pratiquement, si le temps me le permet, je reviendrai sur les rivalités, un peu conflits et les droits d'usage. Donc, en guise d'introduction, donc en droit, les droits d'usage entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, il faut savoir que le Sénégal et la Mauritanie partagent un fleuve et ce fleuve, il s'appelle le fleuve Sénégal. Donc, pas uniquement entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, il y a le Sénégal, la Mauritanie, il y a la Guinée et il y a le Mali. Donc, c'est un fleuve que partagent 4 pays. Mais moi, spécifiquement sur cette présentation aujourd'hui, je vais parler juste sur les relations entre les deux pays, notamment le Sénégal et la Mauritanie. Donc, pourquoi? C'est une problématique qui, depuis la colonisation, ça continue de tenailler les deux pays. Pourquoi? Parce qu'à partir de 1905, le fleuve est régi comme une frontière. Et cette année 1905, quand on avait promulgué le décret qui devait régir le fleuve comme une frontière, Donc, tout le fleuve revenait à part entière pour le Sénégal. Et à partir de 1933 aussi, un autre décret est promulgué. Et ce deuxième décret aussi, promulgué, n'abroge pas le premier décret de 1905. Et ce même décret fixe la frontière au milieu du fleuve. Donc, il y a eu des quiproquos, il y a eu des blocages, il y a eu des conflits, il y a eu des différends entre les deux pays. Donc, en guise de résumé et d'introduction, c'est tout ce que je voulais développer aujourd'hui. Donc, si je reviens sur le fleuve, donc le fleuve est un espace géopolitique majeur, donc, car ça concentre des enjeux de souveraineté, ça concentre des ressources, ça concentre des conflits, des coopérations entre les États. Donc, qui parle de droit d'usage va parler nécessairement de qui décide autour du fleuve, qui contrôle le fleuve, mais aussi qui utilise les ressources du fleuve. Mais pratiquement pour un peu camper le débat, donc il n'y a pas de souveraineté totale sur le fleuve, il y a une cogestion entre les pays riverains, mais aussi il y a une nécessité de négocier pour pouvoir utiliser les ressources du fleuve. Donc, j'avais juste une carte aussi à projeter, mais je pense que vous l'aurez pas. Mais c'est une carte qui montre le long du fleuve Sénégal. Le long du fleuve Sénégal, ça part de Saint-Louis jusqu'à Bakel, qui est son amont. Et là, on a les pays, les différents pays que partage le fleuve Sénégal. Et il y avait aussi une autre carte aussi qui montrait que des populations, notamment des Peuls, des Wolofs, des Mours, les Bambara, Soninké, mais aussi Français qui étaient autour du fleuve Sénégal. Et c'était les communautés qui étaient présentes entre les deux rives et qui exploitaient le fleuve, qui faisaient la mobilité, qui travaillent autour du fleuve, qui faisaient l'agriculture, la pêche, l'élevage, mais aussi différentes activités. Donc là maintenant aussi, il faut savoir que pratiquement au niveau de ce qu'on appelle la couverture des besoins énergétiques et hydroélectriques, effectivement, donc il y a eu plus de 60% pour le Mali qui a des besoins autour du fleuve Sénégal, plus de 25% pour la Mauritanie, mais aussi plus de 10% pour le Sénégal. Donc, en termes de surface et de bassin, on a plus de 280 kilomètres. Donc, les quatre pays que j'ai dit tout à l'heure, ce sont ces quatre pays qui exploitent le fleuve. Et il y a eu aussi plus de 60% de superficie exploitable. D'accord? Et effectivement, donc, quand on parle de coopération autour du fleuve, donc, c'est une gestion, comme j'ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est une gestion commune, une gestion concertée des ressources du fleuve Sénégal. Donc, les formes de coopération économique, on a une agriculture irriguée. Donc, c'est une mise en place de périmètres agricoles dans la vallée. Donc, il y a la riziculture. Il y a aussi les cultures maraîchères qu'on puisse développer autour du fleuve Sénégal. Mais aussi, il y a ce qu'on appelle, dans toujours ce domaine de coopération économique, donc le transport fluvial qui constitue, entre guillemets, un goulot d'étranglement entre les deux pays. Donc, c'est un projet de navigabilité. Donc, il y a la finalisation du pont de Rosso pour le développement de marchés Sénégal, Mauritanie, Maroc, donc l'ouverture vers le monde Maghreb. Donc, les formes de coopération religieuse, il faut savoir, avant que le fleuve ne constituait pas de blocage, ne constituait pas de limite naturelle, ne constituait même pas de frontières. Donc, c'était un passage naturel entre les pays. C'était aussi une exploitation naturelle que faisaient les communautés interrives. Il faut savoir qu'il y avait des Sénégalais qui habitaient la rive droite, c'est-à-dire la rive mauritanienne actuellement. Donc, quand on parle de rive gauche aussi, c'est la rive sénégalaise. Donc, il y avait des Sénégalais qui quittaient la rive gauche, donc la rive sénégalaise, pour aller sur la rive droite, qui après 1933 devient la rive mauritanienne, mais qui partait sur la rive droite, qui faisait les cultures, qui habitaient là-bas et tout. Mais comme on a délimité le fleuve comme une frontière, donc ça devient un blocage, un blocus. Donc, ça demande aussi ce qu'on appelle une bureaucratie autour du fleuve Sénégal pour pouvoir faire la mobilité, pour traverser le fleuve, pour exploiter les ressources et tout. Et si je reviens sur la coopération religieuse dont je parlais tout à l'heure, donc il fallait avoir ce qu'on appelle une recommandation. Une recommandation, c'était le pouvoir colonial qui donnait ce qu'on appelle un permis, un laissez-passer aux marabouts maures qui traversaient le fleuve pour aller voir les disciples, pour aller voir leurs talibés et tout, pour pouvoir prendre tout ce qui était économie et tout. Donc là, je parlais juste d'une bureaucratie qui a existé autour du fleuve Sénégal. Et il y a aussi ce qu'on appelle le prolongement des frontières terrestres, deviennent les frontières maritimes.
Hello, Mamadou.
Oui.
Sorry, I have to cut you. Our time is almost up, so kindly round up so that we can invite me for the reflections and Kofi can end it. we have to move to the next region in some few minutes. So kindly round up quickly now, please.
D'accord. Bon, bien noté. Juste pour terminer par rapport à cette présentation. Donc, je parlais tout à l'heure des formes de coopération énergétique. C'est là où je vais même terminer la présentation. Donc, le prolongement des frontières terrestres devient les frontières maritimes. Et entre le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, ils partagent un champ gazier sur la mer. Et ce champ gazier passe sous la frontière. C'est comme le fleuve Sénégal, donc passe sous la frontière. Et ils ont eu des droits d'exploitation. Donc, ils doivent faire une coopération pour les droits d'usage de tout ce qui est champ gazier, de tout ce qui est ressources naturelles autour du fleuve Sénégal. Et pour terminer sur les coopérations diplomatiques, donc juste après les indépendances, le Sénégal et la Mauritanie, donc ils entretiennent des relations diplomatiques et une coopération régionale autour d'une, je dirais, institution. Et l'institution s'appelle OMVS. Donc, mais OMVS, c'est l'aboutissement de plusieurs institutions. D'accord, donc OMV, c'est l'Organisation pour la mise en valeur du fleuve Sénégal et qui s'articule autour de principes qui est la gestion collective du fleuve, le partage équitable des ressources, mais aussi une souveraineté partagée des infrastructures. Donc, comme le temps imparti est vraiment court, donc je vais me limiter là en attendant les questions et je vous remercie quand même.
Aïssa. Allô?
Yeah.
Ok, donc...
Ah, le micro est fermé. Voilà.
Oui, merci, Dr Kofi. Nous vous remercions, Mamadou. Malheureusement, le temps ne nous permet pas, Aïssatou, de terminer. Si vous voulez bien rejoindre le groupe 3, sinon aussi, ce n'est que partie remise pour d'autres occasions. Nous vous remercions amplement et ça a été un honneur de modérer ce panel. Je vous remercie.
Merci, merci, docteur Abibatou. Merci. On vous a mis la pression. Désolé de cette pression-là. On va rapidement conclure. Et donc, nous allons aller directement à la conclusion. Dr. Topé, and I will now conduct to the final reflection. Dr. Topé, you can begin. Dr. Topé, are there? Can you hear me?
Okay, Kofi, can you start so that when she is able to unmute, she will follow after you. So
Okay.
Yeah, in a summary, please.
OK. Alors, nous allons faire la conclusion pour dire que au thème de cette session de la région 2, je voudrais exprimer ma profonde gratitude à toutes celles et tous ceux qui ont partagé leurs connaissances, leur expérience et leur engagement. Alors, à travers les différentes communications, nous avons effectué un véritable voyage de Bondoukou en Côte d'Ivoire au fleuve Sénégal, du comté Kisumu aux communautés de Sierra Leone et du Ghana. Malgré les diversités des territoires et des expériences, 3 enseignements majeurs se dégagent de nos échanges. Alors, les 3 principaux enseignements qui se dégagent de nos enseignements sont: le premier est que la terre, l'eau, l'alimentation et les droits sont profondément liés. La communication consacrée à l'exploitation minière, à la sécurité alimentaire, nous a montré comment les activités extractives peuvent fragiliser les terres agricoles, les moyens d'existence et la sécurité alimentaire des communautés. Aussi, Racine d'eau a mis en lumière le rôle essentiel des femmes gardiennes du Néfara face au changement climatique dans la vallée du fleuve Sénégal. Les réflexions sur les droits d'usage du fleuve Sénégal ainsi que les souverainetés des données des femmes autochtones et les droits fonciers coutumiers au Kenya ont rappelé que la justice climatique suppose également la reconnaissance des droits des communautés sur leurs terres, leurs ressources, leurs connaissances et leurs données. Le deuxième enseignement est que les savoirs autochtones et locaux sont des connaissances vivantes capables de produire des solutions concrètes. L'expérience montrée par le SWOPA nous a montré comment l'art peut transmettre les savoirs, préserver les mémoires collectives et porter le message de la justice climatique. Enfin, le troisième enseignement est que les jeunes, les femmes ne doivent pas être considérées comme de simples bénéficiaires de l'action climatique, mais comme ses véritables acteurs et dirigeants. Le panel réunissant 4 remarquables femmes africaines ayant dirigé le GIYS a illustré la force du leadership féminin, de la continuité, de la transmission intergénérationnelle. Les sessions consacrées au INGIAS Africa a quant à elles montré l'importance de se rapprocher, de rapprocher les savoirs communautaires, la recherche scientifique, la diplomatie scientifique, les décisions politiques et les décisions publiques. Notre responsabilité commence maintenant. Nous devons transformer les enseignements de cette session en action, en partenariat et en décision. Cela implique de protéger les droits fonciers et les droits d'usage, de reconnaître la souveraineté des communautés sur leurs connaissances, leurs données, de soutenir les initiatives locales et de garantir une participation effective des jeunes et des femmes à la gouvernance climatique. Au nom de la région 2, je remercie chaleureusement les organisateurs, les modérateurs, les intervenants et les partenaires, ainsi que tous les participants. Alors que nous transmettons le relais à la région 3, nous retenons cette conviction commune. Elle est la suivante. Il ne peut y avoir de justice climatique sans justice territoriale, sans reconnaissance des savoirs et sans participation réelle des communautés. Merci à tout le monde. Merci à tous ceux qui ont pris de leur temps pour nous accompagner. Je voudrais me réduire là et vous dire infiniment merci. Merci de toute votre attention. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kofi. Let me quickly invite Paul to give his last words so that we can see if we can get some few minutes for water before. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Julia.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kofi, for your inspired guidance with Region 2 from 8 to 16 GMT. We're reaching the end of the time, but I want to thank you for your inspired leadership, which has brought a new dimension of Francophonie to the dialogue from Africa. So that's much appreciated. And I think as a team, we will learn better over time. It's certainly technologically improving, but to communicate across languages so ideas and passions and insights and wisdoms can be shared. Julia, it's an honor as well as pleasure to contribute with the Global Indigenous Youth Summit on Climate Change. And I thank you for your leadership as well from Ghana.
Thank you so much, Paul. I wanted to call Temi, but hello, Temi. Okay, I see Temi left. So I just would want to say a very big thank you to us all here for also making the summit in Region 2 a great success. I would want to personally say a big thank you to Future Earth for staying close by, to the technical team, to the moderators who we called at the last minute and they were there, and to the regional leads. Kofi, thank you so much for your organization. It's been awesome. The sub-regional leads, please forgive me because I wanted to call you to just give us your reflections, your last insight. Unfortunately, the time has not permitted, but I know that we are going to have an afterward summit, so a meeting after the summit, and I believe that we can have that time to share our last reflection. So kindly forgive me that we have to rush you, the presenters, Mamadou, and my last presenter, I could not give you time. Please forgive me. I wanted to give you time in Region 3. And so please, the dialogue continues. We move to our last 8-hour region. That is Region 3. There are a lot of insightful presentations there. And so if you are not tired, you can join us as we move to Region 3 to finalize our last 8-hour region. On that note, we just left with about 5 to 6 minutes to starting of the hour in Region 3. So we can go grab some water and then hop on to the next Zoom link for the last region. Happy World Indigenous Peoples Day to Region 2. And then thank you once again for making time. See you in Region 3. Thank you. Bye.